Welcome back everyone to another video on Paranormal M. I hope you're doing well tonight. Before we start, please subscribe if you enjoy the channel, and if these stories help you relax or sleep, feel free to share them with a friend who might need them too. Tonight's first story begins with a punk band, a crowded venue, and a stranger who seems to show up every time they play the same song. What starts as something a little strange slowly becomes much harder to ignore. So make yourself comfortable, and let's begin now. I hope you sleep well tonight. You know, I never really thought I'd be telling a story like this, but here we are. It all started back when our band was still finding its feet, playing these small, dimly lit venues where the air's thick with sweat, stale beer, and anticipation. Our song Subway Maggot was always the wild heart of the set, brutal, fast, and intense, especially for our drummer Rich. We'd even built in a little break during the solo so he could catch his breath. One night, as Rich handed the sticks over to our guitarist Cam, I stood up, clapping with the crowd, feeling like I was conducting this wild, chaotic orchestra. That's when I saw him. A tall man, easily 6'5", standing right in the far back of the room. He wore this old, heavy raincoat that looked like it belonged to another time, and yet, oddly, he wasn't sweating at all. The basement was so hot that even the security guards were spraying people with water just to keep them from passing out. But not him. He just swayed gently with the music, an island of calm in a sea of leather and denim. I couldn't quite catch his face at first, but those eyes, big, white, and unblinking, were impossible to miss. It was unsettling, the way they seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. He didn't cheer or move much beyond that slow sway. It was weird, and it stuck with me long after we finished our encore of Waltz of the Apostate. Backstage, Lynn was setting up the merch table with Cam, while Rich and I collapsed with beers. I was scrolling through our crowd photos on the laptop when I showed Rich the image of that raincoat man. He really stood out, like a shadow with these glaring eyes. We joked about him being some kind of label scout, but honestly, it felt more like a bad omen. Before heading out on tour, we usually do a string of local shows, testing gear, tightening the sound. Our next gig was at Fausto's, a slightly bigger spot with a surprisingly good menu. I got there early, grabbed some lasagna and a soda, expecting a small crowd. But people kept pouring in until the place was packed. Lynn was practically bouncing as she arranged merch. The sound guy struggled a bit at the start, causing this nasty feedback loop that weirdly added to our punk vibe. When we hit Subway Maggot, I stood again during Cam's solo, and there he was, the raincoat man, just standing there at the back. His eyes caught the flicker of the strobe lights, unblinking, almost glowing. I lost my rhythm for a moment, and Rich had to cover. After the set, we tried rapping with Coca-Cola Cannibal, but it felt off. We decided to stick with Waltz of the Apostate as our closer. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling watching that figure just stand there, silent and unmoving. The next night, at Roland's, a spot a bit outside the city, we saw him again. Cam tried to approach him after the show, but the man slipped away through a side door, pushing past security like he belonged there. No one saw him come in. It was like he just appeared out of thin air. We laughed nervously about him being our unofficial mascot, but deep down, it freaked me out. Those eyes, that stare. It wasn't human. Our rehearsals were intense, but Cam and I both had day jobs, which sometimes rubbed Rich the wrong way. He wanted us to go all in, full throttle. Still, we needed our gear, and that meant keeping those jobs for now. Friday night found us back at Mary Diggs' basement, opening for a black metal band from out of town. The crowd was double what we were used to, and the local paper was there. We were on first, and I kept my eye out for the raincoat man. At first, no sign of him, but then during Subway Maggot, there he was, that immovable figure in the back. The spotlight caught the strange texture of his coat, which looked less like fabric and more like some thick, rubbery material. And his face. No mouth, just those two white orbs where his eyes should be. He barely looked human. I froze, my mind slipping into this awful place where I questioned what I was seeing. Was he even real? The moment stretched on until Cam's solo ended, and I had to shake myself back to reality. Rich was pissed. The man vanished before the headliner even took the stage, and Rich wasn't having it. "If you fuck this up, you're out," he snapped. "I don't care if it's Jesus himself standing in that crowd. You do your job." I tried explaining what I'd seen, but Rich wasn't having any of it. Cam gave me a sympathetic look and followed Rich down the hall. I stepped outside into the alley for a smoke, trying to calm down. The place was surrounded by tall brick walls, and even though I was alone, I felt eyes on me. Then I heard it, this fluttering sound, like blinds opening and closing over and over, mixed with a clicking noise that made the hairs on my neck stand up. I looked up, and there he was, perched on top of the wall, staring down at me. The streetlights caught the strange sheen of his coat, and I realized it wasn't a coat at all. It was this thick, rubbery shell. The hair I'd seen before twitched like mandibles, and tiny twig-like arms moved in jerky, insect-like motions. Then, with a sudden flick, the shell folded open and shut like the wings of some grotesque black fly, and a deep, humming vibration filled the air. The same tone as our loudspeakers. It pressed into my mind, burning through the noise. I screamed and ran, dropping my phone and cigarettes, slamming the door behind me. Something banged against it outside, scratching and skittering, but it didn't get in. I was shaking, tears streaming down my face, unable to catch my breath. No one heard me over the music. I tried to talk to the guys about it afterward, but the words wouldn't come. I kept thinking about that hum, imagining it calling him back, waiting for the right moment. Eventually, I stopped rehearsing. Even the hum of the speakers at home gave me panic attacks. I stopped listening to music altogether, terrified of what it might bring. The next show was outdoors downtown. I thought about bailing all day, but Rich needed a win after my screw-up. Still, my stomach churned. Cold sweats dripped down my back, and I was a wreck. I threw up right before we went on, lying to Rich that I was fine. We kicked off strong. Shades, Blackout Summer, Coca-Cola Cannibal, all solid. But when Subway Maggot rolled around, my heart hammered. I knew he'd be there. I stood, drumsticks raised, conducting the crowd, trying to focus. And there he was, in the back again. But this time, he was feeding. I saw dozens of tiny, twig-like arms clutching a young man, his head thrown back as those mandible-like appendages bit and tore at him. Blood dripped, flesh peeled away, and those terrified green eyes locked with mine. I dropped my sticks, shoved Cam aside, grabbed the mic from Rich and shouted, "Turn the lights up! It's killing him! Get the fucking lights on!" The crowd gasped, some screamed. When the spotlights hit, all that was left was a broken, bleeding kid lying in the grass, his screams echoing like a wounded animal. Above us, I heard that humming again, and the raincoat man, that nightmare, vanished like a cockroach scattering in the wind. Police and ambulance arrived swiftly. The victim kept screaming, and everyone was in shock. There were bits of hair and skin strewn across the grass. We were questioned endlessly, especially me. Describing that thing was impossible. I couldn't say what it really was. I told them I saw a man dressed in black with a knife, just to keep it simple. We skipped the rest of our shows that month. Touring helped, getting away from the city. But even months later, the hum of speakers would send chills through me. I'd imagine it lurking, waiting just outside the door. I stopped listening to music at home, terrified of the vibrations. Maybe I'm paranoid. But every time someone looks like that silhouette, or I hear a strange sound above me, I feel it, stalking me. I'm not crazy. Just last week, Cam told me he got a message from my old phone number, the one I dropped in that alley. The message was short, chilling. Play more Subway Maggot. And that's why, well, we no longer play Subway Maggot. Hey, I want to share something with you, and I hope you'll stick with me because it's not your everyday story. It's about me, my unusual hobby, and something that went, well, off the rails. My name's not Angel, but close. Call me Angelo. And yes, I collect rare organs. Sounds creepy? Maybe. But there's a method to the madness, and tonight, I want to tell you all about it. So, picture this. I'm at work, minding my own business, when the phone rings. It's Angel, no relation, just a nickname for the guy who connects me to the rarest finds. He's usually pretty chill and professional, but this time, he's calling me at work, which is a big no-no for me. I tell him, "You can't call me here, it's not professional." And he says, "Sorry, but I've got something special, something I've never seen before." Now that's a big deal coming from Angel, because he's been in this game for years. When he says, "never seen before," I know it's serious. I lean in. I'm listening. He tells me he has a new source with something amazing. I ask, "Is it green? Ethical?" He assures me, "Of course, that's what you pay me for. No risks." I nod, trusting him. You see, I'm a collector, but not a monster. Everything I get is above board. No grave robbing, no shady stuff. Only organs from people who've passed peacefully or willingly donated, but not marked for transplant. I want the rare, the unusual, but I want it clean. Angel says, "Honestly, I don't know what it is exactly, but I bet you'll love it. I'll bet my ponytail." That cracked me up, but also piqued my curiosity. Let me back up a little and explain my obsession. I've always been fascinated by the macabre. There's something empowering about keeping secrets, about knowing you hold pieces of life and death hidden away. My collection started small: milk teeth, tonsils, discarded umbilical cords. Then, a parasitic twin. These things others throw away became my treasures. Over 15 years, it grew. I have 2 whole rooms filled with shelves of organs, bones enough to piece together a human skeleton from bits of dozens of people. Hearts, brains, eyes, some healthy, some twisted, some scarred. The disfigured ones fascinate me the most. They tell stories. But always green, ethical, legal. Angel's my guy because he's well-connected, mainly on the East Coast, sometimes the Midwest. He's got some side hustles, but with me, he's straight. He verifies every piece. And when he called me that day, I was ready. Later, I get an email with 20 images attached. My heart races as I dim the lights, pour a glass of dry white wine, and spin my chair toward the screen. The pictures show an unknown patient, dead from blunt force trauma, maybe a traffic accident. No ID, no family claiming the body. But during the autopsy, Angel's contact found something odd. The images sent chills down my spine. I didn't know what I was looking at. It looked like an organ, but it was dark, almost black, wrapped in what looked like seaweed with tiny barbs holding it in place. Less than 6 hours out of the body, but it seemed almost fermented or smoke-damaged. It was beautiful in a strange, eerie way. The email said this was a second heart, a piggyback heart supposedly grown to help combat heart disease. Usually, these are surgically added, but this one was organic. No name, no precedent. The contact wanted to study it, but was willing to sell after preliminary scans. They warned me it'd cost but it was fresh, green as grass. I had to have it. This was a unique trophy, something to elevate my collection. I asked Angel for his price, no hesitation. Next day, Angel confirms he's hired a courier. Delivery within 36 hours. He sends me links to the accident, a guy in a raincoat hit by a truck. Nothing glamorous, but legit. I spend the day like a kid waiting for Christmas. Finally, I get home. Standing outside my door is a nervous young woman, maybe early 20s, tapping her foot anxiously. She hands me a cooler and bolts. No password, no confirmation. Usually, Angel's deliveries are slicker. It felt sketchy, but I shrugged it off. I bring the cooler inside and carefully open it. The organ is ice cold, vacuum sealed, wrapped in that distinctive icy blue plastic marked Hatchet Pharma. I put on gloves and prepare a preservative jar, my hands trembling despite all my experience. As I slice open the bag and reach in, a sharp sting pierces my fingertip. The barbs were real, sharp as needles. I pull the organ into the light. It's bigger than my fist, dark hazelnut brown with black veins, covered partially by dark green flaps. The barbs resemble keratin spikes. It looks like a human heart, but also like a strange, alien fruit, something like a dragon fruit. I gently place it into the jar, careful not to prick myself again though. My finger still throbs. I spend hours just staring at it in my lounge chair, bathed in the soft, teal glow of my collection room. The organ restless on a rotating platform, so I can admire it from every angle. I can't decide which side is front or back. It almost defies definition. Eventually, I fall asleep there, only waking briefly past midnight to turn off the lights and head to bed. I barely notice the ache in my finger. But that night, sleep evades me. I drift in and out, fevered and restless. Sweat soaks my sheets. My body feels alien. I wake numerous times, my balance shaky, skin sticky with sweat. The cold bathroom tiles become my solace when I collapse there, my cheek pressed against their chill. I crawl to the kitchen and call in sick, the first time in years. I slump against the island, blinking in and out of consciousness. Hours pass. I wake to find myself surrounded by a puddle of chemical-smelling fluid, my robe stained with mucus. I try to call for help but can't hold my phone. My attempts at face recognition fail. Even fingerprints won't work. Panic creeps in. What if I don't recover? My pulse pounds fiercely. My heart feels too strong, too wild. I manage to sip water, but can't keep it down. I fall repeatedly, bruising myself, lucky to avoid serious injury. Afternoon arrives, gray and rainy outside. I drag myself upright, wheezing, and gulp down orange juice. My head clears, but my chest feels strange. I finally notice my finger. The tip has swollen into a giant boil that's burst. I shower, stripping off clothes stained with bruises and mysterious circles. I look as awful as I feel. The rain intensifies outside, creating a rhythmic tapping. I focus on steadying myself, deciding to clean the kitchen mess later. I try to keep my world separate, the sickness and the collection. Then, a flicker at the window catches my eye. Shadows, shifting and dancing. At first, I don't believe my eyes, but they return, more defined. Outside, pale creatures the size of large dogs swarm my windows. Winged, six-fingered beasts with beady, insect-like eyes glinting in the dim light. They probe my window frames, searching for a way in. I stand frozen, heart racing, as one clings to the glass, staring without blinking. The terror is so intense I slam my head against the wall, trying to erase the nightmare. When I open my eyes, they vanish. But then, they flicker back, synced with my erratic heartbeat, appearing and disappearing like ghosts. I need help. My phone is dead. I splash cold water on my face and move toward my collection room, desperate for some anchor. There I find the organ is oozing blue liquid. The preservative has turned solid blue, the organ swollen and thrumming with life. Its barbs are now long, soft tendrils. Shockingly, other jars are swelling, preservatives cracking glass, blue fluid spilling. The organ moves, sometimes trying to break free, other times still. It mirrors the creatures outside, both present and not. My head pulses hot and cold, my legs give out. I stumble back to the living room. Suddenly, the silence shatters into a cacophony of scratching claws, wing beats, and screeches. The creatures slam against the windows in a maddening rhythm. It feels like two worlds are battling in my mind. Amid the chaos, a voice, soft, metallic, whispers, "Hello." I step into the hallway, heart hammering. Shadows flicker behind me. At the front door, a strange metallic noise. I turn the corner and there it is, a towering, dark creature, enormous enough to tilt its head to fit inside. Its impossibly long arms hold a simple paper bag dripping with blood. Then, it's gone. The door hangs loose, broken at the hinge. I'm breathless, terrified. Suddenly, the paper bag is pressed against my face. The creature looms over me. Outside, the winged beasts scream in frenzy. "Give him what he wants," a muffled voice pleads from inside the bag. "He just wants it back. Please, just give it back to him." I scramble backward, palms scraping the floor, desperate to escape. But the creature is fast, closing in, holding the bag out. "It's not yours to keep," the bag cries. "You have your own." Panic turns to resolve. I charge into my collection room, knocking over jars and trophies, mummified fetuses, teeth, bones. The jar with the strange organ is cracked, blue fluid pooling. I grab the organ, feeling the tickling tendrils on my arm, and step back. The creature turns the bag inside out, spilling something soft and bloody onto the floor. A human head, ponytail intact. It gasps, mouth opening and closing like a struggling fish. I drop the organ into the bag. Then, silence. I'm alone. The collection a shattered mess. Blue fluid stains the floor. I narrowly avoid broken glass. Outside, the rain taps gently on the window. Since that night, nothing like it has happened. The floor isn't crooked, the door fixed, no scratches or blood. And the organ? Gone. I can't reach Angel anymore. It's like the line's been cut. I suspect something happened to him, but I'm not ready to face that truth. The winged creatures still haunt the edges of my mind, searching, waiting. I was sick for days, looked terrible. I saw a doctor who found irregularities in my pulse and called for consultations. I'm waiting on results, and honestly, I'm scared. I know this story paints me as a creep, and I'm not here to ask for sympathy. But if you can see past that, just for a moment, and think of me as a human being, please, pray that the results come back normal. Because whatever that thing was, whatever that night was, I don't want to go back there again. Hey there, I want to share a story that's been on my mind for a long time now. It's about a place called the Old Grand Noir, a building with a shadowed past and some very strange rules. So settle in, because this isn't just any renovation tale, it's something much deeper. Alright, picture this. Jeanette, or Jeannie as I call her, and I stood at the entrance of this old building. Now, I wasn't feeling optimistic, poking a rotten plank with my foot, the damp wood giving way too easily. I said to her, "I don't think the loan will cover all this." The Grand Noir looked abandoned for good reason. But Jeannie, with that unshakable smile, leaned in and said, "We can stretch a bit. We've got some flex money." I wasn't convinced, and honestly, the chorus of frogs outside seemed to echo my doubts. As I nudged another plank, I spotted part of a broken sign lying on the floor. Large red letters on yellow paint, faded but still clear. No children. I laughed nervously. We putting that back up? Jeannie shook her head. Nah, some rules are meant to be broken. But that sign stuck with me. Over the next few months, it felt like we were just burning cash. But Jeannie was relentless. We built an extension for outdoor seating, rewired the kitchen, refurbished the guest rooms upstairs, and transformed the entry into a proper reception area. We painted the outside a deep charcoal gray and even set up guest Wi-Fi, passwords tied to booking numbers. The Grand Noir was shaping up nicely, and Jeannie was the heart behind it all. Still, I never got a straight answer about that "no children" sign. Locals whispered about the building's murky past. Some claimed it was a smuggler's den during Prohibition. Others said a brothel in the 40s. One old-timer swore it was a hideaway for a former president's mistress. But everyone agreed on one thing. The Grand Noir was never a place for kids. There was a lot of history packed into that old building. We stored most of it in the basement. Old books, journals, ledgers, calendars, even some worn furniture. We kept a massive Bible, left open in the master bedroom. It was enormous, every page nearly as long as my arm. We put it in a plexiglass case behind the reception desk. Jeannie threw herself into hiring staff and preparing for the grand opening. The area was desperate for jobs, and tourists had few options for lodging in this part of the bayou. Even before we opened, locals were curious. One afternoon, I saw the Jackson family walking past the trail behind the house. Mr. and Mrs. Jackson stopped by the dock to chat with August, a fisherman. Their son, Andrew, stood staring at the Grand Noir. From upstairs, I caught his gaze. He looked right at me, but not like a kid just glancing. No, it was intense, like he was trying to tell me something. He opened his mouth wide and screamed. His parents hurried over, scooped him up, and rushed him away down the path. If I'd paid more attention then, maybe we could have avoided a lot of trouble. There were more signs, literally. We found 6 "no children" signs scattered throughout the building. And the staring kids weren't just a one-off. Groups of children would stop by the building, eyes fixed on it, like it was calling to them. I once asked a 12-year-old girl named Hannah why they did that. She said, "It's strange. It's like it wants my help." Jeannie was too busy to entertain these eerie thoughts. "A house is just a building," she insisted, barely managing breakfast in the mornings. "There's no magic here." I wanted to believe her, but the place had a strange pull. We even hired a local painter for a mural in the bar. He depicted a little girl picking flowers, but the flowers were blue sunflowers. When I asked why, he said, "That's how they used to be. This land has history and rules." As we opened the restaurant and bar to the public, we still worked on the guest rooms upstairs. There were plumbing issues, but locals still came by. One night, Pops Jerry, an old fisherman who looked like he'd survived 100 storms, came into the bar. Over drinks, I mentioned the "no children" signs. His face grew serious. "I have heard about that," he said. "All these stories have one thing in common: no children. It's like the law of the land. The Grand Noir can thrive, but the children must stay away." That stuck with me. Whether it was a brothel or smuggler's hideout, the place was never meant for kids. Yet here we were, opening a bed and breakfast. The first family with a toddler had a rough time. Their little boy screamed and cried, refusing to step inside. Even carried in, he wailed for hours. They left before midnight, exhausted and shaken. Kids from the neighborhood kept stopping to stare. Andrew tried sneaking in through the kitchen once. When I caught him, he snapped out of some kind of trance, scared and confused, begging me not to tell his parents. They had forbidden him from coming near the Grand Noir. More guests came, fishermen, couples, a family obsessed with alligators. But strange things happened. Children waking up screaming, asking odd questions like, "What do the lights want?" Or, "Can you turn off the gargling?" One kid even called reception and just breathed into the phone. It was clear something was messing with their heads, but I couldn't pinpoint what. Then came August 5th. After a wild storm, the backyard was a mess. I was outside, barefoot in soggy shoes, chopping up a fallen tree with a chainsaw. It was so cold I could see my breath, which is unheard of in August. Suddenly, a crash shattered the silence, furniture tumbling, glass breaking. I looked up to see a figure sprawled on the broken plastic chairs below an open second-story window. It was a kid, a girl. She jumped. She was lucky, just a broken shoulder. No memory of why she jumped or how she managed it. Jeannie made sure the windows were locked tight after that, but it felt like patching a wound without treating the infection. I dove deeper into the building's history, poring over journals and ledgers from the late 1800s onward. But time was scarce, with more guests arriving and Jeannie working non-stop. One night, as I wrestled with an old ledger, Jeannie whispered, "What are you looking for?" "I don't know," I admitted. "Maybe something to explain all this." She smiled tiredly. "You think something stays here?" "Yeah, something lingers." Suddenly, a noise made me freeze. Something shifted near the wardrobe, then in the hallway. I got down on all fours and peeked under the bed. 6 glowing eyes stared back at me. The Jackson kid and 2 of his friends, mouths agape, unblinking. They let out a guttural sound, like clearing sand from their throats. That look. They weren't kids then. They were intruders, sinister and hollow. Jeannie called the police. They showed up with sirens wailing and flashing lights, spoke sternly with the parents, but we didn't press charges. Jeannie finally admitted there was something about the place we couldn't control. The incidents grew stranger. Kids running through the yard with lit torches, others with black, empty eyes screaming at windows. One morning, 4 kids stood in the driveway, grinning with hollow eyes. When I stepped outside, I saw broken glass scattered like a trap. They took off laughing when I spotted it. That could have seriously injured me. Paranoia crept in. Every creak, every shadow made my heart race. Despite the success of the Grand Noir, the presence of kids was a problem. Jeannie began telling families the rooms were booked, even when they weren't. Both of us felt it. There should be no children here. Then, while reading an old groundskeeper's journal, I found it. The phrase, "no children." The entry hinted at prostitution, mentioning the girls, a madam, and patrons. The madam's rule was clear. No children allowed, no children born at the Grand Noir. It hit me hard. We'd missed the full story. I hurried upstairs with the book, only to freeze. A dozen kids of all ages blocked the reception, armed with knives, hammers, even a shovel. They smiled sinisterly, their eyes dark and hollow. My skin tingled. I held my breath, counting my heartbeats. I tried to plan a path through them, but as soon as I moved, chaos erupted. They swarmed, weapons flashing. A knife nicked my shoe. A fork scratched my jeans. A fire poker slammed into my leg. I fell forward, pain burning through me, but I pushed up and hobbled upstairs. I locked myself in a room, called Jeannie, but the door was under attack. "Jeannie, you have to leave," I pleaded. "You can't be here." The door splintered open. Black-eyed children closed in, whispering, "He brought a child to the Grand Noir. The Grand Noir brings the children back. So lost, forgotten." Then a woman's voice, thick and dark, cut through. "Breaking the rules breaks the man." A slash across my shoulder sent me to my knees, screaming. The children raised their weapons, laughter ringing in my ears, until my phone rang. One ring, and they froze. 3 rings, and they scrambled away, dropping weapons as they fled. Jeannie called from town. She'd left as I told her. She was pregnant. With her gone, the vengeance ceased. The rules held. No children born at the Grand Noir. We decided to move on, hire a manager, and maybe return someday. For now, the Grand Noir waits. But here's the thing. I think our child was conceived there. And that thought, it haunts me. Even far from the bayou, I see that same twinkle in children's eyes. I wonder how far the rule stretches. Should I be worried? I don't know, but the Grand Noir story isn't over yet. Hey, I want to share something pretty personal and a bit strange that happened to me a few weeks back, after I had surgery. It's not your usual hospital story. It's more about what I experienced once I got home, trying to recover. So, I had this operation to fix an ongoing health issue, and after the hospital, I was pretty much confined to bed for the first week. I'd get up here and there, just enough to use the bathroom or grab a drink from the kitchen. My wife, Anna, and our son, Luke, were really wonderful, taking care of me during that time. But I asked if I could sleep alone. Normally, they all pile in bed with me to watch TV, which is our usual way of winding down. But this time, I needed quiet, minimal movement, and less disturbance. Plus, the pain meds they gave me made me drift in and out of sleep a lot, day and night. Let me tell you, I'm a bit of a wimp when it comes to pills. They tend to knock me out pretty hard. The hospital gave me Norco and 800 milligrams of ibuprofen. That Norco made me feel woozy and weird, so I stopped taking it as soon as I could and stuck to just the ibuprofen. Okay, here's where things get interesting. The surgery was about a week ago, and I was home that Saturday. Then, sometime around 3 a.m. on Sunday, I was lying in bed, half out of it, when I noticed some soft, glowing lights in my bedroom. You see, there are a few things that give off gentle light at night. A phone charger that glows a soft blue, a fan on my dresser with a blue light too, and a motion-activated nightlight in the bathroom connected to our master bedroom. So, I open my eyes and see the bathroom light flick on. At first, I think Anna must have gotten up to use the bathroom, maybe woke up from the next room. But then, as I'm watching the bathroom, I turn my head and see a little boy standing halfway out of my closet. He's holding his left arm across his chest, like he's trying to hide his face or maybe protect himself. I thought, that's Luke, our son. But it wasn't him. I looked back at the bathroom and the light turned off, and when I turned back to the closet, the boy had vanished. The next time I saw him was Tuesday morning. I can't tell you exactly what time. It was still dark outside, but just starting to lighten. I was lying on my left side, facing the closet again. And there he was. This time, he looked almost scared that I had seen him. And just like before, he disappeared right before my eyes. In his place was the usual, Anna's rack of purses, scarves, and all her little bits and bobs. Then, on Thursday around 2 a.m., I was trying to shift from lying on my left side to my back because my left side was starting to go numb after being in that position for so long. The room was dimly lit from those gentle blue lights, still mostly dark. And then, standing right at the foot of my bed, I saw an elderly woman. She was dressed in black with white hair. I reached out to turn on my bedside lamp, and just like that, she was gone. Friday night came, and I had gone to bed really early. I knew Anna and Luke were downstairs, watching TV. Friday nights are special for us because Luke gets to stay up late. They watch movies, play board games, or whatever he wants. Around 10:30 or 11 p.m., with the bedroom door closed, I could hear the muffled TV sounds from downstairs. That's when the boy appeared again, this time in the corner of the room near the bedroom door. He was wearing a dark tan baseball cap, and then, poof, he disappeared. I'm still not sure what to make of all this. Maybe it was the after effects of the painkillers, maybe just my imagination running wild, or maybe I had some unexpected visitors. But honestly, I never felt scared, just a bit shocked and curious. You know, this wasn't the first time I'd had something like this happen. About 8 years ago, I was in the hospital for a nasty infection and was heavily sedated. The day after, while lying in my hospital bed, I saw the ghost of my best friend's son. He was standing at the foot of my bed, holding a toothbrush and smiling like he was playing with it. It was strange and surreal, but somehow comforting. So, that's my story. These quiet, mysterious visits from a little boy and an elderly woman while I was recovering. I don't have all the answers, but these moments certainly made my recovery a little more interesting and unforgettable. You know, growing up in my parents' house in a small town near Orange, Virginia, I had quite a few strange experiences. The house itself was just a few miles away from an old Civil War battlefield, which might explain some of the weird things. But the thing that lived in my attic bedroom was something else entirely. Let me take you back to those days and share with you what it was like. My bedroom was actually the attic, quite a large space, maybe around 500 square feet, but oddly shaped. There was a stairwell that led down to the rest of the house, and if you stood at the top of the stairs, to your left was the main sleeping area, and to your right was this small, unsettling alcove. The attic was fully furnished, and along the slanted walls, there were these little attic doors. Those doors had their own creepy vibe, but I'll save that story for another time. Now, this alcove had a tiny window, about 3 feet tall and maybe 2 feet wide at most. To the right of the window was a little access door for the attic fan, and right underneath the window sat a bookshelf. To the left of the window was one of those small storage doors. Here's the weird part. That left side of the alcove was always just a bit darker. There was no logical reason for it, no blocked light or anything. But even when I had a black light glowfish tank shining nearby, that corner stayed dimmer, almost like it absorbed the light. It was the corner right in front of the door, and from my bed, which was on the left side of the room, I could see it clearly. It was about 20 to 30 feet away. Most nights, when I was trying to fall asleep, I would feel this heavy, weighty presence coming from that corner. It was like something was there, watching me. When I turned my back to it, the feeling became almost unbearable. I could feel its gaze on me, intense and unwavering. I never saw a figure in the shadows, not clearly anyway, but the sensation was enough to send shivers crawling down my spine and make the hairs on my arms stand on end. Oddly enough, it didn't scare me like you'd expect. More than anything, it was a strange kind of companionship. I think it might have liked me better than my older sister, who had the room before me. My sister used to share some stories about the attic too. She talked about things being moved around and strange feelings that made her uneasy. One memory of hers sticks out vividly. Just before she moved out, her best friend came to stay with us for a while. My sister had the room set up similarly to how I did, but from her bed, you couldn't see the alcove. On this particular day, her friend had stacked her suitcases right under the window in that alcove. The two of them were sitting there, chatting and writing a story together, when all of a sudden, bam! One of the suitcases, a big, full one, was suddenly hurled from underneath the window and slammed into the bed. Keep in mind, this was at least 20 or 30 feet away, not some small drop. It was like something had picked it up and thrown it with force. My sister told me later that there were other incidents she experienced, but my mom told her not to share those with me or my younger brother. My mom, she was always dismissive, either in denial or just not affected by whatever was going on. That presence stayed with me throughout the years until I finally moved out for good. I still remember the very first night I slept in that attic room. the night the feeling really took shape for me. I saw something, an apparition of sorts. It looked like a small red fox, and it appeared next to the closet door, which was on the other side of the stairs. This fox didn't just show up out of nowhere. It seemed to come from that dark corner I'd always felt watching me. I was probably around 13 or 14 at the time, and I ran straight downstairs to tell my parents what I had seen. They laughed it off at first, but when I suggested it might be something supernatural, they got a little offended. So, I told myself it was just my imagination and went back to bed. I never saw that fox again. Even when I was in college and came home during breaks, I could still feel that presence, especially at night after turning off the lights. One night, I was home alone, sitting downstairs with the door to my room closed, and all the pets gathered near me. Suddenly, I heard heavy footsteps coming from right above, where the alcove was. It was like something was pacing there. My sister had experiences like that too, but for her, it was more aggressive, more forceful. The last time I was at that house was when it was going into foreclosure because my mom couldn't keep up with the mortgage anymore. I went back to grab the rest of my things, just the essentials really. I was there with two good friends who were helping me pack up, and for the very first time, the presence was completely gone. It was as if it had vanished the moment no one was living in that room anymore. I haven't been back since then, but even now, I can still feel it sometimes. The weight of that gaze, the chill of being watched from that dark corner. It's like the attic left its mark on me, a quiet reminder that some places hold on to the past a little longer than we expect. Hey there, I want to share some stories with you, real moments that stuck with me, moments full of mystery and a bit of a shiver. So, settle in, and I'll take you through them like we're sitting together, chatting about those strange little things that linger in the back of your mind. First up, when I was about 6 or 7, I was on the school bus heading home. We stopped so my best mate, let's call her Ellie, could get off. She used a wheelchair, so the assistant was undoing the safety clamps to get her off. Now, right next to the bus was this old house, the one everyone whispered about, but no one really went near. It was the kind of place that made your skin crawl just looking at it. Burnt out, blackened, and grimy on the outside, with weeds so high you couldn't even see the path, and the gate hung almost off its hinges. Everyone said it had been abandoned for years. Suddenly, a loud noise shattered the quiet from that house. Out of nowhere, this dirty, wild-eyed man appeared, looking disheveled and completely deranged. He was yelling and ranting, holding something shiny in his hand. The bus had its back open because they were just about to put Ellie on the lift to get her to her front door. The man lunged for the bus, trying to get on via the lift, but the driver and assistant weren't having it. They quickly raised it and shut the doors. Frustrated, the man ran around the sides, banging loudly on the windows. We were all terrified, especially because the bus was full of young disabled kids like Ellie. We stayed locked inside, trembling, until someone, probably a neighbor, called the police. And here's the creepy part. When the police showed up, the man had vanished. Just like that, disappeared into thin air. They searched around the burnt house, talked to the driver and assistant, waited until Ellie was safely home, and then we drove off. We never found out who that man was, but I swear, I remember every detail like it happened yesterday. The fear, the noise, the way he just appeared and vanished. Now another one. This one's a bit softer, but just as mysterious. When I was about 5 or 6, my mom and I lived with my grand's family in their council house. My great-grandmother had lived there too, but she'd passed away 10 years before I was born. Mom and I shared a big back room that was both our sitting room and playroom. One night, I was lying in bed, staring at my toy cupboard. It didn't have a door, just this lovely sheet Mom had painted and nailed onto the frame to keep my toys tidy. Suddenly, I opened my eyes and saw a little old lady standing right in the doorway of that cupboard. Now, I wasn't scared, which is strange, right? She felt familiar, safe even. She wore slightly odd clothes, but she looked kind. Without moving her lips, she said clearly in my head, "It's okay, pet. I've just come to see how you are. Go back to sleep." I was only a kid, so I just said, "Okay," and drifted off. The next day, while playing in the garden with Mum, I told her about the dream. Mum, who was very close to her own grandmother, asked me to describe the lady. When I did, her face changed. It was like she recognized her. But she quickly changed the subject. Years later, when I was about 8 and my cousin Jimmy was living with us, Mum told me that the lady I described was actually our great-grandmother. Jimmy laughed and said he'd seen her too, in the same spot I had, but he saw her during the day and she just smiled at him without speaking. Mum pulled out this old family photo, and right there in the middle was the kind little old lady we both had seen. And just so you know, pet is a common term of endearment back where our family is from, up around Newcastle and Sunderland. Here's another one from when I was 14. Mum and I lived in a council flat in West London. It was a Saturday morning, about 2:30 a.m., and we were winding down after a night of watching TV. Mum turned it off and went to her room. I was lying on the sofa with my kitten, Katie, wide awake, getting ready to settle into my wheelchair for bed. Suddenly, the air felt thick, like static, but there was no sound, just a deep silence. Katie had wandered off to the hall, so I was alone in the living room. I glanced at the television and saw it glowing with this beautiful white light. Right in the center was the face of an ancient old woman. Her face was lined with age, her long hair straight and flowing, and her eyes so full of kindness and wisdom, it felt like she could see right into my soul. I was bathed in this calm, tranquil feeling I'd never known before. I called out to Mum twice, but she didn't come. Then, as suddenly as she appeared, the figure faded away. The light dimmed, static returned, and the screen went black again. Mum came out a few moments later, unaware of what had just happened, until I told her. She's usually skeptical about things like this, but comes from a family of healers, so she's seen her share of the unexplained. I never felt scared by the vision, just curious and peaceful. Sometimes I wish she'd come back. Now, here's a story about my husband. He had a strange encounter one summer morning around 5 a.m. He was walking to catch the bus to work, the sky already bright. He was lost in thought, planning his day and revealing the groceries I asked him to get. Suddenly, from behind a garden wall, he heard rustling leaves. He thought it might be a squirrel, so he looked up. What he saw made him question his own eyes. This small, sleek black creature was moving quickly on 4 skinny legs, like a monkey, but with a long, rat-like tail. Its head looked round, with pointed ears on either side. He couldn't see its face clearly because it moved so fast, but as it hit the ground, it scurried away. He swore he saw a wing pinned to its side when it briefly took to the air. My husband is a practical, no-nonsense guy, a bit skeptical about the paranormal, but not dismissive. He hesitated to tell me, worried I'd think he was joking. When we talked it through, we agreed it couldn't have been a bat. It had 4 legs and a rat's tail. We walk that route all the time, before and since, and we've never seen anything like it. Both London natives, we have no idea what that creature could have been. Lastly, there's the story of the old waterhouse over the heath. This ancient, crumbling building managed the estate's water system. It was made of brick, with a black slate roof and iron doors, though by the time I knew it, the doors were long gone, and the windows smashed from years of rocks thrown by local kids. My mom and her siblings told stories of how spooky it was to play near. One hot summer day during the school holidays, the older boys in the family, responsible lads aged 16 to 18, decided to take the younger cousins blackberry picking to keep us quiet. There were 5 of us younger kids, all excited because picking blackberries was a family favorite, especially since our grand's pies were the best. Her house backed onto the heath, and there was a fence with a gap at the end. One cousin helped lift me and my wheelchair over the fence while the others dashed through. As we walked, the older boys told scary stories. They were masters at it, half to scare us, half because we begged them. When we reached the water house, everyone fell silent. No one dared speak near it. It just gave off an eerie vibe. There was a second fence before the blackberry field, and as we squeezed through, the old tale about the water house surfaced in our minds. Back in the 1960s, a gang of ruthless bank robbers from the area botched a job, resulting in one young trainee clerk's death and serious injuries to others. One gang member was killed and another wounded. The rest fled and reportedly hid out in the water house. Months later, their bodies were found decomposing inside. After that, strange things began near the water house. Hairy figures glimpsed among the pipes, a foul, moldy smell, eerie wails and whispers day and night. In the late 70s, a series of mysterious deaths among homeless people sheltering nearby added to the fear. No one connected the deaths directly, but locals steered clear, leaving the water house abandoned and decaying. When we were through the fence and away from it, the younger kids dared to glance back, but the older boys quickly gathered us and set off to the blackberry field. We spent a joyful afternoon eating berries and splashing in the river. On our way back, the mood was lighter but still cautious. When we reached the fence by the water house again, the air felt heavy and charged, like before a storm. One of the older boys, let's call him Adam, got me out of my wheelchair, and his brother Ben lifted it over the fence. Suddenly, Adam whispered that something moved behind the water house. Ben was skeptical at first, but Adam was serious. Adam moved ahead to investigate, but moments later, he let out a terrified shriek. The boys rushed back, telling us to run. Ben folded my wheelchair as we all sprinted, with Adam grabbing hands to keep us together. He kept shouting, "Don't look back!" Of course, I glanced once and saw nothing, but our hearts pounded. We didn't stop until we reached the fence leading back to the road, where civilization returned and we felt safe again. Exhausted, Ben asked Adam what he'd seen. "Yellow eyes, a hairy face," Adam stammered. The younger kids panicked, screaming, but the eldest boy, Harry, calmed us down, assuring us we were safe and it'd be all right. Still, we all wanted to get as far away from the water house as possible. When we got home, we looked shaken. Mom and my aunt noticed and asked what was wrong. Harry said we'd been scared by an old drunk man looking for golf balls in the bushes, a common sight on the heath. Mom and aunt gave us pep talks and hugs, but we never told them the truth about the yellow eyes and hairy face. After that, we steered clear of the water house for a long time. So, those are some stories from my life's quiet corners and shadowy edges, moments that still echo in my mind, sometimes with a chill, sometimes with a strange warmth. Thanks for listening. You know, a few years back, after I finished college, I moved back in with my mom. She lived in this medium-sized town, not too far from Birmingham, England, probably about an hour or two away. It was one of those places that felt just cozy enough, but had its quirks. And soon after I got back, Mom and her boyfriend decided to buy a house together. They finally settled on this big, modern place on the other side of town, in one of the nicer neighborhoods. It was the kind of house that looked perfect on paper, with plenty of room for all of us, me and my 2 brothers, and even a partial attic conversion that they planned to use as a bedroom for her boyfriend's son when he came to visit on the weekends. The house was impressive, really. There was a huge kitchen, a conservatory so big that we practically used it as a second living room. And, honestly, it became the go-to spot for parties. Plus, there were 3 bathrooms, one downstairs next to the kitchen, one upstairs, and then an ensuite connected to the master bedroom that Mom and her boyfriend shared. That ensuite was tucked away down a short corridor behind the stairs. It was all very spacious and modern, but from the moment we moved in, something about the house didn't sit right with me. Maybe it was the way it faced or the design. It felt dim inside most of the time, like the light just didn't quite reach everywhere. And then there was Mom's boyfriend, who was notoriously tight with money. He refused to turn the heating on unless absolutely necessary, so the place always had this cold, almost chilly atmosphere, especially in the evenings. But hey, it was big, and there was plenty of space for all of us, so we settled in and started unpacking. Now, my room was connected directly to the attic by this staircase. The staircase actually descended right into my room, with a banister but no wall separating it from where I slept. At the top, there was no door to the attic either, just a curtain that we hung up for privacy when Mom's boyfriend's son stayed over. And let me tell you, I would often wake up in the middle of the night to strange sounds coming from up there. Bumping, scraping, even footsteps. It was a modern house, and the previous owners had only lived there briefly, so I tried to convince myself it was just birds or the house settling. But it still made me uneasy. About 2 weeks after moving in, I woke up one night with that desperate need to pee. You know how it is when you've had a few beers and your bladder just screams at you. I got up, bleary-eyed, and opened my door, which faced the staircase down to the ground floor. Instantly, I got this thick sense of dread. The house was dark, sure, but halfway down the stairs, the darkness was different. Almost like it was alive, heavier, thicker. Like if you reached out your hand, it would push back against you, almost like trying to move through treacle. It was suffocating. I hurried to the toilet on the second floor, did what I had to do, and went straight back to bed. But I couldn't stop watching my bedroom door for a long while before sleep finally came. This happened regularly, not every night, but often enough. And soon it became clear that everyone else was reluctant to use the downstairs toilet in the dark. If the second floor bathroom was busy, family members would just wait for whoever was in there to finish, even though logically it would have been faster to just go downstairs. Years later, when we talked about the house over wine, we all agreed that the darkness on the stairs was just too dark. It had this expectant, almost predatory feeling to it. Nothing ever happened there, but none of us had the guts to walk through that patch of darkness in the middle of the night. So, let's talk about the attic then. I should probably introduce you to Mom's boyfriend's son. He was the same age as my brother Glenn, around 17, but mentally, he was more like my youngest brother Anthony, who was 15. Odd doesn't even begin to cover it. He was downright sociopathic. He took pleasure in pushing people's buttons, just to see them squirm. He tormented our 2 cats relentlessly. Honestly, I've always said if I ever heard he was arrested for murder, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. When he stayed over, he'd bunk in that attic room above mine, and I'd hear him pacing around at the oddest hours, making strange noises, like crashing books together or banging things around. I think he did it to wake me up or just creep me out. It was his twisted little game. At one point, he brought home this massive 2-handed wood-chopping axe for no clear reason and kept it in the attic. He even swung it close to the head of one of Glenn's friends, stopping just inches away, saying he thought it'd be funny. That's the kind of person we were dealing with. Even when he wasn't there, I'd sometimes hear noises from the attic. I took a job at a pub and club nearby, often working until 3 a.m., and on those nights, instead of waking everyone, I'd crash on one of the oversized sofas in the conservatory. I found myself sleeping there more and more because I didn't want to get woken up during the night or deal with the oddities coming from the attic or face that oppressive darkness on the stairs. Eventually, I got offered a full-time job in the next town over and moved out. Things didn't get better after I left. Mum's boyfriend became more controlling and started drinking heavily, a bottle of vodka every night, passing out on the couch. He wouldn't tolerate anyone saying a bad word about his increasingly unstable son. The son's behavior got worse too, more erratic, more unpredictable. Eventually, Mom and her boyfriend broke up, and she and my brothers moved out. But not without a final, chilling incident. One night, out of the blue, Mum called me. She sounded rattled, like she'd seen a ghost. She asked if I was free to come have a drink with her. It was late, but something in her voice told me she really needed company. She told me that she and her boyfriend had basically split up. He was drinking heavily, and the atmosphere was tense. Luckily, his stinginess meant he could pay her half of the house money outright, and she was just waiting on the keys to her new place. That night, she'd been getting ready to go out and see her sisters. She was just stepping out of the shower in the ensuite bathroom, the one connected to their master bedroom, remember? When she opened the door back into the bedroom, suddenly, she felt and heard something rush at her, coming full tilt from the bedroom toward her. Instinctively, she slammed the door shut, but then she heard this loud bang as whatever it was hit the door hard. Mum yelled out, and her boyfriend, already drunk, rushed upstairs thinking she'd fallen. But when they checked, nothing was there. No marks on the door, no sign of anything. But Mum knew what she'd felt. Something had charged at her and thrown itself against that door with full force. They moved out just a few days later. But even now, I can't help but wonder what it's like for that poor guy and his twisted son, all alone in that big, cold, dim house up at the top of the hill, with the noises from the attic, the stairs that are just a shade too dark, and whatever else might be lurking in those shadows. It's a place where the darkness feels alive, waiting, and you just never know what might be watching you from the other side. So this happened really early this morning, and honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of it. I live with my grandmother, and we've got 2 dogs in the house, so it's usually pretty quiet at night, but not completely silent. You know, there's always some little sound somewhere. Around 3:50 in the morning, I had one of those sleep paralysis episodes. Mine don't usually happen the way people describe them, where they wake up and can't move. For me, it always feels like I'm inside a dream, but the dream is almost too real. In this one, I was lying on my right side, facing the wall. I could feel someone holding onto my left arm, but I couldn't turn enough to see who it was. I couldn't speak either. It had that heavy, suffocating feeling, like words are stuck somewhere deep in your chest and you're fighting to pull them out. Usually, when this happens, I try to say a verse or call on the name of Jesus, and that helps me wake up. But this time, I felt this strong sense that my dad was nearby, so I kept trying to call out for him. I couldn't get anything out. After struggling for what felt like half a minute, I finally managed to say, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." The second I said it, I sat straight up in the dream and looked at whoever was holding my arm. It was my sister. She was kneeling beside my bed, gripping my arm, and she looked terrified. Right after I said the verse, she said, "He's here. He's here." Not screaming, not dramatic, just scared. I jumped out of bed in the dream and went to open my bedroom door, and the moment I pulled it open, I woke up. The strange part is that I woke up in the exact same position from the dream, lying on my right side facing the wall. But I clearly remember falling asleep on my back. I turned on the light right away and put on an audio Bible. I let it play for maybe 40 minutes because I just needed the room to feel normal again. A little later, I texted my sister and told her I'd had a dream about her. I asked if she was okay. This was around 4:40 in the morning, so I wasn't expecting a reply right away. After a while, I calmed down a little. I turned the audio off and started scrolling on my phone, just trying to distract myself. Then I heard a voice. It sounded like my sister right beside the left side of my bed, in the same spot where she'd been kneeling in the dream. It said, "Hey," just barely louder than a whisper. I froze for a second, but I tried to brush it off. I've had strange things happen before, and unless something is really obvious, I usually don't let myself spiral over it. But maybe 15 seconds later, I heard it again. Same voice, same side of the bed, same quiet volume. This time, it said my name clearly, right into my left ear. That was enough for me. I got up, turned the Bible audio back on, and went to wake my grandmother. I told her what happened, and we sat there talking for a while. Then, when she went out into the private backyard for her morning cigarette, she asked me something that made my stomach drop. She wanted to know if I'd been putting my hand on the back door glass to open it. I told her no. She pointed to a handprint on the outside of the glass. I put my hand up next to it, and it was too big to be mine. It was also on the outside of a pull-open door, like someone had pressed their hand against it from the yard. My grandmother said she cleans that glass every couple of days because she thought I was the one leaving the prints. But it wasn't me, and it wasn't her. So now I'm sitting here, replaying the dream, the voice, and that handprint, and I genuinely don't know what to think. I've been reading stories like this for a long time, kind of sitting quietly in the background, taking everything in. And I guess I finally feel ready to talk about something that happened to me when I was younger. I'm still not completely sure what to call it. Night terrors, a haunting, some kind of childhood fear that got out of control, or something else entirely. I honestly don't know, but it stayed with me, and even now, years later, there are parts of it I can still picture with uncomfortable clarity. When I was in elementary school, I became terrified of going to sleep. I don't remember the exact day it started. I don't remember what triggered it. But one of my earliest memories from that time is sitting on my bed beside my mom, crying and begging her not to make me close my eyes. I knew that once I fell asleep, the nightmare would come back. And it was always the same thing. In the dream, I would be running from something. I never knew where I was exactly. Sometimes it felt like a hallway, sometimes a dark open space, sometimes a place that didn't make sense at all. But the feeling was always the same. I was being chased. The thing behind me looked like a black, torn-up cloak, almost like strips of old fabric floating together in the shape of a hooded figure. It didn't have a face that I could see, but it felt aware. It felt hateful, like there was something underneath all that darkness, something I was never supposed to look at directly. It never caught me at first. I would always wake up right before it reached me, but waking up didn't feel like escaping. Every time I opened my eyes, my room felt wrong, heavy, cold, watched. I would be shaking under the blanket, heart pounding so hard it felt like it was trying to break out of my chest. I remember pulling the covers over my head and crying quietly until I was too exhausted to stay awake. Looking back, I should mention that I was taking strong ADHD medication at the time, so it's possible that played a part in how intense everything felt. Maybe it affected my sleep or my emotions. I can admit that. But even knowing that now, it doesn't fully explain everything that happened. One night, after another nightmare, I woke up and looked toward my bedroom door. There was a figure standing near the wall, close to the light switch. For a second, I thought it was my mom. It looked enough like her that my brain tried to make that connection, but then I realized it wasn't right. It was too still, too pale, almost glowing, but faintly transparent, like a person made out of dim light. It didn't move. It didn't speak. It just stood there and stared at me. I hid under the blanket again, and somehow, eventually, I fell back asleep. After that, my mom decided we needed help. She took me to our neighbor, a woman named Mrs. Marin, who lived in the same building. She was very spiritual and worked as a hypnotherapist, though I think she had other practices too. I was young, so I didn't fully understand what she did. I only knew that my mom trusted her. I told Mrs. Marin about the dreams. I told her about the black figure, about running, about waking up and feeling like something was still in the room with me. She listened very carefully. She didn't laugh. She didn't tell me I was being silly, and honestly, that alone meant a lot. Then she gave me advice I still remember. She told me that the next time I became aware I was dreaming, I should imagine a bright ball of light in my hands. She said I should picture it protecting me, keeping the thing away, making it afraid of me for once. And because the nightmares were often lucid, I actually got the chance to try it. The next time I found myself running from the thing, I remembered what she said. I imagined the light in my hands. For 1 second, it worked. I saw it there, warm and bright. Then the thing reached into it somehow. The light changed. It darkened, almost like ink spreading through water. It was corrupted right in front of me, and then it was gone. After that, the nightmares seemed to get worse. Then came the night my mom still talks about. I don't remember the whole thing myself. What I know comes from her, because I've asked her about it many times over the years, half wanting her to say I imagined it, but she never does. According to her, I woke her up in the middle of the night screaming for her. I was crying and yelling, "Mom, please come here. There's a man sitting on my dresser." She ran into my room and turned on the light. She didn't see a man, but she said the room was freezing. Not just a little chilly, freezing. And the rest of the apartment wasn't like that. No windows were open. Nothing explained it. She checked. She got me out of the room immediately and went to wake Mrs. Marin. When Mrs. Marin came in, she stood there for a moment and told my mom she could feel it too. Whatever I had been sensing, she believed something was there. She opened the windows. She cleansed the room. She spoke calmly, asking whatever was there to leave the house. My mom told me later that Mrs. Marin also said the furniture placement in my room might have been blocking or trapping certain energy, especially around where my bed and dresser were positioned. So the next day, we rearranged everything. My bed moved to a different wall. The dresser was shifted away from the corner. The whole room felt different afterward, lighter somehow, though maybe that was just because I wanted it to. Mrs. Marin also drew some kind of protective marking around the apartment. I don't know exactly what it was, and I don't want to pretend I understand it better than I do. I only know what my mom told me. But after that night, the nightmares stopped. At least the ones with that entity did. For years afterward, until I was around 16, I still saw strange things in that apartment from time to time. Small things. Shadows where they shouldn't be. Movement out of the corner of my eye. A few moments that made my stomach drop. But never again in my room. And never again that thing. I still don't really know what to do with this story. I've gone over it so many times in my head, and even now, I can't fully explain what happened. On May 2nd, a close friend of mine passed away. We had known each other for a little over 3 years. She died by suicide, sometime around 3 in the morning. That same night, I was working the overnight shift at an animal emergency clinic. It was quiet in that strange way night shifts can be quiet. where everything feels a little too still. Around 3 a.m., out of nowhere, I started thinking about her. Not casually, not like a passing thought. It felt stronger than that, almost like my mind had been pulled toward her. There was no reason for it that I could understand. I just suddenly felt this deep need to think about her. I took my short break, maybe 10 minutes, and went into an empty room. I shut the door behind me and tried to shake off the feeling. I started dancing a little, just something silly to pass the time and keep myself awake. And then, I had this image in my mind that felt incredibly clear. I pictured myself opening the frosted sliding door that led into the call center. When the door opened, my friend was standing there. She looked sad, but gentle. She looked right at me and said, "I'm sorry." In the image, I smiled because I was so happy to see her. I asked her, "Why are you sorry?" Then it shifted. Suddenly, I imagined the two of us dancing together, almost like we were inside some dreamy little music video, dancing to a song I loved. For a moment, it felt peaceful. Then the whole thing faded, and I went back to work. I remember thinking, very clearly, that I should call her later in the morning. I had this feeling that I needed to check on her. The only reason I didn't call right then was because it was 3 a.m., and I assumed she was asleep. About 3 hours later, the phone rang at work, and I answered it. It was her mother. She told me, "My daughter is gone. She's dead." I asked for her daughter's name, even though I think some part of me already knew. I was hoping I was wrong. I was hoping it was someone else, which is an awful thing to admit. But in that moment, I was just desperate for it not to be her. Then her mother said, "My friend's name." What makes it harder to understand is that I wasn't even supposed to still be there. My shift should have been over, but the person coming in after me had called out, so I stayed late until someone else could cover. If everything had gone the way it was supposed to, I wouldn't have been the one to answer that call. I was the first person at the clinic to know. I had to tell my supervisor, and then my manager. Ever since then, I've wondered about what happened around 3 a.m. I know grief is complicated. I know coincidence can feel meaningful, especially when you lose someone. I know the mind can reach for patterns when it's trying to survive something painful, but I've never been able to fully shake the feeling that something about that night was different. And then, something else happened tonight. I was sitting at the front desk, talking with a coworker about my friend. I was telling her this same story, the part about the vivid image I had during my break. I told her how I imagined opening that sliding door to the call center and seeing my friend standing there, looking sad, saying, "I'm sorry." And right as I said that part, the light in the call center behind us suddenly turned on. I know lights can turn on for normal reasons. I'm not saying I know what it was. I'm not saying it was supernatural, but the timing was so strange that it gave me chills. I still don't know what to believe. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe it was my mind trying to process a loss before I even knew it had happened. Or maybe there are moments in life that don't fit neatly into any explanation. I guess what I'm wondering is whether anyone else has experienced something like this after losing someone. Did you see it as grief? Coincidence? A sign? Or just one of those things you carry with you, because there's no easy place to put it? I still think about that house sometimes. This was back in the spring of 2006, not long after I'd moved out of a place I'd been sharing with my ex, Mara. Things between us weren't terrible, but living together after the relationship had ended was awkward in that quiet, everyday sort of way. So when I found a room in an old house with a couple of friends, I jumped at the chance. But before I even got out of that old place, something strange had already been happening. There was a long pull chain in my closet, the kind you use to turn the light on and off. Every morning, I'd pull it to shut the light off before work. And then, when I came home, that same chain would somehow be tucked up on the top shelf, 6 or 7 feet off the ground. I asked Mara once if she'd been going into my room for any reason, and she just laughed, like I was being paranoid. The building was old, from around 1908, I think, and she joked that maybe it was haunted. At the time, I didn't know what to believe. The night I moved into the new place, I did it alone. It was around 3 in the morning, and I was driving this battered old mustard yellow pickup with a driver's door I had to hold shut whenever I turned right. I remember being exhausted, but happy. Really happy. I felt like I was finally getting my life back. The house I moved into looked old, though I didn't know then that it had been built in the 1890s. It had 3 floors, but it had been split into 2 units, and the attic was sealed off. There was a formal front entrance with this beautiful wooden staircase that looked like nobody ever used it. Around back, there was a small deck with 2 screen doors. One led into our kitchen, the other opened into the back stairwell. That night was completely still. No wind at all. I remember the seed pods on the tree beside the deck hanging straight down, not moving an inch. I propped open the kitchen door and the screen door, and I didn't even turn the lights on because the street lights gave me enough to see. I carried in a few boxes, stacked them on the counter and stove, and then, on maybe my 4th trip, I stopped cold. The pull chain for the kitchen light was swinging by itself. Not just a little. It was swinging wide, back and forth, in this smooth, perfect rhythm, east to west, like a metronome. Like something invisible had given it a push and was keeping it going. I stood there, holding a box, just watching it. There was no breeze, nothing near it. And if air pressure from the door had caused it, the chain should have moved toward the doorway, not sideways across the room. I looked at the window. I wondered if a bat had flown in and out. Then I wondered if the upstairs neighbors were somehow playing a prank on me. I said hello into the dark house. No answer. After maybe half a minute, I stepped forward, reached up, and gently caught the chain in my hand. Then I let go. This time, it behaved like a normal chain. It swung in smaller and smaller arcs until it almost stopped. I remember saying out loud, "I'm going to live here, and I don't want any trouble." Then I finished moving in. That first night, I laid my mattress on the floor in one of the bedrooms. The house was dark and creaky, and as I tried to sleep, I heard clicking and tapping above me. Click, tap, click. It seemed to move around in a triangle over the room. Maybe it was pipes. Maybe it was the bones of the house settling. I honestly don't know. But then, just as I was drifting off, I saw something in my mind so clearly that it felt different from a normal thought. It looked like an old, yellowed photograph, the kind from the early 1900s with torn edges. In it, there was a little boy standing in the kitchen doorway, wearing overalls and holding a small toy. It was a wooden duck on wheels, with little rubber feet attached so it would waddle when pulled along. The boy held a plain white cord tied to it. Only later did I realize how much that cord reminded me of the pull chain in the kitchen. As I tried to focus on the image, dark spots began spreading across the photo. It aged right in front of me, rotting away into this sickly green glow. It was like watching a memory spoil. I told myself it was just a strange half-dream and tried to sleep. When my roommates moved in, I told them what had happened. One of them didn't want to talk about it at all because she'd grown up in a house where she heard disembodied screams as a child. My other roommate, Hallie, was more open to it. Hallie and I used to stay up late working on comics, sitting back to back at our desks in the living room while listening to late-night radio. Most nights, we joked around and had a good time. The house, honestly, could feel warm and friendly. We had 3 cats between us, and they'd chase things across the wooden floors that none of us could see. Sometimes they'd just sit there, heads moving together, watching something bob through the air. The only real complaint we had was the noise from upstairs. Around 1:45 in the morning, we'd hear heavy dragging sounds above us. It sounded like someone moving oak furniture or sliding a pool table across the floor. Sometimes we heard men's voices on the back stairs, footsteps, shuffling, rumbling. We joked that the upstairs neighbors had built a midnight bowling alley. One night, I decided I was going to catch these loud visitors in the act. I went to the kitchen door that led to the back stairwell and looked through the old keyhole. I could hear people climbing the stairs. I could hear voices, but I saw no one. No shadows, no bodies, nothing crossing the stairs. I told myself the sound must have bounced strangely, or that I'd missed them somehow. Then came the airfish. Hallie and I were working late in the living room one night when I kept noticing something out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a little dust ball of energy with a tail or jet coming off the back of it. But whenever I tried to look directly at it, it disappeared. Finally, I said, "I keep seeing something moving out of the corner of my eye." And Hallie immediately said, "I thought I was the only one." That stopped me. We started describing what we'd seen, and our descriptions matched. Not vaguely either. We both saw these small shapes, maybe 2 inches across, like a child's drawing of a meteor. A fuzzy ball in front, with a thin triangular tail behind it. They didn't look solid. They looked almost electric, like dust and light had briefly decided to become a creature. We started calling them airfish, because that's how they moved. They seemed to swim through the room. After that, we wondered if those were the things the cats had been watching and chasing. Our third roommate never saw them, but she slept at night while Hallie and I were usually awake, working. For a while, that was just life in the house. Strange, yes, but not unbearable. In some odd way, we got used to it. Then, about a year later, when we were all moving out, we finally spoke with the 2 women who lived upstairs. We barely ever saw them, but we brought up the late-night noise. We asked what they'd been doing all those nights, dragging furniture around and having people over at 1 in the morning. They looked at each other, then back at us, and one of them said, "We were wondering the same thing about you." That's when everything shifted. The whole time we thought they were making noise above us, they thought we were making noise below them. When we thought their visitors were coming up the back stairs, they thought we were the loud ones. We asked if they ever used the back stairs. They said no. They always came in through the front. The beautiful front staircase that we thought was barely used was actually their entrance. The back stairs, the ones where we heard men's voices and footsteps, were apparently not being used by anyone. They invited us upstairs and showed us their furniture. It was lightweight, modern stuff. Nothing that could have made the heavy, dragging, rolling sounds we'd heard. They also told us their small dog would hide in their room whenever the noises started. Then they asked if we ever went up to the attic. We said no and asked why. They showed us the sealed attic door and told us they'd heard footsteps up there. Sometimes, they said, they heard what sounded like a young girl's voice. They had been too scared to check. Later, we asked the landlord if he knew anything about the house, or if anyone had ever complained about it being haunted. He said no. Then he paused and added, "But I wouldn't be surprised." He told us the house had originally been built as a boarding house in the 1890s. The one detail he remembered was that the men who lived there had a curfew of 1 in the morning. That hit me hard, because the sounds we heard, the voices, the footsteps on the back stairs, the dragging and rumbling, usually happened just before 1. It made me wonder what we had really been hearing all those nights. There was one other thing. In the basement, we found a small opening in the wall. One day, because curiosity is apparently stronger than good judgment, I crawled inside with a flashlight. Back there, I found a small rectangular patch of earth that looked like it had been dug out. It was about the size of a child's casket. There was nothing there, but I never forgot it. Even with all of that, I don't remember the house with fear. Not exactly. I remember it with a strange kind of fondness. It was unsettling, but it was also where we made art, laughed late at night, lived with our animals, and slowly realized that maybe we were sharing the space with memories that had never fully left. Years later, I still wonder about those little swimming shapes in the air. Were they ghosts? Were they something else entirely? Some kind of energy? Why did they look like glowing dust balls with tails? And why did those two pole chain incidents happen so close together? One in my old place, and one the very first night in the new house. I don't know if I'll ever get answers, but I know what I saw, and I know I wasn't the only one who saw it. I grew up in a house that never really felt like it belonged only to us. From the time I was about 5 until I was 13, there was something in that house. I don't know what else to call it except a poltergeist, because that's the closest word I have. Things would fall off walls for no reason. Cupboard doors would be found wide open. Whole rooms would feel like someone had gone through them and moved everything just slightly wrong. And then there was the figure. I never saw a ghost in the way people usually describe ghosts. No white shape, no transparent person standing at the foot of the bed. It was more like a presence that had weight to it. Sometimes it would stand in my bedroom doorway at night, just watching me. I could hear it breathing, slow and heavy. I knew it wasn't human. I just didn't know what it was. But that is not actually the part I'm trying to explain. That is just the part you need to know before I tell you what happened. One night, I had a friend sleeping over. I'll call her Ellie. My older sister and I had bunk beds back then. She slept on the top bunk, I slept on the bottom, and Ellie was on a thin mattress in a sleeping bag on the floor beside me. The room was tiny. There was barely enough space to walk between the bed and the wall, and the only window was near the foot of the bunks. Sometime during the night, I woke up. The entire room was green. Not a soft green, not moonlight through curtains or a street lamp catching the glass in a strange way. It was bright, thick, glowing green, almost too saturated to be real. It seemed to be coming from the window, pouring in and filling every corner of the room. And there was this vibration. I could hear it and feel it at the same time, like a low buzzing inside the air. The room felt charged, almost electric, like the space around us had become heavy. Then I realized I couldn't move, not even a finger. I was sweating. I remember that clearly. I was terrified, but what scared me most wasn't even the light. It was being trapped in my own body, awake and aware, unable to do anything. That is the last thing I remember. The next morning, we were all sitting around the kitchen table eating cereal. I still didn't understand what had happened, so I asked as casually as I could, "Did either of you see that green light last night?" My sister dropped her spoon straight into her bowl. Milk splashed everywhere. Ellie went quiet and looked at me like I had just said something I should never have said. Then she told me not to talk about it, because it had scared her too much. So it wasn't just me. All three of us experienced something that night. Years later, when Ellie and I were both in our early 20s, I ran into her at a hair salon. We hadn't seen each other in ages. At one point, I asked her if she remembered that night in my old bedroom. Her whole face changed. She said, "Please don't. I don't want to think about that." And that was it. She would not talk about it. I still don't know what happened. Maybe it was connected to whatever was already in that house. Maybe it was something completely different. I know how strange this sounds, but I have wondered about everything from spirits to something not even from here. I also had night terrors for years, so I know the mind can do frightening things. But this felt different because other people remembered it too. During those night terrors, I used to see a metallic figure. It was dark, almost pewter-colored, but with a bluish shine to it. It looked like parts of it might have been armor. I would wake up still seeing it and scramble out of bed trying to get away. Sometimes I ended up bruised from how hard my body fought to escape. I don't know if that connects to the green room or not. Maybe it doesn't, but I keep thinking about it. So that is the part I still can't explain. The green light, the buzzing, the feeling in the air, and all three of us remembering it. I would truly love to know what people think happened that night, because after all these years, it still bothers me. I've never really known the right place to tell this story, but it stayed with me for years, and honestly, I still think about it more than I'd like to admit. I was around 13 when it happened. My little brother was about 8, maybe 9, and somehow we both caught chickenpox at the same time. My parents didn't want us spreading it to the younger kids, so they set us up in the front room with blankets, pillows, and a couple of mattresses on the floor. It felt kind of strange at first, almost like a little indoor campout. But that first night changed everything for me. I woke up and couldn't move. At first, I thought I was just half asleep, but then I saw her. There was a woman standing near the doorway, just barely peeking around the corner like she didn't want to be fully seen. She had on this long black dress that moved softly around her, even though there was no breeze. Her face was completely wrapped in bandages. I couldn't see her eyes, her mouth, anything. We just stared at each other. And the moment it felt like she knew I could see her, she slowly pulled herself back behind the wall until she was gone. I remember forcing my eyes shut, telling myself it was a nightmare, telling myself I just needed to sleep. Then I opened my eyes again. This time, there was a man in the room. He was very tall, too tall to feel normal, and he was wearing an old dark suit, the kind you'd see in an old family photo. His head was long and oddly shaped, wrapped completely in bandages, and there was this strange pointed shape rising from the top of it, also wrapped up like the rest of him. He wasn't walking exactly. His feet didn't move, but he was still coming closer. That's the part I remember most clearly. He just kept sliding toward me, inch by inch, without taking a single step. When he got close enough that I could see the folds in the bandages, something in me finally broke loose. I tried to scream for my dad. The second my mouth opened, he vanished. After that, I whispered every prayer I could remember. I pulled the curtains open just enough to let the streetlight spill into the room, and eventually, somehow, I fell asleep again. But it didn't last long. I woke up to my little brother screaming. He was still asleep, but he was crying, kicking, and shouting like something was right there with him. I tried shaking him awake, and then my mom came running in, with my dad right behind her. They couldn't wake him right away either. My mom started praying fast, almost breathless, while my brother kept screaming and twisting under the blanket. Finally, he woke up, sobbing so hard he could barely speak. My parents held him until he calmed down, and eventually, he fell asleep again. The next morning, he wouldn't say a word about it. A few days later, he finally admitted that he had seen something in the room. Something that was trying to get him. He wouldn't describe it more than that. After that night, sleep paralysis became a regular part of my life for the next couple of years. Sometimes it was just shadows standing in corners. Other times, it was worse. Much worse. The one I remember most was a woman crouching beside my bed. Her skin was pale, almost gray, and she had short, uneven hair. Her mouth was wrong. I don't know how else to explain it. Either her lower jaw was missing, or it was hanging open in a way no human face should be able to do. There was something black smeared around her mouth and chin. She had no eyelashes, and her eyes weren't huge or sunken or anything dramatic like that. They were just wrong. Empty, but focused. Like she was looking at me and through me at the same time. Then, about 2 years later, we moved, and it stopped. Completely. I've never had sleep paralysis again. Not once. I've never seen anything like that since, and nothing even close has happened to me in any other house. I know there are explanations for sleep paralysis. I know the brain can do terrifying things when it's caught between sleep and waking. So I'm not saying this was definitely paranormal, but I've never been able to shake the timing. It started in that house. My brother saw something terrible the same night I did, and the moment we moved away, it all ended. So I still wonder about it. Was it just sleep paralysis? Or was there something in that house that we were finally lucky enough to leave behind? I'm telling this because my family keeps acting like I'm being dramatic. But the thing is, they've seen things too. They've heard things. They live in the same house I do, so I don't really understand how I'm the one getting looked at like I've lost the plot. I'm 19 now, and we've been in this place for a few years. It's out in the middle of nowhere, the kind of place where once it gets dark, it doesn't just look dark outside. It feels swallowed. There aren't streetlights. There aren't neighbors close enough to explain things away. And when something happens, you can't just say, maybe it was someone walking past. Because there is no one walking past. The first thing I remember noticing was the doors. Doors would slam when I was home alone. Windows too. Not just a little creak or a breeze pushing something. I mean full, angry slams that would make the whole house jump. Sometimes it happened when everyone else was sitting in the same room as me, right where I could see them. So it wasn't my brothers messing around. It wasn't my mom or dad. It was just the house suddenly deciding to throw a tantrum. Then there were the smells. That sounds small, I know, but it wasn't normal. In one corner of the hallway, you'd suddenly smell cigarette smoke, like someone had just taken a drag and blown it into the air. But only in that one spot. You could step forward and it would be gone. Step back and there it was again. Other times there was this sickly sweet smell, like something rotten but sugary. I don't know how else to describe it. It showed up in cupboards, bedrooms, the bathroom, places where nothing dead could have been hiding. We checked. Of course we checked. Nothing was ever there. We hear voices too. People yelling from outside when no one is there. A man's voice once, loud enough that I went completely still and waited for someone else to react. Nobody did at first, and then my brother looked up and said, "Did you hear that?" So no, it's not just me. One of the worst things that happened to my parents was one night when they heard a little girl sobbing outside their bedroom door. Their room has a door that leads outside, and both of them heard it. My dad actually called out, thinking maybe some child was hurt out there. The crying stopped instantly. After that, he started having dreams about little girls crying. He still tries to convince himself it was somehow me, which doesn't make sense because I'm the oldest. I'm his only daughter, and I was not standing outside their door sobbing in the dark like some cursed Victorian hallway ornament. The first year we lived here, I was sitting at my desk drawing, just minding my business. I had music playing quietly, my pencils out, nothing strange going on. Then something grabbed my shoulder. Not brushed it, not tapped it. Grabbed. And I felt breath on the back of my neck. Warm breath. Close enough that every hair on my body stood up at once. I spun around, and there was nothing there. I don't even remember what I was drawing after that. I just remember sitting there frozen, trying to convince myself skin can lie. After our cat died, things got stranger in a different way. Sometimes, walking down the hallway, something would brush past my ankles, or I'd feel something grab lightly at my foot. My mom has felt it too. My brothers have seen him. I still catch little shapes moving low to the ground, right at the edge of my vision. I'm honestly not scared of that one. He was not exactly the brightest little creature when he was alive. Sweet, but not sharp. If he's still wandering around, I wouldn't be surprised if he just hasn't figured out the paperwork yet. But not everything here feels like him. The scariest thing that has ever happened to me was in the lounge room. I was sitting with my laptop, home alone, and I saw the lounge room door slowly creak open. I looked up, and there was a head peeking through the gap. Just a head. No body, no shoulders, nothing below it. And the door wasn't open far enough for a person to be standing there anyway. It was completely black, darker than the room behind it, with no features I could properly make out. It was just this pitch-black head leaning in like it was watching me. I couldn't even scream at first. My throat just locked. Eventually I made some kind of noise, barely even a sound, and the door slammed shut so hard I thought the frame might crack. I cried for nearly an hour after that. I know that probably sounds ridiculous, but there's something about things peeking around corners that has always terrified me. Hands coming around door frames, faces half hidden, anything like that. It's my worst fear, and this house somehow found the exact button to press. I don't sit in the lounge room by myself anymore. I just don't. There was one experience that felt different though. I don't know how to explain it without sounding soft, but it didn't feel mean. I was in my room playing a game. Earlier that day, my brother had been in there with me, so there was a second chair pulled up beside mine. At some point, I noticed something sitting in it. It was bright, almost orange, like a warm glow shaped into the idea of a person. I didn't feel scared. I felt sad. Or maybe it felt sad, and I was just picking up on it. When I turned my head properly and it realized I could see it, it bolted out of the room. Not through the doorway, through the closed door. That one can come back if it wants. I don't think it meant harm. It just felt lonely. Another thing happened with my youngest brother when he was around 12. He likes sleeping in the lounge room sometimes. No idea why, but he does. We have these huge 3-panel windows in there, and usually the curtains are closed. That night was boiling hot, so the window was open, and the air conditioner sits in the middle panel. I went in to check on him, and above the air conditioner, right in the window, there was a face watching him sleep. It looked human, but too human. Like someone had copied a human face without understanding what makes a face alive. It was smiling. Not a normal smile either. A stretched, still, horrible smile. I ran and got my mom, but by the time we came back, it was gone. I tried to tell myself it was pareidolia, shadows, reflections, anything. But there were no marks on the glass, nothing outside, nothing inside that could have made that shape. And remember, outside is completely black at night. We are not in town. Nobody should have been standing there. That one scared me less for myself and more for my brother. It was watching him. That's the part I can't shake. My other brother had something happen too. He was 17 at the time, playing Dead by Daylight, which he insists is important context because apparently horror games make everything worse. He heard tapping and banging on his window and assumed it was one of the outdoor cats, so he opened it. A shadow figure shot away from the window and disappeared. He didn't scare easily either, that's important. Actually, the thing that happened to him later is one of the reasons I know this isn't just me overreacting. My brother is autistic, and he's not someone who cries easily. He struggles with emotions sometimes, and I've barely ever seen him break down. He's the one who handles spiders in the house. He's the one who goes outside at night without caring. The car shed is a couple of minutes from the house, and there's a motion sensor light out there. He'd walked that path hundreds of times. One night, Mom asked him to grab a case of beer from the car. He went out alone, because at that point he still liked being outside at night. He said he was getting the case when he heard someone walking around the other side of the car. Heavy steps. Work boots on gravel. He jumped into the car, locked the doors, and waited. Inside, we thought he was just hanging around out there like he sometimes did. We didn't know anything was wrong until he came sprinting back into the house, sobbing, still clutching the beer case. It took us half an hour to calm him down. I have never seen him like that before or since. He doesn't go out to the shed alone anymore. None of us really do. We sort of have a buddy system now, which sounds ridiculous until you've heard something walking around a car in the dark when no one else is supposed to be there. There's also the hallway. Footsteps up and down it. Not every night, but often enough. Sometimes slow. Sometimes like someone is pacing. Then there are the dead animals. Cats we never owned. Dogs. Once what looked like a fox. They just appear outside, or we find them in places they shouldn't be. I don't know if that's connected, but it started after we moved here, so I'm counting it. The nightmares started here too. Not normal nightmares. They're too detailed, too real. The kind where you wake up and still remember the texture of the walls, the smell of the room, the exact sound of someone breathing behind you. I have glow-in-the-dark stars stuck to my bedroom walls because the ceilings are too high for me to reach. Every now and then, some of them disappear. Then we find them outside. I still don't know how that's supposed to happen. And maybe the strangest one, or at least the one that made me feel stupid afterward, was when I had a whole conversation with my mom while she wasn't home. I was in my room, and I heard her call out from another part of the house. I answered. She replied. It was normal enough that I didn't question it. Just a boring little back and forth about what I was doing and whether I'd eaten. Then later I found out she hadn't been home at all. That's the thing about this house. Some moments are terrifying, yes, but others are almost casual. Like whatever is here doesn't always come crashing in. Sometimes it just slips itself into ordinary life and waits to see if you notice. So that's why I'm telling this, because I know how it sounds. I know people will say it's stress, or old house noises, or animals, or imagination. And maybe one or two things could be explained away if they happened alone. But all of it together? The doors, the smells, the crying child, the black head in the doorway, the face in the window, the footsteps, the voices, the thing pretending to be my mom? At some point, just your imagination starts sounding less believable than the house being haunted. Hi, I just want to tell you about something that happened a few weeks ago, because honestly, I still think about it. My family and I went to Piatt Castle in West Liberty, Ohio, and I expected it to be interesting. Maybe a little strange because of how old it is, but I did not expect it to affect me the way it did. I've been to plenty of historical places, and I've had my share of paranormal experiences before, so I'm not usually someone who gets shaken easily. But this place had a heaviness to it that stayed with me long after we left. The strange thing is, I didn't find anything that really said the castle was supposed to be haunted. I looked online afterward, read through different bits of history, and tried to figure out why it felt the way it did, but nothing really explained it. The castle was finished in the early 1880s, so it definitely has age behind it. But the second we walked inside, it felt like the air changed. It was almost like stepping into a place that was slightly separated from the world outside. There was one room, kind of like a sitting room or drawing room, that felt the worst to me. It had two mirrors facing each other, creating that endless reflection effect. And I've always heard that mirrors placed like that can act almost like a doorway for strange or negative energy. Then I noticed there were more mirrors facing each other in the hallway nearby, and right away, something in me just went, "That's it. That's why this feels wrong." When we went upstairs, it got even more intense. My parents and I all felt our hearts racing, and I remember feeling like I couldn't quite get a full breath. It wasn't because the stairs were hard to climb either. They were actually pretty easy. It felt more like my body was reacting to the space itself. I kept feeling like I was right on the edge of a panic attack, which is so unusual for me. Paranormal stuff usually makes me curious, not scared, but this was different. After we finished looking around upstairs, we went back down, and my parents said they were going outside for a bit. I decided to stay inside alone and record as I walked through, just to see if I could catch anything unusual. I went through the downstairs, then back upstairs, stepping into some of the rooms by myself. The whole time, I felt like I had been gone for nearly 10 minutes. My parents thought the same thing, because my mom even texted me to check if I was okay. But when I looked at my phone, the recording had only been going for 4 minutes and 18 seconds. That sounds so small, but it really bothered me. There is no way it felt that short. It felt like I had been inside much longer. I don't know whether walking back through those mirrored areas alone messed with my sense of time, or whether the energy in that place just threw me off completely. Maybe it was nothing more than perception. But with how the castle felt, and with those mirrors everywhere, I can't honestly say it felt normal. After we left, I felt off for the rest of the day. Later that night, I was actually scared, and again, that is not like me. Even now, whenever I talk about it, I get that same heavy feeling in my chest. I don't know if I'd say the castle felt haunted by a ghost exactly. It felt more like there was a dark, dense energy sitting there. Even the area around it felt strange to me. Like Logan County and the surrounding parts of Ohio have this quiet, eerie weight to them. There's so much history in that land, and with places like the Ohio Caverns not too far away, I can't help but wonder what all of it is connected to. So if you've ever been to Piatt Castle, or even just that area, I would really love to know what you felt there. Because whatever happened to us, I still don't have a real explanation. I don't usually believe in ghosts or anything like that, so I'm really trying to keep my head clear about all of this. But the last few weeks have been strange enough that I honestly don't know what to make of it anymore. For almost 2 months now, my parents have been hearing this odd sound late at night, usually somewhere around 11. It sounds just like someone standing outside and tossing little stones, bits of dirt or gravel at our outdoor AC unit. At first, I thought they were imagining it, or maybe just overthinking some normal house noise. But on June 18th, 2026, I heard it myself for the first time. It was just after 11 at night, and the sound came 3 times in a row. Clear, sharp, and deliberate. We went outside immediately to check. There was no one there. No animal running away. No loose branches. No stones. No dirt. Nothing lying around the AC. We even had the AC checked by a technician earlier, and he said there was nothing inside it that should be making that kind of noise. I tried to brush it off, honestly. But then, my father brought up something I hadn't thought much about. Ever since we moved into this government-allotted ground floor flat, every Tulsi plant he has tried to grow here has dried up. At our old place, we had a Tulsi plant that stayed healthy for years. Other plants grow here, but my parents say flowers and vegetables never seem to survive properly. Now, I know that could easily be bad soil, sunlight, water, pests, anything like that. I'm not saying that proves anything. I'm just telling you everything the way it happened. Because my parents were getting uneasy, my father called a local pandit. I wasn't really convinced. To be honest, I felt like he was making the situation sound more frightening than it needed to be. He did a few rituals around the house, but he didn't explain much at the time. Then, something happened a few mornings ago. It was around 6 in the morning, and all of us were still asleep. Suddenly, we heard the same sound again, but this time it was much louder. It didn't sound like one or two stones. It sounded like someone had thrown an entire handful of gravel and dirt straight at the AC. The impact was so strong that the AC actually shook. There were water droplets collected on it, and they splashed onto us when it moved. All of us woke up instantly and rushed outside, fully expecting to catch someone there. But again, there was nobody. No dirt, no pebbles, no footprints, nothing. Later that morning, while I was checking the outside of the AC, I noticed a few small dents on the metal. I honestly don't know whether they were already there or if they came from whatever happened that morning. That same day, the Pandit accidentally left some of his books at our place. He came back around 7 in the evening to collect them. Before leaving, he looked serious and said, "That thing will attack you." I didn't take it seriously. I thought he was just trying to scare us, or maybe trying to make the whole thing seem bigger than it was. But around 10 that night, my aunt was washing her face when she suddenly screamed. She said something invisible had slapped her twice and grabbed her wrist. She was crying and trembling, and she kept saying her cheek and hand hurt. The strange part is, even afterward, her right cheek felt warmer than the other one, and she said the spot on her wrist still hurt where she felt something had held her. I'm not saying this is paranormal. I really don't want to jump to that conclusion. I'm looking for a logical explanation first, because I've never been the kind of person who believes in ghosts easily. But these incidents have shaken all of us. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Could there be some normal explanation for the sounds, the dents, the shaking AC, and what happened to my aunt? I'd really appreciate any ideas because right now I'm trying to stay calm, but I don't know what to think anymore. I want to tell you about Jenna. She was 25, living in Manchester, and on the outside, her life looked pretty ordinary. She had a job to get to, rent to keep up with, shopping to do, messages waiting on her phone, friends asking if she was free at the weekend, and family assuming she was fine because she sounded fine. At work, someone would ask, "You all right?" And she would smile and say, "Yeah, just tired." But it wasn't normal tired. It wasn't the kind of tired you fix with an early night or a stronger coffee. Jenna could sleep for 10 hours, even sleep through half the weekend, and still wake up feeling as if something heavy had been placed inside her chest before the day had even started. She told me, "Rest doesn't really touch it." And I understood what she meant, because her body was resting, but her mind never was. Her mind was always somewhere ahead of her, trying to prepare for the next thing. Had she said the wrong thing? Was her sister upset? Was her dad okay? Was she falling behind in life? Was something bad about to happen? Was someone she loved going to leave, get sick, disappear, change? Even when nothing was happening, she felt like she had to stay alert. And that is something many people misunderstand about anxiety. They think it always looks like a panic attack. They imagine shaking hands, fast breathing, a big, obvious moment. But sometimes, anxiety is quieter than that. Sometimes it is living as if you are personally responsible for stopping loss from happening. Jenna wasn't just worried. She was watching, constantly watching. So during the healing soul journey, we asked Higher Self to show where this fear and exhaustion first began. And Higher Self took her into another life. In that life, her name was Maria. She was about 38 or 39, standing near a muddy path by a river, holding a woven basket with a small loaf of bread tucked inside. She wore worn brown boots, a plain dark dress, and her curly hair was pinned back beneath a faded bonnet. There was nothing dramatic at first. No grand vision, no thunder, no golden doorway. Just a woman who was tired, doing what had to be done. Maria had children, a home, cooking, washing, shopping, endless chores, and she had a husband who was sharp with her. He was moody, impatient, quick to anger, the kind of man who made the whole room change when he walked in. She had learned to be careful. Careful with her words, careful with her movements, careful with her face, careful not to breathe wrong, speak wrong, ask wrong, exist too loudly. When I asked Jenna where Maria felt all of this in her body, she said, "In the diaphragm. It's tight." And that felt very real. Because so many people carry that same pattern now. Not in an old riverside village maybe, but in modern kitchens, offices, marriages, families, friendships. A tight diaphragm, shallow breathing, always reading the room, always adjusting yourself so somebody else doesn't explode. Then higher self showed the deeper wound. Maria had lost children. Some died very young. One may not have lived long enough to properly begin life at all. And each loss made her feel like she had failed. Failed as a mother. Failed as a woman. Failed as a body. But there was no time to grieve. The fire still needed tending. The children still needed feeding. The house still needed cleaning. Her husband was still angry. Life did not gently stop and say, "Come here, love. Feel this now." So Maria created one inner rule. Keep going. That was it. Not, "I need help." Not, "I am allowed to fall apart." Not, "My grief matters." Just keep going. One foot in front of the other. Basket in hand. Breath held. Heart packed away. And that old rule was still running inside Jenna's body. Different city, different clothes, different century, but the same instruction was still there. Keep going. Don't stop. Don't feel too much. Watch everyone. Prepare for loss. Survive first. Feel later. This is what old energy can do. It doesn't always come back as a clear memory. Sometimes it comes back as personality, as anxiety, as exhaustion, as being the responsible one, as not being able to rest even when nothing is wrong. Jenna thought she was just bad at relaxing, but higher self showed us that she was carrying old survival. The energy from Maria's life felt stale and heavy, especially around the belly and chest. It felt like grief that had never been given air, duty with no softness inside it. That kind of tired where sleep helps for a little while, but the weight returns before your feet even touch the floor. And I think a lot of people know that feeling. You might call it burnout, or depression, or I don't know what's wrong with me. You might even call yourself lazy, because the world is very quick to blame exhausted people. But sometimes it is not laziness. Sometimes it is years of duty with no love allowed in. In that old life, Maria learned responsibility. She learned endurance. She learned how to continue when life gave her no room to collapse. But she also forgot presence. She learned how to survive life, not how to actually be inside it. Near the end of Maria's life, higher self showed her old, lying in bed, with her grown children around her. And only then did she really feel it. They loved her. She loved them. This difficult, noisy, imperfect life had love running through it the whole time. But she had been too busy surviving to receive it. And that was the wisdom for Jenna. Don't wait until the last moment to become present. Don't wait until someone is gone to realize they were precious. Don't wait until the deathbed to feel the simple love that is already in the room. Her guide gave such a human message. It said, "Appreciate them, even when they're loud." And honestly, that made me laugh a little, but it also hurt. Because yes, people are loud. Children are loud. Families are loud. Life is loud. Dishes, bills, messages, neighbors, emotions, bodies, needs. It is not always candles and soft music and perfect silence, but it is still life. And when your nervous system is stuck in just keep going, even love can start to feel like another task. Good things become more things to manage. Rest becomes another thing you think you are failing at. So the healing was not just about understanding the past life. That old survival energy had to leave the body. Jenna felt fear in the sternum, like her body still believed loss was coming and she had to keep watch. With higher self, her guide, and Archangel Raphael, she breathed into that fear. Not analyzing it, not trying to explain it, just feeling it and letting it move. Layer by layer, the sternum softened. Then the old Maria energy around the belly and chest began to release too. The grief, the duty, the no time to feel, the ancient tiredness of a woman who had carried too much for too long. It was like the body finally understood something very simple, that life is over. You are not there now. You do not have to carry Maria's basket through Manchester. After the release, the message that came through was gentle. You are doing good. Not, you need to do more. Not, fix yourself faster. Not, be more spiritual. Just, you are doing good. And that is such a different voice from the human mind, isn't it? The mind says, you're behind. You should be stronger. Why are you still tired? Why can't you relax? Why can't you be grateful? Why can't you get your life together like everyone else? But higher self was kinder. It showed that Jenna's tiredness had history. Her fear had a root. Her body had been carrying an old instruction that said, survive first, feel later. But later never really comes. That is the trap. We keep saying, after this week, after this deadline, after this person is okay, after I have more money, after life calms down, after I fix myself. But life does not always open some perfect, quiet doorway and invite us into peace. Sometimes we have to come back into life while it is still messy, while the dishes are still there, while the phone is still buzzing, while people are still being beautifully, inconveniently human. So maybe the question is not only, why am I so tired? Maybe it is also, where am I only keeping going? Where did I learn that nobody would come to help me, so I must never stop? What grief did I never have time to feel? What ordinary love is already here, but I am too exhausted to receive it? Sometimes healing is not a huge cosmic download. Sometimes it is a tired part inside you finally hearing the words it needed all along. You can stop now. You can breathe now. You can feel now. You do not have to wait until the end of life to be here. I'm not exactly sure why I feel ready to talk about this now, but I do. And I want to tell it plainly, the way I remember it. I grew up in more than one house that felt haunted. I know how that sounds. I've always believed there might be something beyond what we can explain, but I've also always been the kind of person who looks for a normal reason first. A draft, an old pipe, a coincidence, a kid's imagination making monsters out of shadows. But some things never fit neatly into those boxes. The first house was where I lived with my mom when I was very young. I was an only child, and she was raising me on her own. It was a small 2-story place, quiet and ordinary from the outside. I don't know much about its history. I was too little to ask, and later, when I did try asking, my mom would shut the conversation down fast. The first memory I have is of sitting in the living room, wrapped up in a red Sesame Street blanket, watching cartoons. I was maybe 2 years old. Out of nowhere, I felt this pull, like something had tugged my attention away from the TV. I crawled over and just stared at the front door. There was no window in that door, No window in the room that faced the porch either. My mom came in from the kitchen because I'd gone too quiet. She asked what I was doing, and I remember looking up and telling her, "There's a man here." She thought maybe someone had knocked and I'd heard it, so she opened the door. No one was there. She even stepped outside and checked the porch, the sidewalk, the street. Nothing. She came back in, closed the door, and went back toward the kitchen. A few seconds later, someone knocked, and this time, there really was a man standing there. He wore a dark suit, wire-framed glasses, and he held a hat against his chest. I don't know who he was. My mom never told me. Their conversation was short, maybe a minute. I ran back to the couch and hid under my blanket, watching them from inside my little cloth fortress. When he left, my mom didn't explain anything. She just closed the door and went back to cooking like nothing had happened. The next thing I remember happened upstairs in my bedroom. I was sitting on the floor, playing with building blocks. Again, that same strange pull came over me. I looked toward my open doorway, and there was something standing in the hall. It looked like a man, but not a person exactly. More like a shadow shaped into a body. It was darker than the dark around it, almost blurry, like trying to see through smoke on glass. I wasn't afraid. I just stared at it. Then I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. My mom's footsteps. The shadow seemed to hear them too. It turned away from my doorway and moved toward my mom's room. When she came in, she asked who I'd been talking to. But I hadn't been talking. I was just sitting there. She thought someone had broken into the house, so she searched every room upstairs. She found no one. Another time, I was playing in that same room, talking to myself about dinosaurs because I was obsessed with Jurassic Park back then. Then I felt that pull again. The shadow was back in the doorway. This time, it spoke. I can't remember what it said. I don't even know if it was English, but I answered. In my memory, we talked for a long time, though I couldn't tell you what about. My mom came running up the stairs in a panic and asked who I was talking to. I told her I was talking to Papa, my grandfather. My grandfather had died around that time. For years, I tried to explain it away. Maybe grief had folded itself into a toddler's imagination. Maybe I was too little to understand death, and my mind made something out of that confusion. But my mom's reactions never fit that explanation. She was never unwilling to talk about her father. We talked about him often after he passed. But that house? Those memories? She wanted nothing to do with them. When I told her I'd been talking to Papa, she started crying. She picked me up and held me, and while she did, I watched the hallway over her shoulder. The shadow was still there. It hadn't left this time. It stood there for a moment, then turned and walked down the stairs. And my mom heard the footsteps too. She put me in my crib and searched the house again, looking for an intruder who wasn't there. We moved not long after I turned 3. The second house was different, bigger, heavier somehow. It was a brick 2-story with an attic and an unfinished basement. It had been built in the early 1940s, and the previous owner had died there shortly before we moved in. 2 very old cemeteries were only a short walk away. That house had more happening in it than I can easily explain. Some things felt angry, some things felt like echoes, and some things felt almost casual, like we were sharing the space with invisible roommates who had forgotten to move out. There were doors that opened and closed on their own, a piano in the basement that would play by itself, chairs that rocked until you noticed them, then stopped, windows and doors that were locked at night but open in the morning, footprints in fresh snow on the roof of the attached garage. Sometimes there were whispers, sometimes a low crying sound, sometimes footsteps where no one should have been walking. I gave the thing in the attic a name, Freddy. The The thing in the rest of the house I called Frank, which was close to the old owner's name. They felt different from each other. The attic had this horrible smell whenever something happened up there. Rotten but sharp, and it never lingered long. There were little crawl space doors in the attic with stiff latches, the kind you had to really tug to open. We'd close them, and later they'd be open again. The closet door up there did the same thing, but the activity in the rest of the house didn't smell bad. It felt lighter somehow, almost like someone saying, "Sorry, didn't mean to startle you," or, "Hey, I'm still here." Once, when I was about 13, I was home alone downstairs. My old bedroom closet upstairs kept opening and slamming shut over and over again. Finally, I yelled, "Frank, cut it out!" And it stopped. That was one of the first times I truly felt the old explanations fall apart. Around that same age, I was watching TV after school with my dog, Jasper, when I smelled smoke. Not faintly either. It smelled like something was burning. Jasper smelled it too and started barking. I ran upstairs, checking room after room, but I couldn't find anything. No smoke, no fire, no heat. When I came back downstairs and told Jasper to calm down, every door on the second floor slammed shut at the same time. I grabbed him and ran out the back door without shoes. We stayed outside until my mom came home from work. There were other things too, and I'll just tell them plainly. When I was around 8, I vanished from my bedroom for a couple of hours. I woke up back in my bed, confused, while my mom, neighbors, and even police were outside searching for me. One winter, when I was 6 or 7, I was sledding down the hill in the backyard with a friend. He said I went down the hill and disappeared. He ran home terrified. I remember waking up on the sidewalk at the bottom, with my mom screaming my name from the porch. One night, I saw a man in a blue plaid shirt staring through my bedroom window. I ran to get my mom, but no one was there. My bedroom was on the second floor, so I still don't know how anyone could have been standing outside that window. The same shadow figure from the first house would sometimes come out of my closet at night and stand there while I tried to sleep. Once, when I was home alone, someone started pounding on the front door so hard I thought it might break. It was a thick oak door, not something that rattled easily. I ran toward the back of the house, but I could feel whatever it was moving around outside, circling toward the back. Before it got there, I bolted out the front and ran to a friend's house down the street. After we put in a pool, dead animals started showing up around the property. Raccoons, birds, stray cats, even deer. It happened too often to feel normal. Birds would fly into the house or slam into the windows and die. Once, I found strange lumps of meat sprinkled with cornmeal at all 4 corners of the intersection near our house. I still don't know what that was. For a while, my mom remarried, and I had a stepfather and 2 stepbrothers in the house. One of my stepbrothers had the attic room and never wanted to stay with us. He always wanted to go back to his mother's house. He never told me why. My stepfather had at least one experience in the basement while he was finishing it. Whatever happened down there, he refused to talk about it. I know this all sounds like too much. If someone told me this story, I'd probably try to pull it apart too. I'd look for loose wires, bad dreams, old house noises, childhood memory doing strange little magic tricks. And maybe some of it was that. But not all of it. Not the footsteps my mom heard. Not the doors slamming together. Not the man at the window. Not the way my mother's face would change whenever I brought up those houses. I'm not telling this because I need help, or because I want anyone to prove it one way or the other. I'm telling it because I carried these memories for a long time, and eventually, stories like this start knocking from the inside. So now, I'm opening the door. don't really know how else to say this, but strange things have been happening around my family for years, and after a while, it gets hard to keep brushing them off. The first thing I clearly remember happened when my mom and I were sitting in her bedroom. The house was quiet, completely normal, and then we both heard the front door open. A second later, it slammed shut hard enough that we both froze. I got up right away and checked the whole house. Every room, every corner, even outside. Nobody was there. Nothing was open. Nothing looked disturbed. A few days later, we were sitting near the front of the house when the doorbell rang. We were close enough that we should have seen someone standing there or walking away. But when I opened the door, there was no one. Not a person in sight. A few months after that, I was in the kitchen putting dishes away. I had just opened one of the cabinets when this thick glass measuring cup, one of those heavy 2-cup Pyrex ones, suddenly exploded right in front of me. It hadn't fallen. It wasn't hot. It was sitting in the cabinet at room temperature, and it just shattered out of nowhere. Glass went everywhere. I remember standing there completely stunned, trying to understand how something like that could even happen. And then there are the footsteps. At night, I'll hear what sounds like someone walking up and down the hallway. Slow, clear steps. Sometimes I open my bedroom door immediately, almost fast enough to catch whoever it is, but there's never anyone there. It has happened when other people are home, and it has happened when I'm completely alone. We have several cats, so believe me, I've tried to blame it on them, but some things just don't fit. One day my brother came into my room and asked if I had moved the cat's water bowl. I told him no and asked why. He said it was sitting in front of the bathroom door, which is more than halfway across the house from where it normally stays. This wasn't a small bowl either. It was big and heavy, and somehow it was still full of water. Nothing spilled. No trail, no mess. I honestly don't see how the cats could have dragged it that far without tipping it over. A couple of nights ago, I was making dinner in the kitchen. Above the sink, there's a window that looks into our living room, because that part of the house was added on years after the original house was built. My mom was nearby, and we both heard 3 loud knocks on that window. Not little taps, real knocks. I opened it right away to see who was there. My son was in the living room, but he was way over on the far side, nowhere near the window. There's no way he could have knocked and gotten away that fast without me seeing him move. I looked at my mom and asked, "You heard that too, right?" She said yes immediately. The strangest part is that my son, who was in the room where the knocking came from, said he didn't hear anything at all. My great-grandmother died in this house sometime in the mid-90s. I was young, so I don't remember the exact year, but I do remember the feeling that the house changed after that. And this is hard to admit, but after she passed, I saw her once. I saw her walk past that same window, the one where we heard the knocking. It was just a quick glimpse, but I knew what I saw. My mom, my son, and I have also all seen what we call the ghost cat. We didn't even talk it through first. When someone asked what color it was, all 3 of us said black at the exact same time. Things disappear in this house too. Not for a few minutes, for months. We'll search the same places over and over, and then whatever was missing will show back up somewhere obvious, somewhere we absolutely checked before. There are so many other things, and I know I'm forgetting some of them right now, but it all adds up. After years of it, you start to feel like the house is listening. And honestly, this has followed me beyond just one house. Ever since I was a kid, through different homes and all the way into adulthood, I've woken up with long, deep scratches on my chest. I keep my fingernails short, and there have been plenty of times when no pets were anywhere near my room. I never really told people because I always felt like they'd think I was making it up. My mom and my son believe me because they've experienced enough themselves. But outside of them, I've mostly kept quiet. That's why I finally decided to talk about it anonymously. It felt safer that way. One more thing that still gives me chills. My son once asked my mom, my brother, and me, out of all our cats, which one do you think would be a skinwalker? Without hesitating, all of us answered at the exact same time. Our Siamese cat, Coco. That cat's name is short for Psycho, and honestly, it fits a little too well. I don't know what all of this means. I don't know if it's my great-grandmother, something attached to the house, or something that has been following me for most of my life. I just know that after nearly 3 decades of strange, unsettling things, it's hard not to feel like something is there. Something I can't explain, but definitely can't ignore. Hey, I want to share some really strange experiences I've had recently, and I hope you'll stick with me because it's a bit of a long story, but I promise it's worth it. So, my girlfriend, let's call her Lily. She lives with her parents in this house they built themselves. It's got this old, cozy vibe, but also, well, some weirdness that's hard to explain. The top floor of their house has 4 rooms: her parents' bedroom, Lily's room, her bathroom. She gets the bathroom upstairs since her parents have one in their own room. And then this spare bedroom. That spare room is kind of special because it was where her grandfather lived before he passed away a couple of years ago. Now, this house has always had these odd vibes, like shadows flickering across doors when no one's there, glimpses of movement out of the corner of your eye, and these weird, cold spots that show up in the same places over and over again. I've always been a bit skeptical, but not dismissive. Like, I don't go out looking for ghosts, but I can't just ignore these things either. One night, I was brushing my teeth in Lily's bathroom. The door to the spare bedroom was left slightly open, and because of how the bathroom mirror is angled, you can see the doorway of that spare bedroom reflected in it. So, there I was, just brushing away, and Lily was downstairs getting us some water. Everything seemed normal until this overwhelming feeling hit me, like I was being watched, but not in the usual way I'd felt before in that house. This was different. I stopped brushing and looked up into the mirror, and there, staring right back at me, was a man. An older man wearing a flat cap and plaid pajamas. His eyes were fixed on me, and honestly, it felt like he was waiting for something. I thought maybe my mind was playing tricks on me, so I kept brushing. But when I looked up again a few seconds later, he was still there. I quickly turned around to look in the actual doorway, but there was nobody there. Absolutely no one. My heart was pounding, and I felt this chill run down my spine. The next day, I asked Lily if anyone else had been upstairs at the time, and she said no. Her parents were watching a movie downstairs. I even talked to her mom about it, hoping for some explanation, but she said her father never dressed like that, and didn't quite look like the man I saw. I don't think she really believed me, but I swear, that figure was there. Now, fast forward to my own place. I recently moved into a 2-story house with a basement, my mom and I, along with our cats. We just moved here about a month ago, and before this, we lived in a basement apartment, which was kind of our safe spot after some really tough times in our family. Growing up, I've had my share of strange experiences in different houses, like a basketball bouncing down the hallway in the middle of the night. But interestingly, when we moved into that basement apartment, all the weird stuff seemed to stop. It was like the strange activity paused. But now, in this new house, it feels like whatever was following me has come back full force. And honestly, it's been unsettling. For starters, cupboards open on their own. I'll close one, leave the room for just 30 seconds, and when I come back, it's wide open again. The oven and stove lights turn on by themselves, no rhyme or reason. There's a small fan on my nightstand that switches itself on. And the basement door? It's always closed in the morning, even though neither my mom nor I shut it because the cats need to go down there to their litter boxes. Locks on the front and back doors are another mystery. My mom checks them before bed, then I double-check before I go to sleep. But in the morning, we find them unlocked, both doors. It's like something's messing with us. And then there are the missing items, like these 2 Christmas ornaments my mom treasures. We were decorating the tree, and she hung the first one, but the second one vanished. We searched through the last bag of decorations, about 10 ornaments in there, but no sign of it. Weirdly, after telling Lily the story that night, I picked up the bag again, and there it was, just sitting there all along. But what's really gotten to me are 2 specific incidents in the past week. One night, I was walking up the stairs to bed, and suddenly, something tugged at the back of my shirt. It startled me so much, I almost fell down the stairs. It felt almost playful, like a prank, but still, it shook me up. Then, just a couple of nights ago, I was lying in bed, scrolling on my phone, trying to fall asleep. Out of nowhere, this intense, freezing cold swept over me, and I felt completely frozen in place, like I couldn't move. My heart started racing, and I was overwhelmed by this anxious, fearful feeling. And then, I felt it. Cold breaths on the back of my neck. I'm not exaggerating. It was like someone was breathing right there. I was terrified and stayed completely still for what felt like forever, about 5 minutes, until the breathing stopped, and suddenly, all the fear vanished, as if it had never been there. I honestly don't know what to make of all this. Why did the strange activity stop when I was in that basement apartment? Why is it back now, and so much stronger? Was Lily's house just a place where it could reach me while I was living there, and now it's following me here? I don't have answers, and it's left me feeling pretty uneasy. Thanks for listening to my story. If anyone out there has any insight or similar experiences, I'd really appreciate hearing from you. Hey, let me share with you a story from a camping trip I took not too long ago. You know, I've always enjoyed camping solo. There's something really peaceful and grounding about being all alone in the wild. It's like the world slows down and you just breathe in the stillness. So one morning, I loaded up my gear and my rifle, just to be safe, and headed out toward this trail I'd been wanting to explore. I arrived early. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon, painting the sky with soft pinks and oranges. I hiked for what felt like hours, probably 15 or 20 miles, until I found this perfect little clearing off the main trail. Exhausted but satisfied, I set up my tent at the southern edge where the clearing met the dense tree line. The air was crisp, the scent of pine all around me, and I managed to get a fire going despite my tired hands. I roasted some sausages over the flames, the crackling fire mixing with the distant chirps of birds and rustling leaves. Then, faintly beneath the natural forest sounds, I caught this dragging noise, like an animal walking with a limp. I thought maybe it was a deer, something moving carefully, perhaps injured. It tugged at my heart, the image of a poor creature struggling out there alone. But it was too far away, and twilight was settling in fast, so I couldn't really do anything about it. I shrugged it off and kept eating, letting the warmth of the fire comfort me. After I finished, I put the fire out carefully, not wanting to leave any glowing embers, then crawled into my tent and zipped myself snug inside my sleeping bag. Oddly, even though I was wiped out, sleep wouldn't come. So I pulled out a book and started reading by the soft glow of my lamp, the quiet rustle of pages my only companion. Hours slipped by, and then I heard it again, closer this time. That slow, heavy dragging sound, but it was coming from the far side of the clearing, opposite where my tent was pitched. I set the book down, heart beating a little faster, and listened. The footsteps were loud, deliberate, like something heavy being pulled across the ground. Then they stopped, right in the middle of the clearing. And suddenly, silence. Not even a breath. Just this eerie stillness. Curious and a bit unnerved, I unzipped the tent and peered out into the darkness. Nothing. Just shadows and trees swaying gently in the night breeze. I zipped back up, telling myself it was probably just my imagination or a forest critter. But then, as I tried to settle down again, I heard something else. Laughter. Men laughing off to my right, women giggling to my left, and somewhere else, the crack of twigs snapping underfoot. I was wide awake now, my pulse quickening. I strained to listen, and the laughter came from all directions. Old men, children, women, each sound distinct, real. It wasn't just some family out for a late stroll. The woods around me had gone completely silent too. No wind, no crickets, nothing. Just that laughter drawing closer. Gripping my rifle tighter, I prepared to fire a warning shot if they came too close. Then, I took a deep breath, unzipped the tent, and fired a round into the night. The echoes bumped off the trees, and everything fell quiet again. Finally, the forest sounds returned, and with a shaky sigh, I settled back down and drifted off to sleep. But sleep was short-lived. I woke up sweating, heart pounding in the dark. Just outside the tent, I heard whispers. 2 voices, low and urgent, not far away. I grabbed my rifle, trying to steady my breath, and called out, "Hey, who's there?" The whispers stopped. "Are you lost?" I asked again, voice firmer this time. Then, out of nowhere, a blast of flame lit up the clearing like a flamethrower, revealing several shadowy figures standing silently around. Shocked, I fired my rifle again, a hole tearing through the front of my tent as distractions swallowed me. Without hesitation, I scrambled out, heart racing, and bolted hard left toward the trail. I didn't look back, just ran until the first light of dawn. The whole way back, I felt eyes on me, but no one followed. The forest was quiet again, but that feeling of being watched lingered long after I reached my truck. After that night, my love for solo camping just faded away. I left all my gear behind in those woods, as if to leave those memories buried. Now, switching gears, I want to tell you about something else, something a little closer to home. I recently moved into a house with 2 friends, a couple who share the main floor bedroom, while I have a big room in the basement's back corner. The house isn't old or creepy, and honestly, I never felt that classic feeling of dread with what's happened. But late at night, when I'm just about to fall asleep, some strange things have been happening. For starters, I always fall asleep on my side. I have long hair parted off center, which I think matters here. One night, as I was drifting off, I felt something brush my hair, a gentle touch that startled me awake. At first, I thought maybe my hair just shifted and fell across my face, but when I reached up, my part was still perfectly in place, and the hair on that side was neatly tucked behind my ear. It left me feeling weird, but not scared. I tried to go back to sleep. Then, it happened again. This time, the touch was less soft, like fingers running through my hair to sweep it out of my eyes. I woke up fully, but still didn't feel unsafe, just unsettled. Nothing else came of that night. On a similar night, after turning off the TV and setting my alarm, I rolled onto my side facing the nearest wall. Suddenly, I felt the unmistakable sensation of someone sitting right on the edge of my bed, right behind me. I was creeped out but didn't feel threatened. I peeked over my shoulder, but there was nothing there. The most unsettling event was just last night. I usually listen to the Calm app to fall asleep, gentle stories, white noise, or rain sounds. Last night, I picked the city rain track. At some point, I woke up to a tapping noise, different from the rain rhythm. It sounded like fingernails tapping on a phone screen. I didn't want to open my eyes, but I did, and in my blurry vision, no contacts in, I saw a man in a suit standing by my nightstand. One hand hung by his side, the other tapping my phone gently. I shut my eyes quickly, and when I opened them again, he was gone. The tapping sound faded back into the rain, making me question if I'd really seen anything at all. So yeah, those are the strange things that have been unfolding, both out in the wild and right in my own home. It's made me realize how thin the veil between the normal and the unknown can be sometimes, don't you think? Thanks for listening to my stories. Hey, so I want to share something that's been weighing on me for a while now. It's about this dining experience. Well, not really an experience you'd want to have, but it's hard to even put into words. I've been trying to make sense of it, hoping to find others who might have gone through something similar. But all I've found are vague rumors and blurry snapshots, nothing concrete. I know what I went through was real, and I'm convinced this place exists somewhere out there, but that's all I've got so far. It all started back in February. I was supposed to meet someone for a date. I dressed up nice, even brought her flowers. These beautiful blue sunflowers from the corner shop. But she stood me up. Texted me just minutes before we were supposed to meet, saying she'd met someone else. Probably juggling a few people and settled on another. Whatever the reason, I was left alone on the street with a bouquet in my hand and nowhere to go. As I walked home, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration, I decided I needed to do something for myself. You know that saying from RuPaul? Something like, if you can't love yourself, how the hell are you going to love somebody else? So I figured, why not treat myself to a nice meal? Something different. That's when I found myself standing outside this place called the Cardinal Secret Kitchen. I'd seen it 100 times before, but never thought much of it. It's tucked away, just out of sight enough that you don't really notice it. The kind of place that looks fancy, but intimidating. There was this maitre d' standing outside, this hawk-nosed woman with sharp eyes that seemed to pierce right through me as I hesitated on the doorstep. But I was fired up. I wanted to break my routine, try something new. So I stepped up. "Table for one?" she asked, eyes flicking to the blue sunflowers I still held. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. "If there's one available." She gave me this wry smile, like she understood the whole situation without me saying a word. "I'm sure we can arrange something. Please, come with me." I followed her up a wide staircase to a set of heavy double doors that led down into a cellar. The first room was this wide open space with cobblestone walls and marble floors. There was a cozy lounge area, a big oak bar, and a few tables spread out. People were there, mostly business types with their coats on, some laughing and drinking, others packing up meals to take away. Definitely not the table for one crowd. When we reached a large metal door, the maitre d' held out her hand. "No phones in the dining area," she said, pointing to a small sign with a phone crossed out. I smiled, a bit embarrassed. "Of course. Where should I leave it?" She handed me a little silver tray for my phone, which I placed on it. "We can charge it for you while you dine." I thanked her and stepped through the door into the dining area. It was a long room, about 50 by 30 feet, with another metal door at the far end. I realized I was still clutching the blue sunflowers and dropped them in a small garbage can by the door. There were 8 tables, 4 on each side of a red carpet, with thin mirrors along the walls that looked like slim basement windows. The door slammed shut behind me, a bit more forcefully than I expected. The room was full of guests, most waiting quietly for their meals. I kept walking straight through, as instructed, and opened the door at the other end. Another room, almost the same size and setup. This one had fewer guests and no waiter in sight. Still no sign of Antonio, the person I was supposed to meet. I figured there must be another room, since there was yet another door on the opposite side. Just how big was this place? Some of the guests glanced my way, whispering in languages I didn't recognize. I wasn't paying much attention, but looking back, I think half of them were speaking foreign tongues. Just as I was about to open the next door, it swung open instead. 2 guests stepped out, carrying a paper bag, like the doggy bags I'd seen earlier. That gave me some reassurance. But when I stepped through, the door closed behind me, and that's when everything started to feel off. This third room looked just like the others, but it was completely empty. No guests at all. I thought maybe it was closed off or reserved, so I turned around to go back. But the room I'd come from was empty too. My heart skipped a beat. I was standing between 2 identical, empty rooms. I was sure there'd been people there moments ago. Was I losing my mind? "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing against the cobblestone walls. "I'm looking for Antonio?" No answer. I stepped back into the previous room, also empty now. The whole place was shifting, like reality was folding in on itself. I couldn't tell which direction I'd come from anymore. I started walking, trying to find my way back, but every door I passed led into the same empty dining room. The same stone walls, the same tables. Room after room after room. My pulse raced. I started jogging, then running, desperate to escape this maze. After what felt like 20 doors, I collapsed against one, gasping for breath. Near me were 2 garbage cans, placed symmetrically. I checked one, and to my shock, my bouquet of blue sunflowers was there. How? I'd dropped them much earlier, but this wasn't the same room. Clutching the flowers like a lifeline, I tried to make sense of it. The place was changing, shifting, and I was trapped inside. The maitre d' had taken my phone, no coincidence. Maybe this was some twisted game, and I was the pawn. I kept moving forward, and the room started to morph. Tablecloths grew darker, carpets turned black, mirrors lost their reflections and became plain glass. The stone walls twisted into bizarre, almost organic shapes. Chairs transformed into stools, office chairs, even beanbags. It was like the dining room was unraveling one room at a time. I tried turning back, but no matter where I went, it felt like I was moving forward into deeper chaos. After what seemed like hours, I sat at one of the tables, exhausted. That's when I noticed a servant's bell sitting there, a small, shiny bell I was sure hadn't been there before. My heart pounded. Whoever was behind this must have expected me to ring it. But I knew that ringing it without a plan could be dangerous. These people, or whatever they were, didn't have my best interests at heart. I found a wobbly metal pipe supporting a bar stool and took it with me. Then, I turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness, and slipped off my shoes to move quietly. I rang the bell. I hid behind the door as I heard the hinges squeal. My mind was ready to fight, but the footsteps that followed were strange, heavy, wet thuds, like thick meat slapping against stone, and a crinkling noise, like a paper bag. Then came a low moan, and a pair of massive arms slammed onto the table with the bell. The sound of something heavy being thrown onto stone. I didn't dare strike. Instead, I edged out to the carpet and reached for the door handle. A muffled voice hissed from somewhere low down, panicked. "There! He's there!" I opened the door, expecting that first dining room. But no, this was the original, with guests sitting quietly. Only, they were wrong. One man had no eyes. A young woman wore a necklace made of eyeballs. An older woman was missing her lower jaw. They all turned to me, raised their silverware, and stood. Behind me, those heavy footsteps approached. I ran, swinging the metal pipe wildly. I hit the eyeless man on the head, but he didn't even flinch. No sound. I burst through another door into a room with just one guest, a little boy, no older than 7, chewing on an ear. The flickering lights made his movements jerky, like stop motion. On the floor, a toppled garbage can spilled paper bags. Voices whispered from them, sad, desperate. "Wait, come back, take me with you, wake me, please." I didn't stop. My heart hammered with panic, a feeling that I was going further into the unknown, deeper into the Cardinal Secret Kitchen's nightmare. After a dozen more rooms, the footsteps finally faded. The guests grew fewer, more twisted, as if growing more frequent the closer I got to Antonio, the waiter. I had no idea how long I'd been wandering. Exhausted, I decided to rest after 50 rooms. By then, the dining hall had become barely recognizable. The walls looked like red tendrils, the ceiling pressed close. Tables were stone slabs covered with plastic sheets. The carpet was a muddy puddle. Garbage cans were just hollow logs. I collapsed in a corner, covering myself with plastic sheets, clutching my blue sunflowers and pipe tightly. I couldn't imagine falling asleep there, but somehow I did, resting in short bursts. When I woke, I hoped it was all a nightmare. But the Cardinal Secret Kitchen was still there. This was my reality for 6 days, wandering through rooms that shifted from forest to sinking ship, sometimes resembling a travel agency with unreadable brochures. I found bits of bark to eat, drank from puddles despite the ammonia smell. I broke lights and hid whenever I heard footsteps, slipping past the waiter whenever I could. My clothes were soaked with sweat and chafing. I'd fashioned a bag from tablecloths, collecting whatever useful things I could find: rocks, ashtrays, firewood. One day, I entered a room that looked like a night train car. It was fresh and quiet, the seats soft, the rhythm of the tracks almost hypnotic. And there she was, a woman around my age, reading a pocketbook, oblivious to me at first. When I approached, she looked up, concern flickering in her eyes. "Are you all right?" she asked gently. I broke down, sobbing. Talking to someone made me feel human again, reminded me I was still alive. She hugged me, letting me cry on her shoulder. For a moment, I felt hope. "Do you have a phone? Can you call the police?" I pleaded. Yes. Sit down. Want me to get help?" "No, just call them. Don't go." But then, footsteps. My heart sank. "No," I whispered, grabbing her hand and pulling her up. "He's coming. We have to go." She resisted, scared and confused. The door opened. A towering black silhouette filled the doorway, covered in slit goo, holding a paper bag in a grotesque, multi-jointed hand. It leaned to fit in the room, its long fingers twitching. "There! He's there!" the bag wheezed. "Come on!" I shouted, dragging her along. She screamed, pressed against the window, terrified of me more than the creature. I ran, door after door, room after room, my body screaming for rest, my will to fight fading. Finally, I collapsed in a room that looked like a run-down 1940s diner. The door behind me creaked open. "Finally," the bag wheezed. "He's done." I tried to pull myself up with a metal garbage can, but it toppled, spilling paper bags that whispered to me. I lay back, clutching my crushed bouquet, knowing I was done. The creature loomed, but something strange happened. It only looked down, said softly, "Hello." I stammered, offering a paper bag I'd grabbed. "Here, for your trouble," I said, handing over my dried blue sunflowers. It studied them, then turned and walked past me. I counted my breaths as the footsteps faded. Clutching the bag, I stepped through the door, and suddenly I was outside, in the cold February night, snow crunching under my bare feet. The wind howled as I opened the bag, to find fresh chicken tikka masala. I barely remember stumbling into a corner shop, begging for help. Police came. I was reported missing. They called it a kidnapping. But the place? The Cardinal Secret Kitchen? According to them, it doesn't exist. The cellar is just part of an industrial warehouse. No kitchen, no club. Since then, I've heard whispers. People online posting photos, sharing stories of friends who disappeared after mentioning the place. No one else has come back to tell their tale. I think to escape, I had to do what was least expected, to act like a guest, to belong. If that woman from the train is out there, I hope she reads this. I want to say sorry and thank you. And if you ever come across the Cardinal Secret Kitchen, please, just walk away. Don't look back. Hey, so I want to share this story with you, and I promise I'll tell it just like it happened, because it's stayed with me for over a decade now. About 10 years ago, when I was around 16, I used to babysit for a family nearby. Their little girl, I'll call her Ellie, was just a toddler, maybe about 1 or 2 years old at the time. One summer day, bright and sunny, I decided to take Ellie out for a stroll in her stroller. We were in a really nice neighborhood, full of well-kept houses and people tending their gardens. It was the middle of the day, and honestly, there was no reason for either of us to feel scared or uneasy. Birds were chirping, the sun was warm, and the occasional lawnmower hummed in the distance. Everything felt calm and normal. We'd been walking for about half an hour, chatting softly to Ellie. She was babbling and giggling, enjoying the fresh air. Then, we turned a corner into a part of the neighborhood I hadn't explored before. Suddenly, it felt like someone had doused me with icy water, like a cold shower running down my back. At the exact same moment, Ellie started to get fussy, whining softly in her stroller. This strange, heavy feeling of dread crept over me, and it just wouldn't go away. My skin prickled, and every nerve in my body screamed for me to turn back. Despite the unease, I kept walking, trying to brush it off. A little further ahead, I noticed an open field. Now, this wasn't just any field. It was an old Norse burial site. You know, those ancient Viking stone formations? They're basically big stones arranged in a circle or pattern, marking graves from centuries ago. It's a historical place, but kind of eerie if you think about it. I live in Sweden, so these sites are scattered here and there, but I'd never walked this close before. As we got closer to the burial site, that feeling of dread only intensified. It was like pure, raw hate was pressing down on me. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Gone was the sunny, peaceful neighborhood vibe. Instead, it felt like we were walking through a dark, narrow alley late at night in some rough part of town. My heart pounded, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting something to jump out at us. Ellie, sitting in her stroller facing away from me, started acting strange too. Her little face crumpled, and she began to whimper and squirm, as if she sensed the same invisible tension I did. It was like the air itself was hostile, and neither of us was welcome. After about 10 minutes of this unbearable tension, I just couldn't take it anymore. I decided to turn around and head back the way we came. But then, something even more unsettling happened. About 20 meters from the burial site, Ellie suddenly burst into hysterical screaming. She was staring straight at a hedge we were passing. I looked closely, but I couldn't see anything. No animals, no people, not even a stray cat. Yet, Ellie kept fixating on that spot, panicking like something unseen lurked there. I quickly scooped her up, holding her close on the side nearest the hedge. She clung to me so tightly and twisted away from the hedge as if trying to get as far from it as possible. It was so strange because through the leaves, I could see nothing at all moving or hiding. We kept walking, and when we reached the edge of that field again, Ellie pointed toward the stones with her little finger, looking at me, then back at them. Still, there was nothing visible. No shadows, no shapes. Yet she was clearly tracking something with her eyes. At that moment, I was terrified. My mind raced, trying to understand what was happening. I wanted to stay calm, to comfort Ellie, but inside, I was trembling. The air felt thick, heavy, and full of hostility. Then, the strangest thing happened. As soon as we stepped exactly onto the spot where I'd first felt that icy cold wash over me, the dread vanished completely. Just like that, from intense fear to total calm in an instant. Ellie went from screaming and panicked to peaceful and happy. She wandered back into the stroller and started babbling happily again, as if nothing had happened. It was surreal. The fear, the hatred, the panic. It all disappeared the moment we crossed that invisible line. I've never been able to explain exactly what we felt that day. Even now, after 10 years, I haven't dared to go back to that part of the neighborhood. It was the most intense, unsettling feeling of dread I've ever experienced. Like whatever was there absolutely despised our presence. Has anyone out there ever felt something like this? Something so powerful and unexplainable it stays with you forever. Because honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of it. You know, about 4 years ago, something really heavy happened in my family's life, and it's been lingering in our home ever since. I've always thought there might be something off about the house, like it's haunted or something, and I want to share the story with you because it's been a wild, unsettling ride. So, it all started with my grandmother. She passed away in our family home after battling cancer. It was a peaceful passing, really quiet and calm. Nothing dramatic. But then, about 4 months later, my step-grandfather died there too. This one was much harder to swallow. After my grandmother died, he fell into a deep depression. He just shut down and stopped speaking to almost everyone in the family, except for his son, my uncle, who was the one who eventually found him. He was battling hepatitis C, diabetes, and a bunch of other health problems. And when he stopped taking his medications, things got really bad. He was found lying in the hallway after having been there for about 3 days. There was blood everywhere. He was internally bleeding, coughing up blood, and it was just awful. The whole house felt heavy with that memory. After both of them passed, our family took over the house. We had to renovate everything, especially ripping out the old carpet because of the blood and the health risks from Hep C. My mom and I, when we first moved in, would sleep on the living room couches because our rooms were still being worked on. Plus, at that time, the cable and internet weren't set up yet since we lived deep in the woods, close to this place called Bohemian Grove. That meant satellite internet took a while to get installed. So, the living room was our go-to spot to watch DVDs and hang out. My mom works night shifts at a veterinary hospital, so she and I would take turns sleeping on those couches. But here's where things get strange. Almost every single night, around 2:45 in the morning, give or take a few minutes, I'd wake up suddenly. And I'm not just talking a gentle wake-up. I'd be drenched in sweat, heart pounding, gasping for breath, on the verge of tears. I knew I'd been pulled out of some nightmare, but I could never remember what it was about. This happened over and over, probably close to 20 times, until I finally told myself, no more sleeping on the living room couch. So I started sleeping in my bedroom instead. The waking up at 2:43 a.m. thing stopped, but those nightmares, they just kept coming. It was like the house was haunting me in my dreams. I've always had bad dreams before, but never this frequent or intense. One night, My mom was off work and asked me if I wanted to watch a movie with her in the living room. It was late, and I knew I'd probably just doze off if I joined her, so I said no. When she asked why, I told her about the nightmares and the waking up at the same time every night. She looked surprised, and then told me she'd been experiencing the exact same thing, but during the day, at 2:43 p.m., and sometimes at night when she was off work too, at 2:43 a.m. We both felt a little relieved that we weren't alone in this, but also pretty scared because we had no idea what was causing it. Then, one afternoon, while my mom was napping in the living room, she suddenly felt someone punch her hard in the side. She woke up startled, thinking maybe my dad or brother were messing with her. Sitting up, she said, "What's your problem?" But there was no one there. She checked every room in the house, and not a single soul was around. It couldn't have been one of our dogs. She distinctly felt a human hand hitting her ribs. After that, she never wanted to sleep on the couch again. 3 years went by with no couch sleeping, and things mostly settled down. The nightmares, though, they never left. My boyfriend, who's been with me for 5 years, even noticed I was having more nightmares since moving into this house. Then, about a month ago, my dad came home with this massive 4K TV. You know how we are, big movie buffs, so my mom and I wanted to watch movies on it in the living room. Now, when I'm watching late at night, I usually stay up past 2:43 a.m. just to see if anything happens. Most nights, nothing does. But then, the other night, at exactly 2:43 a.m., I was wide awake, and my mom had fallen asleep on the couch beside me. Suddenly, I heard a soft whimpering sound. At first, I thought it was one of our dogs wanting to go outside, but the whimper grew louder, turning into a full, terrified scream. I shook my mom awake, and she was confused and scared. I told her she had been screaming, and she explained that she dreamed she was lying next to me, just like she was then, but I was asleep. In the dream, she couldn't move and tried to scream because she felt I was in danger, but no words would come out. Then, a shadowy hand grabbed her face. That's when she woke up. It's just my mom and me who experience these nightmares and the eerie 2:43 timing in the living room. Though when my older brother crashed on our couch for a while, he said he felt like someone was watching him sleep. We've all noticed things moving on their own, like this old kerosene lamp we have on a tall shelf, almost touching the ceiling, that suddenly flew off and shattered for no reason. Cleaning up that old kerosene smell from the carpet was awful. And get this, we keep losing forks. I don't know why or what it means, but forks just vanish all the time. We started with 10, and now we're down to just 3 or 4. Our TV also turns off randomly without anyone touching the remote. We got a replacement under warranty, but the new one does the same thing. It's not a power outage or a loose plug. The screen literally shows powering off before it goes dark. We also get strange, unexplainable smells. My mom often smells an old soap that reminds her of my grandmother, while I get a burning scent that gives me headaches. My dad says he smells something he simply calls shit. Usually, only one of us can smell these things at a time. All of this has been slowly creeping up over the past 4 years since we moved in. Honestly, I think it might be my grandfather, and maybe he's not happy that we're here. So, what do you think? Is it just our minds playing tricks, or is there truly something lingering in this house? It's hard to say, but every night at 2:43, I can't help but wonder what's waiting in the shadows. Hey, I want to share with you something that happened to me about 7 years ago, back when I was around 14. It was in my old home in California. Picture this. It's just past 1 a.m. The house is quiet except for the low hum of the TV. I'm sitting on the couch in the living room, just me, alone with the flickering screen. There's this big window right next to the couch. It's about 5 feet above the ground outside, and right below it is just dirt. Nothing but bare earth stretching out. It's kind of peaceful, really, just the night settling in. Then, out of nowhere, I start hearing something. At first, it's just faint breathing, really slow and heavy, like someone trying not to make a sound but failing. Then there are footsteps, soft, deliberate steps, just outside that window. Before I can even think, I hear someone trying to open the window. It shakes violently, making this loud, rattling noise that feels like the whole house is trembling. In fact, it was so loud that it woke my mom up. She later told me it sounded like the entire house was shaking. I was frozen. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I couldn't move, couldn't even breathe properly. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the banging stopped. No footsteps fading away, no breathing trailing off. Just silence. It was eerie, like someone had vanished into thin air. Now, our backyard was only accessible through a gate roughly 3 feet from that window. That gate was the only way in unless you wanted to either trespass through the neighbors' yards or try scaling a 6-foot fence. And that fence? It was covered with thick, tall bushes, and on our side, tall trees and more bushes made climbing over it a noisy and difficult task. So, whoever was out there would have had a tough time getting in or out quietly. My mom sat up in her bedroom, straining to listen. My older brother was already awake, alert in his room. Both their bedrooms faced the backyard, and just beyond one wall of my parents' room was the back porch. Right after the noises at the window, both Mom and my brother heard footsteps on the gravel by their windows. And then, someone walking on the porch itself. My brother even said he saw flashes of light, like 3 or 4 flashlights, flickering and pointing in all different directions, cutting through the darkness outside. Mom woke up my dad, who grabbed his gun and cautiously moved to the sliding glass door leading to the porch. From there, he looked out but saw nothing. No lights, no movement at all. Mom quickly called the cops. Everyone, except my little brother, gathered quietly in the living room with me. We were all tense, trying to keep as quiet as possible, listening intently for any sounds outside. Here's where it gets really strange. Out of nowhere, we started hearing noises on the roof. They weren't footsteps or animals scampering around. These sounds were loud and bizarre, like something heavy being dragged across the roof in different places. One loud scraping noise on one side, then another on the opposite side, coming quickly in a kind of rhythm. It sounded like multiple things being pulled or dragged, moving fast and chaotic. It had to be more than one person, because the sounds came from different parts of the roof almost simultaneously. And just like before, the noises stopped abruptly. No gradual fading, just silence. Now, the roof was hard to reach. You'd need a ladder or to climb the fence and then jump 5 feet up to get on top. And we never heard any climbing. We sat there, holding our breath, waiting for the police to arrive. When the officers came and searched the backyard, they found absolutely nothing. No footprints in the dirt near the window. No tracks in the gravel outside the windows. No broken branches or damage in the bushes by the fence. The window itself was intact. No signs of forced entry. The cops told us it was probably raccoons, but honestly, we all knew that was ridiculous. A raccoon can't jump up a 5-foot wall and shake a window that hard. It certainly wouldn't leave human-like footprints on the porch or make those heavy, rhythmic noises on the roof. The next morning, we checked with our neighbors, and none of them heard a thing. That was strange because the noises were so loud and unmistakable. The windows had their blinds closed that night, so we couldn't see what was happening outside, just hear it. Throughout the whole ordeal, we didn't hear any voices or conversation. No whispers or calls between the people outside, but it was clear there were several of them. My parents and I didn't see any lights, but my brother swears he did. To this day, none of us know exactly what happened that night or who or what was there. We never experienced anything like it again. Sometimes, I wonder if it was just a group of very skilled burglars who decided not to break in, or if it was something else entirely. If you have any thoughts or ideas about what this could have been, I'd really love to hear them, because honestly, that night remains one of the most unsettling mysteries of my life. So I've got a few stories that still sit in the back of my mind, mostly because I've never been able to make sense of them. The first one happened when a friend and I were sitting out on the back porch at my parents' place. They live pretty far out, in a heavily wooded area, the kind of place where the trees feel like they're listening. We were just playing music together, nothing serious, just passing the evening. Then, about halfway through a song, we heard this sound come out of the woods. And I mean, it stopped us cold. It was incredibly loud, and it went on for maybe 20 or 30 seconds. The only way I can describe it is that it started like a wolf howling, then turned into something closer to a donkey braying, and then somehow ended like a woman screaming at the top of her lungs. We both just sat there, instruments in our laps, staring into the dark. Neither of us had any idea what we'd heard. Maybe it was a mountain lion. Maybe it was some animal call echoing weirdly through the trees. Or maybe it was something else entirely. I still don't know. The second one happened a couple summers later. Another friend and I were out sailing one evening on a lake. There was almost no wind, no other boats around, and everything was quiet. We weren't really going anywhere, just drifting and enjoying the stillness. Then, out of nowhere, the water around us started erupting with these violent wakes. Not just one wake either. It was all around us, maybe within 100 feet or so, like the lake had suddenly panicked. Then we saw something moving fast toward the boat. It made that V shape in the water, like when a fish swims just under the surface. Except, this thing looked huge. I'd guess close to 10 feet long. It came straight at us, then went underneath the boat. The whole boat rocked hard from side to side. It leaned so much that for a second I genuinely thought we might tip. We just sat there, trying to steady ourselves and figure out what had happened. Then, maybe a minute later, either the same thing or a smaller one came back around and did it again. This time it wasn't as dramatic, but it was still enough to make us both very aware that we were sitting in a tiny boat on top of a very mysterious lake. Later, a fisherman told me that the first explosion of wakes might have been schools of fish scattering because a predator was nearby. That explanation makes sense, but still, seeing something that big come right at us was not exactly comforting. The last one didn't happen directly to me, but I was there when the story was told, and I saw the photos myself. I used to work at a coffee shop, and after closing, people would sometimes hang around for a while. Some would smoke outside, some would have a beer, some would just drink coffee and talk. One night, this incredible mandolin player stayed after his set. He was also a former Special Forces guy, and he had this sharp, cheeky way of talking that made every conversation feel like it might turn strange at any second. He started asking uncomfortable questions, the kind of questions where you're not totally sure whether he's joking or testing you. So we all tried to keep things light, and eventually the conversation drifted toward ghosts and the paranormal. That's when he told us about something that had happened in his backyard. He said his dog had started losing its mind one evening, barking and spinning around in one spot like it was chasing something. He went outside, but he couldn't see anything there. Still, the dog kept snapping and circling, completely focused on the same patch of air. So he pulled out his phone and started taking pictures. And in the photos, there were these two little points of light. They weren't huge, maybe about the size of golf balls. One was green, and the other was reddish-orange. He said he couldn't see them with his own eyes while it was happening, but once the photos were taken, there they were. We started scrolling through his camera roll, and in every picture, the lights were in different places. Sometimes they were close to the dog, sometimes off to the side, almost like they were teasing it. He must have taken 30 or 40 photos. Then, eventually, the lights disappeared, and the dog calmed down. I'm not saying I know what it was. I really don't. But I saw those pictures, and I've thought about them more than once since then. Some things just don't come with clean explanations. So this is one of those stories I still think about, and honestly, I'm not sure I'll ever have a neat little explanation for it. For a few years, I had all kinds of strange things happen in my house. Little noises, odd movements, things that didn't feel easy to brush off. Then it all sort of reached a peak and stopped. For about 3 years, everything was quiet again, normal, peaceful even. Then, a few years after my 2 older dogs passed away from old age, I brought home a new puppy. And not long after that, things started up again. One evening, I came home from work and got one of those Google Photos memories on my phone. It was a little collection of pictures of my old dogs. I let the puppy out, sat down on the couch, and started looking through it. And it hit me harder than I expected. I missed them. I missed their faces, their little routines, the way the house used to feel with them in it. After maybe 10 or 15 minutes, I put my phone down, got up, and made dinner. I tried not to sit in that sadness too long. Later that night, I was back on the couch watching TV. My puppy was curled up beside me, half asleep, when one of her toys suddenly rolled out from under the couch. Not slid, not nudged. Rolled. I just stared at it for a second. I remember thinking, how did that even happen? But I didn't want to make a big thing out of it, so I went back to watching my show. A couple hours later, my puppy was asleep on the floor, and I was still on the couch. That's when I heard a toy squeaking from my bedroom down the hall. And it wasn't just any squeak. It sounded exactly like this stuffed duck toy my older dog used to carry around everywhere. He loved that thing. I can still remember the sound of it. So I got up and checked the bedroom. I looked under the bed, behind the door, in the closet, everywhere I could think of. I couldn't find anything that would have made that noise. Eventually, I gave up and went back to the living room. By then, it was close to midnight. My puppy had moved to her bed at the end of the hallway, completely knocked out. I decided I was done for the night, so I turned off the TV. The living room went dark, but not pitch black. There was still a little bit of light from outside. I sat there for a minute, letting my eyes adjust before getting up. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a flash of white light from behind the couch. I turned my head fast, trying to figure out what it was. And then I saw these tiny yellow lights floating over the end table at the far side of the couch. Maybe 3 or 4 of them. They hovered there for a few seconds, then kind of burst apart, almost like tiny sparks. That's when I really started feeling uneasy. Once my eyes adjusted more, I looked around the room. I could make out the lamp, the little box on the table, the edges of the furniture. Everything looked normal until I looked toward the wall behind the couch. I realized I couldn't see the window. At first, I thought it was just too dark in that corner. But then I started tracing the shape of the darkness with my eyes, and I realized it wasn't just darkness. It was shaped like a person. There was a shadow standing behind my couch, maybe 4 feet away from me. I froze. I sat there staring at it, trying to convince myself I wasn't really seeing what I thought I was seeing. My brain kept searching for some normal explanation, some trick of the light, some coat hanging somewhere, anything. But there wasn't anything there that should have looked like that. After a moment, I leaned forward, almost without thinking, and reached my hand out toward it. And right then, the shadow turned to its left, bent slightly, and ran down the stairs. I mean, ran. I jumped up, turned on every light I could reach, and searched the whole house. I checked the stairs, the rooms, the doors, the closets. Nothing was there. I just stood there afterward, completely shaken. The strangest part is that I never believed in shadow people. Years earlier, my ex had lived in that house with me, and she used to tell me she saw a dark figure moving around. She swore the place was haunted. I never really took it seriously, but after that night, I couldn't laugh it off anymore. I don't know what I saw. I don't know why it started again after my old dogs passed and the new puppy came into the house. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. And I know that house felt like something had woken back up. I don't know every single detail of what my housemate was doing back then. I only know that when I first moved in, he made one thing very clear. I was not supposed to go into his room. Ever. And honestly, that was fine with me. Everybody needs their space. But later, I realized it was because he had all his ritual stuff in there. Candles, symbols, strange little objects. The whole atmosphere of a room that had rules even before you stepped inside it. I didn't ask too many questions, but he did tell me he knew about the thing in the house because apparently he had called it there on purpose. The problem was, whatever it was, it didn't stay in his room. It started hanging around in mine. At night, I'd feel it watching me from the wardrobe. Not just a weird feeling either. More like that heavy, focused pressure you get when someone is standing behind you and you know they're looking right at you. It would make noises when I was home alone. Little knocks, dragging sounds, that kind of thing. One night, I woke up with scratches on my arm that I couldn't explain. And then there was this one evening when my boyfriend was over. We were just sitting in my room, not doing anything unusual, and suddenly all the drawers in my dresser started opening and slamming shut. Over and over again. Like something was throwing a fit. It went on for a few minutes, and then it just stopped. I don't really know what to call it. Demon, spirit, entity, whatever word people feel comfortable using. I've never been too precious about the labels. I just know it was there, and it was annoying. The strange thing is, that wasn't even the worst thing I've ever dealt with. I know that sounds dramatic, but I'm honestly pretty used to this kind of thing. It doesn't scare me the way it might scare someone else. To me, it feels like part of the environment. Like walking down a path and seeing a fox near the trees. You notice it, you respect it. Maybe it's even fascinating, but it doesn't mean your whole world has to stop. I've moved since then, and the place I live now feels much quieter overall. Less active, I guess. But things still happen sometimes. A while back, I went into a small antique shop with a friend. We were just browsing, and I walked past this old framed mirror, and I immediately got that feeling. That very specific, something is here feeling. Then came the information all at once, the way it usually does for me. Not like I'm thinking it through, more like somebody drops a whole sealed envelope into my mind and I suddenly know what's inside. I leaned over and quietly told my friend what I was picking up from it. He got really nervous, but I didn't feel like it was dangerous. Attached, yes. A little heavy, yes. But not something we needed to panic over. That kind of thing happens automatically for me. Indoors, outdoors, around certain objects, even sometimes from videos or photographs. I don't go looking for it. It just shows up. One of the clearest experiences I ever had was at a friend's house during a party. I didn't know anything about the history of the place. I just remember walking in and immediately feeling like we were not welcome. The house had this tight, unfriendly feeling, especially near the back bedroom beside the fireplace. I kept sensing an older woman in there, and she was not happy about all these strangers being in her home. At the time, I thought she was alive. I genuinely thought there was an elderly woman staying in that room, hiding away from the party and silently hating every minute of it. The only part of the house that felt calm was the dining room. Everywhere else felt like we were trespassing. After I left, I told the host, "I'm sorry, but I felt really uncomfortable there. The old woman in the bedroom by the fireplace didn't want us in the house." He went pale. Then he told me an elderly woman had lived there before and had died in the house. That bedroom had been hers. And the dining room, the only place that felt peaceful to me, had actually been added years later. It wasn't part of the original house when she lived there. I'm not really someone who's obsessed with ghost stories or witchy stuff. I don't dress my life around it. I don't make it my whole personality. But for as long as I can remember, these experiences have just been part of my life. Quietly, casually, almost normally. And I know that may sound strange to other people, but to me, it's simply the way the world has always been. I want to tell you about something that happened near a small town where I grew up. And just so you know before I get into it, this is a heavy story. There's violence in it, and some of it is hard to sit with. This was back in the late 80s, in one of those quiet country areas where everybody knew everybody, or at least thought they did. There was a local guy around there, I'll call him Daryl, and people had two very different versions of him in their minds. When he was sober, he could come across as shy, soft-spoken, even harmless. But when he was drinking or using, it was like something dark took over. People were scared of him, and honestly, they had reason to be. There had already been trouble around him before. Affairs, threats, guns being pulled, trailers getting shot up, that kind of thing. He even lived with a relative of mine for a while, and from what I was told, he was awful when he was on something. Abusive, threatening, violent. She never went to the police, at least not that I know of, because she truly believed that if she did, he might come back and kill her. And that says a lot about the kind of fear he left behind. Then one day, he finally crossed a line nobody could come back from. The story goes that he was out driving the back roads with a buddy and a young woman. Just doing what a lot of young people did in small country towns back then. Driving around with nowhere particular to go. I don't know what everyone in that vehicle was doing, but Daryl was definitely not sober. There was a shotgun in the vehicle. At some point, he used it on his friend and killed him. Then he turned on the young woman and hurt her terribly. He thought she was dead, but somehow she survived. She lived, but with scars that would follow her for the rest of her life, both physically and mentally. After that, he ran. I was just a kid, but I still remember hearing adults talk about it. Police were out looking for him. Roads were blocked. People were nervous. It felt like this shadow had passed over the whole area. Eventually, they caught him, and he went to jail. And this is the part that still makes people angry. In prison, he apparently became a model inmate. Calm, polite, charming. People said he was good-looking, too. And when he was sober, he knew how to play that part. He convinced people he had changed. But he hadn't. Somehow, he ended up getting close to a female guard. And when he got out early, the two of them moved to a little town a couple of hours north of where I was from. For a while, maybe things looked normal from the outside. But then he started using again. And then, he killed her. From what people said, what happened to her was not just murder. It was cruel. It was degrading. It was one of those things you hear and immediately wish you hadn't. A pointless, brutal tragedy that should never have been possible, because he never should have been free in the first place. He tried to run again, and police set up barricades. When he tried to get through one, they fired on him. He lost part of his thumb and part of his ear, but they took him alive. So back to jail he went, and I wish that was the end of it, but it wasn't. Years later, he was released again. Around that time, women in the city where he was living started disappearing. He was never charged for that, and I'm not saying I know for certain he was responsible, but people around there believed police were watching him. They were suspicious. They knew what kind of man he was. Eventually, he ended up living near our area again. Then one day, the rumor came around that he had killed himself in his car and that his dog was with him too. I heard different versions of how it happened. One version said he left a note. Another said he called his mother first. But the message was basically the same. He said he couldn't live with the ghosts anymore. Whether he meant that literally, or whether he meant the memories of what he had done, I don't know. Maybe both. Maybe when you leave that much pain behind you, the past stops being the past. I know I probably don't have every single detail perfect. Stories like this get passed around in pieces, and time changes the edges. But the heart of it is true. This really happened. And even now, when I think about it, what stays with me most is how many lives were destroyed before anyone finally accepted what he was. I'm telling you, this is one of those stories I still don't know what to do with. It was around midnight in 1976, out on the back roads of rural Missouri, the kind of road where the darkness feels almost physical. We were probably 30 miles from anything you'd call a town, just four of us, riding along, talking, laughing, doing what young people do when the night still feels endless. And then, we saw him. There, sitting on a guardrail like he'd been placed there, was a man dressed like he had stepped straight out of an old gangster movie. Pinstripe suit, brimmed hat pulled low, shiny shoes, the whole thing. He had one leg crossed, elbow on his knee, chin resting in his hand, posed almost like that old statue, the thinker. But he wasn't looking at us. He wasn't looking at anything, really, just staring straight across the road, blank as a wall. Our headlights hit him, the car passed by, and he never moved. Not a blink, not a turn of the head. Nothing. If I had been alone, I'd have told myself I imagined it. But there were four of us in that car, and every single one of us saw him. The strange part is, that wasn't even the first thing that happened that night. Maybe 30 minutes earlier, we came around a curve and saw a group of kids standing right in the middle of the highway. There were about 8 of them, high school age, all wearing gym clothes. Shorts and t-shirts, like the kind you'd wear for school sports. The reversible shirts where one team wears one side and the other team flips theirs inside out. They were walking toward us, slow and steady, right down the road. Not on the shoulder, not near the edge, right in the lane. We had to stop the car because we were going to hit them. And when the headlights landed on them, they just kept coming. No panic, no laughing, no reaction at all. We got out and yelled at them. I mean, we really let them have it. Told them they were idiots. Told them they were going to get themselves killed. Told them they could cause a wreck out there in the dark. They didn't answer. They didn't even seem to hear us. They just kept walking, slow and empty-eyed, like they were moving through a dream none of us were invited into. So we got back in the car, and being young and dumb ourselves, we decided to scare them a little. We drove toward them, expecting them to scatter at the last second. They didn't. They didn't flinch. We had to swerve around them onto the shoulder to keep from hitting them. I remember turning around and looking out the back window, and all four of us were saying the same thing, just in different versions. What in the world was that? We couldn't leave it alone. We drove down to the bottom of the hill, crossed over, and went back to see if we had really seen what we thought we'd seen. And there they were again. Only now they had crossed the grassy median, which was knee-high and probably crawling with chiggers, and they were walking in the eastbound lanes. Same slow pace, same blank faces, same complete lack of concern that cars existed. We stopped again. We yelled again. We accused them of being drugged out or pulling some kind of prank. Nothing. They just kept coming. So we drove toward them again, and again they didn't move. We had to go around them just like before. At that point, the fun had drained out of it. It wasn't funny anymore. It was just wrong. We drove to the nearest payphone and called the police. Honestly, part of us still thought maybe we'd get to watch these kids get hauled off for playing some dangerous stunt in the road. But when we drove back to where they had been, they were gone. Completely gone. No kids in the road. No movement in the fields. No flashlights. No cars parked nearby. Nothing. Just that same empty Missouri highway sitting there like it hadn't shown us a thing. And then, later that night, we saw the man on the guardrail in the gangster clothes. I know how this sounds. I really do. But there were four of us, and we still talk about that night all these years later. Nobody has ever come up with an explanation that feels right. The night ended in a very earthly way, though. After I dropped everybody off, I stopped at the local car wash where we used to hang around. A patrol car pulled in, like they always did, usually just to run us off. Only this time, they searched my car, found a little weed, and hauled my skinny self off to jail for the night. So there it is, a road full of silent kids, a man dressed from another decade sitting in the dark, and me ending the night behind bars. I've had plenty of strange nights in my life, but that one still sits by itself. So this wasn't the house I grew up in, but it's the one I still think about when people ask if I've ever lived somewhere that felt truly wrong. Back when I was in college, my boyfriend at the time and I rented this tiny old mill house. It had been built sometime in the early 1930s, I think, and it sat in this worn-down little neighborhood tucked between a limestone quarry and an old cemetery. And honestly, the house was already in terrible shape before anything strange ever happened. The landlord barely fixed anything. The floors dipped, the walls cracked. The whole place felt like it was being held together by habit. Every few days, the quarry would blast something, and the whole house would shake like a train had hit the foundation. The windows would rattle, the dishes would clink, and I used to wonder, half joking and half not, whether the cemetery on the other side of the road was getting shaken up too. The neighborhood didn't help. Some of the neighbors treated the cemetery like a shortcut or an empty field. Their kids would ride four-wheelers right over the graves. There were always police cars somewhere nearby, usually for domestic calls, and there were people wandering around at all hours who made you lock the door twice. While we lived there, a man was killed just a street over. Another neighbor had a record for watching women through windows. So, the atmosphere was already heavy. But inside that house, it was something else. I always felt a male presence there. Not curious, not sad, just angry, like he wanted us gone. During the day, my boyfriend and I would hear heavy footsteps moving through rooms that were completely empty. Not little creaks, boots. Slow, deliberate boots crossing the floor or coming down the hallway toward whatever room we were sitting in. He worked long shifts, and sometimes he worked nights, so I was alone there a lot. And when he wasn't home, I would sometimes hear this low, ugly grunting sound. At first, I thought it was my dog, Maisie, making some weird noise in her sleep. But then I realized it wasn't coming from her at all. And whatever was in that house seemed to enjoy upsetting her. Maisie was usually a calm dog, sweet, sleepy, not dramatic. But in that house, she would growl at dark corners. She would stare into empty rooms like someone was standing there. One night, I was sitting in bed with her, asleep right in front of me. The room was quiet. And then I heard that grunting sound again. Right after that, I watched the fur on her side move, like someone had jabbed her with two invisible fingers. She startled awake and looked straight at me, confused and hurt, like she thought I had done it. I still hate thinking about that. But the worst night happened when my boyfriend was actually home. I woke up in the middle of the night because Maisie was standing over me on the bed. Her legs were braced, her hackles were up, and she was snarling. Not barking yet, just this deep, warning growl. At first, I thought maybe there was an animal outside. A raccoon, a stray dog, something like that. Then I sat up and looked toward the bedroom doorway. There was a man standing there. He was tall, or at least he looked tall in the dark, and he was standing in this stiff, bent-forward way, like he was about to rush into the room. His arms were raised slightly, like he was bracing himself. Because of the neighborhood, my first thought was, someone broke in. I started shaking my boyfriend as hard as I could, whispering and panicking, telling him to wake up. Maisie started barking then, loud and furious, still standing between me and the doorway. And while my boyfriend was waking up, the man lowered his arms. Then he turned and walked silently into the bathroom across the hall. There was no window in that bathroom big enough to leave through, no back door, no closet, no second exit, and he could not have walked back out without us seeing him. But when we checked, nobody was there. No intruder, no open door, no sign of anyone in the house at all. We stayed until the lease ended because we didn't have the money to leave sooner. But the second we moved out, everything stopped. That was about 10 years ago now, and I've lived in several places since then. Maisie never growled at empty corners again. She never stared into dark rooms like that again. Whatever was in that house stayed there, and I'm very grateful it did. I grew up in a house in northern Alabama that, to this day, I still believe was haunted. And the strange thing is, we only had one real neighbor nearby, and their house had things happening in it too. Neither of us knew what the other family was dealing with until one day, very carefully, we finally asked. I was around 14 or 15 when this happened. I was being homeschooled then because I'd had a rough time with bullying at my old school, and for PE, I would usually jog back and forth through our living room while playing music as loud as I could get away with. We called that room the den. It had been added onto the house years after the original build, maybe sometime in the 80s or 90s, and the whole inside of it was wood. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, even the stairs that led up to my sister Marin's room. Everything was wood, so sound carried in there in a very particular way. That day was actually beautiful, bright, calm, the kind of day where you'd think nothing bad could possibly happen. I remember considering going outside to do my jogging instead, but I couldn't find my little music player, and I needed music. I have asthma, and running without something to focus on makes me way too aware of every breath, every wheeze, every little moment where my lungs start acting like they're filing a complaint. So I stayed inside. My sister and I were the only ones home. Everybody else was either at work or school. I started my usual routine in the den, jogging back and forth with music playing, and after a little while, I thought I heard someone call my name from the kitchen. At first, I ignored it. Then I heard it again. The kitchen was close to the den, so it wasn't like the sound was far away. It felt nearby, personal. I paused the music and stood there listening, trying to be reasonable about it. I don't like jumping straight to ghosts when there could be some normal explanation. Maybe it was a noise from the house. Maybe my mind was filling in blanks. But then I got that feeling. You know the feeling when the air in a room seems to change, and your body notices before your mind does? It felt like I was being watched. The room didn't feel empty anymore. I tried to shake it off and keep going. About halfway through my exercise, Marin came down the wooden stairs dressed like she was heading out. I remember looking at her, confused, because I hadn't expected her to leave. She sighed and told me she'd been called into work for a few hours. She reminded me to finish any schoolwork I still had left. I told her I would, even though I had already finished everything for the week. I hadn't slept much the night before, so I'd stayed up and done the rest of it. I walked her to the front door so I could lock it behind her. My music was still playing back in the den while she made a few tired little jokes about not wanting to go to work. Then I stood on the porch and watched her drive away. After she was gone, I went back inside, locked the door, and headed toward the den. And that's when I saw her. There was a little girl standing behind one of the couches. She looked maybe 8 or 9 years old. She was pale, wearing a white nightgown, with long hair hanging around her face. But her face itself was strange, blurred somehow. Not missing exactly, but not clear either. The part that still bothers me is that she didn't look see-through. She looked solid, but wrong. Like my eyes understood she was there, but my brain couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. For a second, everything in me just stopped. My heart, my thoughts, even the room seemed to freeze. Then she dropped. I heard her hit the floor, a real heavy thud against the wood. And then she crawled, fast, from behind one couch to behind the couch beside it. That broke me. I squeezed my eyes shut and yelled, "Go away!" Then I ran downstairs to my parents' bedroom because they had a door that led outside, and if I needed to get out of the house quickly, that was the safest place to be. I was crying when I called my mom. She tried to calm me down, and she prayed with me over the phone. I stayed in that bedroom for a while, but I could hear movement upstairs. Footsteps. Things being shifted around. It sounded like someone was walking through the rooms above me, touching things, moving things. Eventually, I couldn't stay inside anymore. I went out into the yard and waited there until my sisters got home from school. I don't tell this story very often because I know how it sounds. It sounds impossible. It sounds like something from a horror movie, and I understand why some people wouldn't believe it. But I know what I saw. And even after all these years, I still remember every detail. The wood in that room, the music still playing, the way she dropped to the floor, the sound of it. Out of everything that happened in that house, that was one of the experiences that stayed with me the most. I grew up in an old house in the Midwest, one of those places that felt like it had been standing there forever. It was built sometime in the late 1870s, and even when I was little, it had that heavy, settled feeling, like the walls were quietly remembering things. My mother was actually the first one who saw something. I was about 2 years old then. It was winter, and she was pregnant with my younger brother, so instead of sleeping in the bedroom, she had been sleeping on the couch because it was easier on her back. We heated the house with a wood stove, and that night it was burning in the room with her. She told me later that she woke up because she heard what sounded like a single footstep. When she opened her eyes, she saw a small shape moving across the room. It was less than 3 feet tall, just a little shadowy figure. At first, she thought it was my sister wandering around half asleep, so she told her to go back to bed. But the figure didn't go back. It moved closer to the stove. My mother told it again, a little firmer this time, to go back to bed. And again, it moved closer, until it looked like it was standing right against the stove itself. That scared her, because if it really was my sister, she could have been badly burned. So my mother reached over and turned on the lamp beside the couch. The moment the light came on, the figure dropped down and vanished underneath the stove. She was shaken enough that she got up and went back to the bedroom. And that was only the beginning. As we got older, my brother, my sisters, and I all heard things in that house. Footsteps in the hallway when nobody was there, whispering voices from rooms that should have been empty. You could never make out the words, but you knew it was whispering. It had that shape to it. When I was a teenager, I had Boy Scout meetings in the evenings. My scoutmaster would pick me up, and while I was gone, the rest of my family would usually be at my sister's softball games. That meant I sometimes came home to an empty house, and I hated it. Every time I was alone there at night, I would hear music coming from the basement. But the basement wasn't really a basement. It was more like a muddy crawl space under the house with one bare light bulb hanging down there. Then I would hear a voice calling me. I couldn't tell if it was a man's voice or a woman's voice. It was just there, coming up from beneath the floor, saying my name. After that happened a few times, I stopped waiting inside. I would sit outside on the steps until someone else got home. I never told my family about it. Not then. I thought they would laugh, or worse, believe me. When I turned 18, I joined the Army Reserve. One night, I had to be up for a 4 a.m. formation, and the reserve center was about 90 minutes away. I went to bed around 11, trying hard to get some sleep. Just as I was drifting off, I heard knocking at the foot of my bed. At first, I thought I had imagined it. I opened my eyes, looked around, and saw nothing. So I closed my eyes again and told myself it was just the ghost, which was what my siblings and I had started calling it by then. Less than a minute later, the knocking came again. Louder. I opened my eyes. Nothing. I said out loud, "Please leave me alone. I have to sleep." Then I closed my eyes again. The knocking started immediately. This time I snapped and said, "Stop it!" But it kept happening. Again and again, always at the foot of the bed. I would open my eyes, see nothing, close them, and the knocking would come back. Finally, I lost my temper and said, "Just stop it." That was when the sound changed. Suddenly, on both sides of my headboard, just inches from me, the knocking exploded into this fast, furious pounding. Right beside my head. I didn't stay to figure it out. I jumped out of bed, ran downstairs, got dressed, and drove to the reserve center. I slept in my car for maybe an hour before formation. That was a long night. Years later, after both of my parents had passed away, my older sister and I were cleaning out the house. Somehow, the ghost came up in conversation, and I finally told her about the music from the basement and the voice calling my name. I had never told anyone before. She went pale. I mean, the color just left her face. Then she said, "I heard the exact same thing. Music from the basement, and something down there calling my name. I never told anybody because I thought they'd think I was crazy." That stayed with me. I still don't know what was in that house. I don't know if it was one thing or several things. I only know I'm grateful I don't live there anymore. But that wasn't the last strange house I lived in. When my wife and I were first married, we rented an old farmhouse beside 2 ponds. It was a beautiful property, quiet, open, peaceful looking. The landlord told us it had been her family home, and she also told us that her mother had died there. She had cancer, and one day she walked out to one of the ponds and drowned herself. We didn't know what to say to that. and honestly, we didn't think too much about it at first. At the time, I was working third shift in law enforcement, and my wife worked as a 911 dispatcher. She usually got home around 10 at night. One evening, she was upstairs in the office on the computer. The office was a narrow little room, maybe 8 feet wide and 10 feet long. One wall had closet doors, and behind them was a shared shelving space that connected with the guest room on the other side. Around 11:30, I got a frantic phone call from her. She was terrified. It took a while before she could even explain what had happened. She said all the closet doors had started opening and slamming shut by themselves. Not once, not gently, violently, over and over. She ran out of the house, got into the car, and called me from there. She spent the rest of the night at her sister's place nearby. Another time, her brother came by while we weren't home. He knocked, waited, and no one answered. As he was walking back to his car, he looked up at a second-floor window and saw a woman standing there. Then she moved quickly out of sight. He went back and knocked again. Nobody answered. A few minutes later, we pulled into the driveway, and he told us what he had seen. That window was right at the top of the landing near my office. After that, I started thinking about all the nights I had sat in that office playing video games and feeling like someone was watching me. Not imagining it, not just being nervous. Watched. Even our cats hated the second floor. They would stop at the bottom of the stairs, stare upward, hiss, and growl at something we couldn't see. We don't live in that farmhouse anymore either, but every now and then we still drive past it. And whenever we do, the stories come back. The closet doors, the woman in the window, the feeling on the stairs. Some houses just don't let you forget them. I wouldn't really call it a haunted house. Not exactly. It was more like something passed through our home for about a week, made itself very known, and then just left. At the time, I was a teenager living with my parents in this old brick row home in a historic part of Baltimore. And if you've never been inside a row home, they're usually long and narrow. In ours, you could stand near the front door and see almost straight through to the back door. When you walked in, there were 2 living room spaces, then a little hallway with the bathroom on one side and a closet on the other. After that were the stairs going up, and across from them was the laundry area with those folding closet doors. Then came the dining room, and finally the kitchen, where the back door was. That layout matters, because one night I was downstairs in the living room with my dog Macy. My dad was out with friends, my mom was upstairs asleep, and the house was quiet. Macy needed to go outside, so I let her out through the back door. When I let her back in and turned around to head toward the living room, I saw what looked like a person walk into the front room. Because of the way the house was shaped, I could only see someone if they crossed directly through that narrow line of sight. So at first I thought, okay, my dad must be home. I probably just didn't hear the front door because the back door was loud when I closed it. But then, Macy stopped near the dining room table. She froze. Her tail tucked under her, the hair on her back standing straight up, and she started growling in this low, frightened way I had never heard from her before. Not once before that night, and not once after. That was when I realized something was wrong. I didn't hear my dad. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't hear the front door. So I started walking toward the living room, trying to convince myself I had just seen a shadow, or maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. But right as I passed the laundry room, something slammed into the inside of those folding doors so hard that the doors actually jumped at the hinges. I ran. I screamed and ran like my body had made the decision before my brain caught up. My mom came flying down the stairs because she had heard the bang first, then me screaming. We opened the laundry room together, expecting something to have fallen over, but nothing had moved. Nothing was on the floor. There was no reason for that sound. The next day, my mom and I were in the kitchen making dinner, trying to act normal. She had music playing from her tablet, just streaming through Pandora, and suddenly, it started crackling with static. Not buffering. Not cutting out. Static, like an old AM radio. We both looked at it because that made no sense. Then we heard a small thump from the hallway. When we turned, this basket of my dad's sandals, which he always kept at the bottom of the stairs, lifted or slid or somehow shot forward about 1.5 feet. Then it landed perfectly upside down. And the strange part was that every single sandal was still inside. It looked like someone had put a lid over the basket, flipped it over neatly, and pulled the lid away. That was the moment we stopped trying to explain it away. We knew something weird was happening. For the rest of that week, we all heard it. My mom, my dad, me, and even my best friend Marin, who stayed one night because she wanted to hear it for herself. It sounded like someone running up and down the stairs. From the first floor to the second, then up toward the third floor, which we used like an attic. Heavy, fast footsteps. Back and forth. Over and over. My dad had started sleeping downstairs because of his COPD, and because the bathroom was on the first floor, so he heard it clearly too. My room and my mom's room were upstairs, connected by a shared wall, and her closet sat right under the attic stairs. So at night, it felt like the sound was moving all around us. Then the dreams started. I don't remember what my parents dreamed about, but mine were always the same kind of feeling. I'd be lying in bed with my door open, looking into the hallway, and there would be a woman standing there. She had long auburn red hair, and she never said anything. She just stood there. By the end of the week, as strange as it sounds, we started getting used to it. Not comfortable exactly, but tired, annoyed, sleep-deprived, and maybe a little braver because Marin was there that night. So when the running started again, I finally sat up and yelled, "Can you please stop? We're trying to sleep." And it stopped. Well, almost. First, it did one last loud run up the stairs, like a teenager stomping away after being told no. It honestly sounded annoyed. Then everything went quiet. That happened for 2 or 3 more nights. The footsteps would start, one of us would tell it to stop, and it would do that same dramatic final stomp before going silent. And then, just like that, it was over. No more footsteps. No more dreams. No more baskets flipping over or doors getting hit from the inside. Whatever it was, it felt like it had only been passing through. It stayed for a week, made sure we knew it was there, and then moved on. You know, one of the houses I lived in when I was growing up had strange things happen so often that, after a while, we almost started treating it like part of the routine. I do not mean little creaks in the walls or pipes knocking at night. I mean furniture moving right in front of us. A kitchen chair would slide back from the table, slow and deliberate, like someone invisible was pulling it out to sit down. One night, I was downstairs watching TV when I heard this awful dragging sound coming from the bedroom above me. It was heavy, like someone was hauling a solid wooden dresser across the floor. When I went upstairs to check, 2 drawers were pulled open. Both cabinet doors were wide open, and the whole thing had shifted across the room. Not far, maybe 8 or 9 feet, but it was so heavy that it took 3 of us to shove it back where it belonged. There were 2 times, though, that really stayed with me. The first was on a Sunday morning. I was just waking up, still in that foggy place between dreaming and being fully awake, when I heard footsteps in the hallway. The hallway and my room both had this old linoleum flooring, so every step had that dull, sticky sound to it. The footsteps came right into my room, stopped beside my bed, and then I felt the mattress dip, like someone had sat down next to me. That snapped me awake. Now, I know people can imagine things in that half-awake state. I would have brushed it off completely, honestly. But when I looked, there was still a visible dent in the memory foam topper, shaped like someone had just been sitting there. It stayed for a few seconds before slowly rising back up. The second time happened a few months later in my brother's room. I had been out with some friends that evening, nothing wild, just a few drinks, and I came home thinking my brother was staying out for the night. My room was freezing, so I decided to sleep in his instead. I had just climbed into bed and was doing that little shuffle where you try to get the sheets and blanket wrapped perfectly around your feet. Then I felt the mattress move beside me. Clear as anything, someone lay down next to me. A second later, I felt an arm reach over my waist. At first, I thought my brother had come home after all and was just being annoying, trying to wind me up. So I rolled backward with my elbow, aiming for his ribs, ready to tell him to knock it off. But there was nobody there. Nothing. Just empty space. I was definitely shaken, but somehow I still managed to fall asleep eventually. I think when you live in a house like that long enough, your brain starts filing impossible things under "deal with it tomorrow." There were other moments too. Voices calling our names from empty rooms. I remember hearing my mom call me from the kitchen once, even though she was still out shopping. Another time, my friend and I were sitting in the lounge when we heard my brother call out from upstairs. But he was sitting right behind us at the dining table. All three of us heard it. We just looked at each other, waiting for someone else to be brave enough to go check. Naturally, I ended up being the one who had to go. The strange thing is, none of it ever felt evil. It was not dark or threatening. It was just unsettling, like the house had its own habits and occasionally forgot we were there. Spooky, yes. Strange, absolutely. But never cruel. Just after my wife and I moved into that old 2-story house, we started getting the feeling that we were not exactly living there alone. The first thing that really stayed with me happened late one night after work. It must have been around 10:30 or maybe 11. I was in the tub trying to unwind, and my wife was sitting in the bathroom talking with me. Nothing strange was happening. It was just a normal, quiet night. Then, I heard children singing downstairs. Not one child. A group of them. Soft voices, like they were gathered in the living room singing "Happy Birthday." At first, I thought I was just tired. I sat there for a second, listening, trying to make sense of it. Then I asked my wife, "Do you hear that?" She went still and said, "Yes, kids singing happy birthday." The singing slowly faded out, like somebody had turned the sound down from another room. We just looked at each other. Neither of us knew what to say. After that night, my wife really did not like being alone in the house. It was a wooden 2-story place with 2 bedrooms upstairs. My wife and I slept in one room, and our little girl's crib was in the other. More than once, we heard our toddler talking in her room. At first, we did not think much of it. Kids talk to themselves. That is normal. One day I smiled and asked her, "Who are you talking to?" She pointed right over my shoulder and said, "Johan, he's over there." That answer chilled me more than I wanted to admit. She kept talking to Johan the whole time we lived in that house. Some things started small. Something we needed would disappear, then later show up in a place where we absolutely would have seen it. This was back when people rented movies, and you needed a membership card. One evening, we wanted to rent something, but we could not find the card anywhere. We searched drawers, counters, pockets, the car, everything. After a long while, we gave up and went to the video store anyway. When we came home, The card was lying right in the middle of our bedroom floor. Not under anything, not tucked beside the bed, just sitting there in plain sight. There were other things too. At the top of the stairs, there was a window. My wife would sometimes carry laundry upstairs quietly, and more than once, when she turned the corner at the bottom of the steps, she saw a dark figure standing at the top, facing that window. Just standing there, looking out. Then one night, I saw it myself. We lived in a town with a volunteer fire department, and whenever there was a call, the siren would sound through town. One night, that siren woke me up. I rolled over, half asleep, trying to settle back down. Then I looked toward my wife's side of the bed. There was a black figure standing beside her, facing the direction of the siren. I pushed myself up, thinking somebody had broken into the house. The figure turned its head toward me, and then it was gone. Not walked away, not ducked down. Gone. The last thing I will tell you is what finally made me act. We are Catholic, and we had holy water from Rome that someone had given us. One day I decided I was going to bless the house myself. I opened the windows and started in the attic, because during the day, that was where the house felt the heaviest. I made a cross on each wall with the holy water and said a blessing. Then I worked my way through the second floor. I got about halfway down the stairs, made another cross, said another blessing, and then my phone rang. I answered it. After that, I got distracted and forgot to finish the rest of the house. The next day, I was at work. My wife was home with our baby daughter, who was moving around in her walker. At some point, my wife heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. Not creaking, footsteps, stomping. And they stopped right where I had stopped making the crosses. She tried to brush it off, but then the stomping came again, heavier that time. Heavy enough that the cat looked toward the stairs. The baby looked too. That evening, I came home and finished the blessings all the way through the house. I know some people will think I am making this up, but I am not. I do not know what was in that house. I only know what we heard, what we saw, and how it felt living there. I'll tell you something that happened to me years ago in western Montana, and honestly, I still don't have a clean little explanation for it. At the time, I had a parrot named Pico, and he was completely attached to me. Sweet bird, loud as a fire alarm when he wanted to be, and absolutely not interested in bonding with anyone else. My husband at the time, who is now my ex, was trying to plan an overnight trip so we could visit one of those sapphire digging places out there. But of course we had to find somewhere that would let us bring Pico. He called around for a while and finally found a place that rented little cabins. They told him they normally didn't allow pets, but they had this larger cabin full of bunk beds that mostly sat empty unless a school group came through. They said if we didn't mind staying in that one, we could bring the bird. So that's what we did. The cabin itself was unusual, but not in a bad way. It was raised up over this deep little ravine, sitting on tall wooden supports, with a long, narrow walkway leading to the front door. There was a pretty good drop off the side of that walkway, easily 6 feet or more. Out back, there were stairs that led down toward the outdoor bathroom. Nothing about it felt creepy when we arrived. Not one bit. And back then, I didn't believe in ghosts or anything like that. I had studied science. My family was full of science-minded people, and I was very much in the there is always a reasonable explanation camp. I got Pico settled in, and we spent the day at the sapphire mine. It was actually a lovely day. We came back close to sunset, tired and dusty, and I spent a little time with Pico before getting ready for bed. When it was time to sleep, I covered his cage with a big sheet like I always did. My husband wasn't tired yet, so he picked a bunk near the front door where he could read without keeping me awake. I took a bed closer to the back of the cabin, near Pico. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of boots. That's the only way I can describe it. Heavy shoes, walking quickly back and forth across the cabin floor. At first, I thought it was my husband pacing around, and I remember feeling irritated because I was half asleep and needed to use the bathroom. But when I sat up, the moon was so bright I could see across the cabin clearly. My husband was asleep in the bed by the front door. I looked around, and there was no one else inside. But the footsteps were still going. Back and forth, from one end of the cabin to the other. And then came the part that made my blood go cold. Every time those footsteps got near Pico's cage, he would start making his soft little cooing sounds. That was exactly what he did when his cage was covered and he could hear someone nearby. So I knew I wasn't just imagining a noise. Pico heard it too. I sat there frozen, trying to make my brain turn it into something normal. The building settling, an animal underneath, wind, anything. But it sounded like someone walking inside the cabin in heavy boots. I was too scared to cross the room and wake my husband, and there was absolutely no chance I was going outside alone to that bathroom. So I got back under the blankets, pulled a pillow over my head, and tried not to listen. Somehow, after a while, I fell back asleep. By morning, I had almost talked myself into believing it was a nightmare. One of those vivid, strange dreams that follows you around after you wake up. Then my husband opened his eyes and said, "Did you hear anything weird last night?" And that was when my stomach dropped. He told me that after I fell asleep, while he was still reading, he heard someone walking up and down the wooden walkway outside the cabin. Not inside, outside, right along the front. He grabbed a knife and went to the door. When the footsteps came right up to it again, he threw the door open. No one was there. And because of the drop from that walkway, there was nowhere for anyone to hide. No quick way to jump down and disappear. No bushes right beside it. Nothing. Then I told him what I had heard after he fell asleep. The footsteps inside. The pacing. Pico cooing whenever they came close to him. We didn't try to make breakfast. We didn't stay for the rest of the morning. We packed everything up and left early. Before that night, neither of us believed in anything paranormal. Not really. After that cabin, I couldn't say that anymore. I want to tell you what happened, because it has honestly stayed with me. Twice in the same morning, I felt that strange, sitting ghost feeling again. I was half asleep, and then I heard this disgusted sound from a man, almost like a sharp, huh. It was clear enough that it startled me. Before I fully woke up, I saw what looked like a goat outside. Then, right in front of me, it changed into a white man sitting there, just looking straight at me. In the dream, or whatever it was, I grabbed my phone and tried to take a picture of him. The second I tried, I woke up. The night before, I had not been acting like myself. I had been drinking, and I was meaner than I should have been. Then I went to work the next day, and people felt cold toward me. Around that same time, I found out something terrible had happened in my town, that people had been murdered by a son. It all hit me at once, and I broke down. I really do feel like I learned something from that day. There was also this case about a boy named Peter Keene, and I believe I saw his spirit in my house once. When the energy around me was positive, I heard this little happy sound, like, "Yay, yay." I asked my parents if they ever hear or see spirits the way I do. My mom said no, but my dad admitted he has experienced some things before. One night while I was sleeping, I caught a quick psychic glimpse of that boy again. Around that time, I felt like I needed to put certain things back where they belonged, like my grandma's cane and an old World War II Japanese rifle sword that may have belonged to my grandfather. After the glimpses I have had in this house, where I live with my parents, I really believed there were people here long before us, maybe even from the 1800s. I also dreamed of that strange mall world again recently. Sometimes, when I close my eyes and try to sleep, I see apparitions, flashes of the past, or hear voices. It feels like I am being shown things I was not supposed to see or hear, especially when my energy is good. What I have started to understand is that I may be shining some kind of light for these spirits. Not just in the house either. I feel like I attract things when I am out in public too. Sometimes it feels like I am a doorway, or a kind of portal. Something even told me once to play with a Ouija board, and I immediately thought, absolutely not. I hear them warn me sometimes. They tell me to watch what I say. One voice said they were trying to make me smart while I was trying to fall asleep. Another time, I heard someone say I was a liar, and then, you complain, you complain, you complain. That one stayed with me. When I was a kid, I think something may have pulled me from my bed. I woke up on the floor. Sometimes it feels like, while I sleep, I am with people I do not know. I wake up feeling dried out and drained, like I need water right away. Lately, I have also been seeing the apparition of an older white woman in a black dress, the kind of dress someone might have worn in the 1800s. She feels grandmotherly, almost like she is watching over me in the house. But not everything I have seen feels gentle. One day this past June, when I was in a really negative state, I saw a black human-shaped figure at my uncle's house. It was halfway out of the ground, with arms and a head, but I could not see any eyes. When I looked straight at it, it disappeared. That same house has had strange energy before. Once, I felt like something followed me there from my grandma's yard. I saw these unnatural three-toed feet, almost like something demonic. Then a woman in a black dress with long black hair appeared in the garage with a childlike figure beside her. She told me to go home. I yelled when I saw her because it scared me so badly. That night, when I was sleeping back at home, I heard her crying voice say, "He hurt her." Another time, I saw a girl with long black hair wearing a white dress or gown appear right in front of my bed. She came out of nowhere, then vanished. I even tried to tell her to come back because part of me felt like I knew who she was. It felt like she was watching over me too. After everything I have experienced, I honestly believe these spirits are working overtime to watch over us. Some of it scares me, some of it confuses me, but some of it feels protective. And I am still trying to understand why I am able to see and hear what I do. So one night, I had this dream, and the second it started, I knew. I knew right away that I was dreaming. I was in a car, driving. Everything felt normal for maybe half a second. Then I looked over to my right, and suddenly the passenger seat started changing. It was like different women I'd known in my life were flashing in and out, one face after another, until it finally settled on my girlfriend, Mira. And the strangest part was, I could feel something scanning my thoughts. Not guessing, not watching, scanning, like it was inside my head, pulling through memories. I looked away because it scared me, and when I glanced back, Mira had this worried look on her face. Then her face started blending into the passenger window, like her skin and the glass became one solid thing. The window began flashing colors: blue, green, white, orange, red. Bright colors, one after another. I remember thinking, what is happening? Then suddenly, the car felt wrong beneath me. The tires started thudding like I was driving over wooden planks. I looked up, and we were going straight off a dock into the bay. The car hit the water, and everything went black. Then I woke up, still inside the dream. There was blood in my mouth, thick and black, and I could hear water pouring in. It sounded like bath water running somewhere close by. I was groggy, almost like I was waking up from surgery, and I couldn't see anything. Then the cold water hit my legs, and I snapped awake in the dream. That's when I realized we were still in the car, underwater. I looked over at Mira and asked if she was okay. The interior light flickered on, and I saw her tangled in the seatbelt, hanging there wrong, blood running down her face. I panicked and looked down, just saying, "No, no, no," over and over. The light went out. I looked toward the window, and the light came on again. But this time, I saw something outside that still bothers me. The light didn't shine into the darkness. The darkness swallowed it. It was like the beam hit something and got eaten. That was somehow worse than seeing a monster. I looked down, and I just knew. This is a dream. This is one of my worst fears. Something is about to come through that window. I waited for it. I felt it coming, but nothing happened. So I started moving. The car was filling up fast. I untangled Mira in the dark, waited for the pressure to equalize, took one last breath, and tried to open the door. It wouldn't move. I slammed my shoulder into it. I kicked it. Finally, it opened maybe an inch, scraping against rock or concrete outside. I squeezed out with almost no air left and started pulling her after me. And then, out of nowhere, I felt water rush past me into the car, like another door had opened somewhere. Mira was ripped out of my arms so hard the current punched across my face. My eyes were closed the whole time, but I reached for her, and I smashed my face into the roof of the car. I sucked in water and had to fight my way up. When I broke the surface, I realized the water was deep, maybe 20 feet. I looked around and saw backyard lights reflecting across the surface. There were houses, a concrete divider near the road, and then more lights beyond that. I took 3 hard breaths and went back down for her. The car was gone. I swam in circles trying to hit it, trying to find her, but there was nothing. I ran out of air and came back up, farther away now, panicking. Then I thought, the car light. Maybe I can see the car light. So I looked into the water. All I could see were reflections from the houses. Then I noticed one tiny white dot, like a star under the surface. It started getting bigger, then bigger, and I realized it was rushing toward me. I thought, this is it. Here we go. Then this bright, bone-white skeleton shape burst up through the water, almost like something out of Poltergeist, and fell right onto me. That's when I woke up for real. I was next to Mira, and I immediately called my mom. I told her the whole dream because she's always understood strange things like that. She's had her own experiences. Then I told Mira, I'm not going anywhere today. We crashed into water in my dream, and I have a terrible feeling. She didn't laugh at me. She was calm about it. So we stayed inside all day. Around 7 that evening, her mom started getting annoyed because we hadn't left the house. Then she insisted we go out for a ride, and I finally told myself, it was just a dream. I'm being ridiculous. So we went. At first it was barely raining, just a light drizzle. I said, maybe we should turn around. Mira said, it's not bad. Let's just keep going. Then suddenly the rain came down harder than anything I'd ever driven through. I couldn't see 2 inches in front of the windshield. I said, no, we have to turn around. And as I looked over, I saw it. The same look of concern on Mira's face from the dream. That's when the deja vu hit me so hard it felt physical. I spotted an exit and took it. The second I did, water rushed up my window so fast I slammed on the brakes. The wipers cleared the glass, but the water was still there, rippling against the window. I looked over at Mira, and behind the little hairs near her neck, I saw green. Then I pulled my focus back and realized there was a line of green water up to her eyes. We were underwater. I tried to reverse. The car died. Mira turned around, saw the water behind us, and screamed. Not a normal scream. It was pure terror. I went straight for the window, and thank God it rolled down. On my side, the water was sitting just under the window line. A police officer appeared up on the main road and started shouting for us to swim toward him. I tried to open the door. It wouldn't open. And then, just like in the dream, I slammed my body into it. It opened maybe an inch and scraped along the street. That déjà vu was crushing me. I got into the water, and it was only waist deep at first, but something in me kept repeating, "Do not swim under this water. Walk. Keep her above it." So that's what I did. The water got up to our necks. I lifted Mira and told her, "If I disappear, don't come back for me. Just keep moving." I held her up the way a waiter carries a tray, and I started walking. Every step got deeper. 4 inches, 6 inches, more. I was fully stretched out, holding her above me, when I took one more step and there was no ground. I threw her forward as far as I could before I dropped. I went under, and for a second, I heard her swimming. Then the sound changed. It went from crashing in my ears to muffled bubbles, then to nothing. I remember thinking, what am I doing? I tried to swim, and I swear, something wrapped around me. It felt like a heavy sheet gripping me from my shoulders to my knees. I couldn't move. I rocked my body, trying to break free, and then a thought entered my mind. It wasn't a voice exactly. It was more like knowledge appearing all at once. It said, "You want me to show you the dream was real?" And I got angry, really angry. I started cursing at it underwater, blowing out my air on purpose, almost out of spite. Every instinct in my body screamed not to do that, but somehow I knew it would let go. Then I hit the ground. It released me. I kicked off the bottom, and I came up from what felt like 20 feet down. Just before I reached the surface, I heard Mira swimming, and I shot toward the sound. I came up right in front of her. She grabbed my neck, and I started moving through that water as hard as I could. I was half running, half swimming, using my arms like paddles. Every time I dipped down, she swung off my back, and I had to catch her again. The physics of it didn't make sense. None of it made sense. We were maybe 15 feet from solid ground. I could see the edge. Just a few more pushes. Then I felt something like a finger press into my back. My vision tilted up toward the sky, and suddenly we shot forward. 15 feet in maybe 1 second. I landed out of the water so hard I thought I broke my wrists. I remember making this awful sound because the pain hit all at once. I told myself, that didn't happen. No way that happened. Then I heard Mira crawling out behind me, and she yelled, "What was that?" And I knew she felt it too. I didn't answer. I just grabbed her, and we climbed up the hill toward the road. When I reached the divider, I turned around. And there it was. The reflection of the backyard lights on the water. The same view from the dream. It was like staring into a mirror from something that had already happened. My brain just shut down. I was weak. I could barely speak. We got into the cop car, and I told Mira to call my mom. She reached into the purse I'd put on her back to keep it dry, pulled out her phone, and it was ruined. Then I pulled my old black phone out of my pocket. It was on. I stared at it like I didn't understand what I was seeing. I put my mouth on the buttons, trying to suck water out, because that phone had been underwater with me for several minutes. But it was cry. My wallet was soaked. My clothes were soaked. Everything was soaked. The phone was dry. That's when I really went quiet. 5 moments from the dream had happened in real life, almost exactly. The look on Mira's face, the water rising to the window, the door opening only an inch, the drop into deep water, the backyard lights reflecting back at me. Later, when we went back after the flooding, I already knew there would be a dock there, even though I'd never been to that spot before. And it was there. I still think about it all the time. I still don't fully know what it was. Maybe something was warning me. Maybe something was testing me. Maybe both. But after that, those sudden thoughts kept happening. Not regular thoughts, more like information being dropped into my mind. Sometimes they saved me from situations I couldn't have seen coming. Eventually, I started saying things out loud before they happened, just to see if I was losing it or if it was real. And more than once, the people with me watched those things happen exactly the way I said they would. So when people talk about dreams, warnings, signs, or that strange feeling of just knowing something, I don't dismiss it, because I know how it happens. I lived it. I've carried this story quietly for years, mostly because every time I've tried to explain it, people either look uncomfortable or try to laugh it off. And honestly, I get it. I probably would have done the same before it happened to me. But I know what I heard. I know what I felt. And I still think about that place more often than I'd like to admit. It started with a small family trip for my dad's birthday. We lived in Northern California at the time, and we decided to spend a few days in a tiny coastal town off Highway 1. The kind of place that looks peaceful in photos. All gray cliffs, salt air, quiet roads, and old wooden houses tucked into the hills. The Airbnb we booked was beautiful, at least from the outside. It was a multi-unit property sitting near the edge of an ocean cliff. When we arrived, it was close to midnight, so everything was dark except for the porch lights and the thin glow coming from the windows. The second I stepped out of the car, something felt wrong. Not dangerous in an obvious way, just wrong. Heavy. Like the air had been holding its breath for a long time. My brother felt it too. He gave me this look, and later he admitted he'd gotten the same strange feeling right away. But it was late, we were tired, and nobody wanted to start the trip by sounding dramatic, so we kept it to ourselves. The next morning, I finally got a good look at the property, and it really was stunning. There were 3 separate units, a big old barn or workshop the owner told us not to enter, and this little hobbit-like structure built into the hillside with a hand-painted sign that said, "Do not enter." There was also a wooden lookout platform near the cliff, with no railing at all. Just a flat stretch of wood and then open air. My brother and I stayed in the smallest unit. My parents and 2 family friends stayed in the largest one. The 3rd unit was empty, and after everything that happened, none of us felt any desire to explore it. The first strange thing happened during the day. My dad and his friends swore they saw someone standing in the window of the barn. The window was high up, near the roofline, and the figure was completely still. At first they thought maybe it was a coat rack, or a tarp, or something hanging inside. But when they walked closer, they realized the barn only seemed to have 1 floor. There was no obvious place where someone could have been standing at that height. They stepped back to look again. The figure was gone. They tried the doors, but everything was locked. No explanation, no sound, nothing. That same afternoon, we went into town, did some hiking, wandered through little shops, and tried to shake off the weirdness. In one shop, I saw a jade bracelet. I don't usually wear jewelry because I'm sensitive to how things feel on my skin, but for some reason, I kept going back to it. It was pale green, almost milky, with 1 large, smooth stone in the center. The woman at the shop told me jade was known as a protection stone. She said it would look after me if I wore it. I know that might sound silly, but in that moment, it comforted me. I bought it, put it on right away, and didn't plan to take it off. That night, we all finally admitted the property felt strange. I told everyone that one of the biggest red flags for me was my dog. He had separation anxiety and normally wouldn't leave my side, but he refused to come into the little unit where my brother and I were sleeping. He would stand outside the door and just watch me. I tried bringing him in a few times, but every single time, he scratched at the door until I let him out. Eventually, I stopped forcing it. I told myself he just wanted to be near everyone else, but deep down, it didn't feel like that. Inside our unit, there was a couch facing the sliding glass doors, and beyond those doors was the dark yard leading toward the cliff. I sat there, crocheting, trying to relax, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me through the glass. At first, I thought it was probably my dog outside, staring in. So my brother and I grabbed flashlights and checked. My dog wasn't there. We called for him, and he came running out of my parents' unit. My mom said he'd been with them for at least 20 minutes. I tried to laugh it off. I told myself it was anxiety, unfamiliar place, big windows, dark ocean, all of that. We locked up and went to bed. The next day was mostly normal. Then night came again. I was on that same couch, crocheting again, and the feeling came back. That awful, crawling sensation of being watched. I kept looking up at the glass, expecting to see a face there, but there was nothing. My brother went to sleep before me, and eventually I was alone downstairs with that feeling sitting on my chest. Around 2 a.m., I couldn't take it anymore. I locked every door. I put the extra lock on the sliding glass door, then wedged a broom handle into the track so it physically couldn't open. My bed wasn't in a real bedroom. It was more like an open loft area at the top of the stairs. My brother's room was beside it, with an actual door, but my bed was just there, exposed to the stairwell and the space below. I got under the blankets and tried to distract myself on my phone. Then I heard movement downstairs. Small footsteps. Not heavy adult footsteps. Small, quick steps, almost like a child skipping around the kitchen and living room. I froze. Then I heard metal dragging. It sounded like someone had taken a spoon or a knife and was slowly scraping it along the counters, then tapping it against things. Dragging, tapping, dragging, tapping. I remember lying there, completely stiff, trying to make sense of it. No doors had opened, no locks had turned. Whatever was making that sound hadn't come in. It was already inside. Then my phone slipped out of my hand and hit the floor. The sound echoed through the whole unit. The footsteps stopped instantly. For 1 second there was silence. Then those tiny footsteps came running up the stairs. I can still hear it when I think about it. Fast, frantic, light footsteps racing straight toward me. I panicked. I grabbed my pillow, threw it over my head, and started whispering, "Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me." I couldn't look. I didn't want to see what was there. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. Then they came right up beside my bed. And then I felt pressure on the pillow. Not a little pressure. Something was pushing down. I couldn't move. I don't know if I was frozen from fear or if something was actually holding me there, but I felt completely trapped. I kept begging under the pillow, barely breathing, waiting for it to stop. After that, everything went blank. The next thing I remember, it was morning. I woke up shaken, confused, and terrified because I had no memory of how it ended. I ran to my parents' unit and told them what had happened. That's when I found out they'd had their own experience the same night. My dad had moved to the couch because he was snoring and keeping my mom awake. A few hours later, my mom woke up and saw what she thought was my dad standing at the foot of the bed. She asked him what he was doing. The figure didn't answer. It just stood there, watching her. After a moment, she realized it wasn't my dad. She screamed, and when my dad came running in, the figure vanished. My dad told her he hadn't been sleeping either. He'd been hearing heavy footsteps moving through their unit all night. sometimes so close it sounded like someone was walking right behind him. Every time he turned around, nothing was there. By then, it was around 4 a.m., so they stayed awake together, watching movies with the lights on, trying to calm down. My brother and the family friends didn't experience anything like we did, but they believed us. They knew we weren't the type to invent something for attention. We were all shaken. Then we noticed the jade bracelet. The stone had changed color. When I bought it, it was a soft, pale green. Now there was a dark green, almost black mark inside the main stone. We tried washing it. We checked it in different lighting. It wasn't dirt, and it wasn't on the surface. It looked like the color had changed from within. I know there are scientific reasons stones can change color. Skin oils, temperature, moisture, all of that. But I had bought it the day before, and the mark never went away. I kept thinking about what the woman in the shop had said. Protection. By the time we left, I had this awful certainty in my body that something terrible had happened on that property. I couldn't prove it. I still can't. But the cliff, the locked barn, the strange empty unit, the figure in the window, the footsteps, the thing at my bed, it all felt connected. And maybe this is where people think I sound unreasonable, but I had this deep feeling that there had been a man there once, and that children had been hurt there. I felt like my parents had seen him, and I had heard one of the children. I don't say that lightly. I know how it sounds. But that place changed something in me. Before that trip, I was skeptical about the paranormal. After that night, I wasn't anymore. I still don't know exactly what happened. I just know I never want to feel that kind of fear again. When I was younger, maybe around 16 or 17, I used to read tarot cards for my friends. Nothing serious, really. I did it for free, mostly because it felt interesting and a little mysterious, and everyone thought it was fun. But sometimes when I did readings by myself at home, I would get this strange feeling. Not exactly like someone was watching me, but like someone was standing nearby, just out of sight. I usually tried to ignore it. One afternoon after school, I came home tired and decided to take a quick nap before practice. I was lying on my side, right near the edge of the bed, and I was just beginning to drift off when I heard a voice inside my head. It said, very clearly, "Don't read tarot." I don't know why, but instead of being afraid right away, I just got irritated. I remember thinking, no, absolutely not, and I told it to leave me alone. Then I opened my eyes. There was something crouched right in front of me, facing me. It had pale, wrinkled skin and a bald head with a few long gray hairs sticking out of it. Its eyes were dark and reddish, and its teeth were yellow, crooked, and rotten-looking. It looked sick, old, and inhuman all at once. I still remember its face so clearly, even though I wish I didn't. I don't remember if it spoke again. What I do remember is shutting my eyes because I couldn't handle looking at it. The moment I did, my whole body felt like it was being spun around violently, like I had been thrown into a washing machine. When I opened my eyes again, the thing was gone, but everything looked strange. The room was either bright white or deep red, flashing and shifting. Then suddenly I couldn't see anything at all. It was just darkness. I felt like I was somewhere cold, almost like a cave. I could hear water dripping slowly onto stone, and then I heard a woman screaming. That was the worst part. It wasn't just a scream of fear. It sounded full of pain, like someone was suffering terribly. It was so loud and so awful that I knew I had to wake myself up somehow. I fought to open my eyes, and I don't even know how I managed it, but eventually I did. And then, everything stopped. Later, I showed my husband a picture I had made of the creature, and he said it reminded him of a creature from those fantasy movies. But I hadn't really watched them, so I don't think that image came from there. I still don't know what I saw, but I know how it felt. It felt real, and it terrified me. The second experience shook me even more. At that time, my sleep schedule was completely ruined, so I decided I would stay awake for a full day to reset it. Of course, I failed. Around lunchtime, I got so exhausted that I decided to lie down for just a couple of hours. I was on my stomach, and my cat was beside me. I started drifting off slowly, and then I felt someone hugging me. At first, it felt warm, comforting even, like being wrapped in this soft, heavy embrace. But then I remembered I was home alone. No one should have been there. Around the same time, I heard a voice. It didn't sound male or female, but somehow it felt familiar. It was speaking in a language I didn't know, something strange and flowing. But in that moment, I felt like I understood it anyway. That scared me badly. I started trying to remember any prayer I could, anything at all. And then the voice changed. It turned into a scream. I don't know how to describe it except to say it was the most horrifying sound I have ever heard. It felt like it came from somewhere horrible, somewhere people are not supposed to hear. I managed to force myself up and sit on the bed. My cat was just sitting there, calm, looking at me. And then I blacked out. That part still bothers me because normally I would have run out of the apartment or knocked on a neighbor's door. But I didn't. I just lost consciousness, like every bit of energy had been pulled out of me. After that, I slept with the lights on for a while. I kept thinking I saw shadows moving around the house. Eventually that faded, and I went back to normal, but it took time. There was also one strange thing that happened before all of this. I once visited an old fortune-telling woman, which is fairly common where I'm from, and she told me there was something dark attached to me. Honestly, though, she looked unsettling enough herself that I didn't know whether to believe anything she said. For a long time, I tried not to think about any of it. I just moved on. But I still wonder what was really happening. Was it paranormal? Was it sleep paralysis? Was it my imagination turning against me because I was tired and scared? I've never been diagnosed with any mental or psychological condition, and both experiences happened in the same apartment. When my husband lived there with me, he had very intense sleepwalking episodes too. Sometimes they were so disturbing that I would panic and cry because I didn't know what to do. After we moved out, his sleepwalking stopped. So I guess that's why I still think about it sometimes. Has anything like this ever happened to you? And what do you think it could have been? You know, sometimes the quietest places hold the loudest fears. Let me tell you about Keith and Diana, two high school sweethearts from a sleepy little town in Ohio. They had that kind of love story that just grows naturally, the kind that makes you believe in forever. After they tied the knot, they dreamed of a home where nature was their closest neighbor, a place where their daughter, little Raven, could grow up surrounded by trees and the whispering woods. About 6 years into their marriage, they found it. A beautiful, secluded house tucked away inside a dense forest back in their hometown. Keith, a hunter with a steady hand, and Diana, someone who found peace in the forest's embrace, were both thrilled. So, off they went, moving into this inviting yet isolated house, with Raven, their cheerful 4-year-old, bringing life to the quiet woods. Now, Keith worked long days as a welder and spent his nights at school, chasing a dream of an apprenticeship. This meant Diana and Raven were often alone during those weeknights. The first couple of weeks were calm, but Diana would sometimes catch faint scampering sounds around the house. She'd pause whatever she was doing, her heart quickening just a little, and peek through the window. Each time, though, she found nothing. No animals, no people, just shadows and the rustling of leaves. She chalked it up to small forest animals wandering close to the house. Nothing to worry about. One night, after tucking Raven into bed, Diana was doing the dishes when she heard that familiar scampering. She moved to the window and pressed her forehead against the glass, squinting into the darkness. And there, staring back at her, were two golden eyes. She thought, "Must be a dog," and told herself she'd handle it in the morning. As she finished the dishes, she started tidying the living room. Curiosity nudged her to check again. She peeked through the living room window and saw nothing at first. But then, as she was about to pull away, those golden eyes appeared again. This time, they seemed to belong to something much taller, looming just beyond the glass. A chill ran down her spine. Blinking hard, she convinced herself it was just a trick of the light, maybe a tall dog with reflective eyes. Still unsettled, Diana moved back to the kitchen window, the one that faced the tree line about 20 feet away. She peered out, waiting. Slowly, a human-like head with golden eyes emerged, watching her intently. Panic gripped her chest. She stepped back, heart pounding, when suddenly, the hum of a car engine filled the driveway. Keith was home. She sank to the floor, relief washing over her as he unlocked the door. Between shaky breaths, she told him everything. Keith, protective and skeptical, rushed outside, flashlight in hand, searching every inch of their property. But there was nothing. No footprints, no signs of anyone lurking. He returned inside and gently told Diana it was probably her imagination, that maybe the isolation was getting to her. "Could just be an animal," he said, trying to comfort her. Then, about a month later, Diana was alone again with Raven. The house felt quieter, almost too quiet. She was in the kitchen doing dishes, gazing outside when those golden eyes appeared once more, slowly rising from the edge of the window. She froze, then backed away, a wave of dread crashing over her. She ran through the house, flipping off every light, heart hammering in her chest. Finally, she switched off the living room lights. The reflections vanished, and there, standing just outside, was a tall, shadowy figure with glowing eyes. She didn't hesitate. She called 911. But by the time the police arrived, the figure was gone. They searched the grounds thoroughly but found no traces of anyone. Keith arrived as well, and though he was angry and worried, he scolded Diana for calling the cops without reason. Still, the officers advised her to call if anything else happened, leaving the couple with no answers but plenty of unease. 4 months passed with no new incidents, and life started to feel normal again. Then one cold morning, Keith decided to surprise his family with donuts. He started his car, letting it warm up in the chilly air. As he adjusted the rearview mirror, he spotted someone standing right behind his car. Heart racing, he jumped out and searched everywhere, but the woods held only silence. No one was there. What caught his attention next were the footprints. Massive prints, nearly 14 inches long, scattered across their property. They started and ended right at their home, as if whatever was out there was stalking them, but never leaving the boundary. That morning, Keith finally understood what Diana had been feeling all along. They weren't alone in those woods. Something was watching, waiting, stalking. And it wasn't just an animal. It was something else. Something mysterious and deeply unsettling, hidden behind those golden eyes in the forest. Hey there, I want to share with you 2 chilling tales that have stayed with me for a long time. Stories that weave together love, mystery, and the eerie unknown. So, grab a cozy spot and let me take you through these haunting narratives. First, let me tell you about a couple named Tom Hawkins and his wife Jaki. Now, Tom was a 39-year-old father to 2 teenage boys, and he met Jaki back in 1986. Jaki was stunningly beautiful, and despite a tragic accident earlier in her life that left her unable to have children, she embraced Tom's boys as her own. They fell madly in love, and by 1989, they tied the knot surrounded by 150 of their closest friends and family. Jaki moved in with Tom and his sons, and over time, this blended family grew tight-knit and happy. The house was filled with laughter and warmth, the kind only found in a family that truly loves each other. When their sons grew up and moved out to start their own lives, Tom and Jaki thought it was the perfect time to embark on a new adventure together, a retirement filled with freedom and the open sea. They pooled their savings and bought a yacht. It wasn't a luxury vessel by any means, but they adored it and christened it Well-Deserved. For 2 years, they sailed the Pacific Ocean and the Gulf of California, soaking in the sun, the salt air, and each other's company. Then came wonderful news. One of their sons was expecting a baby. Jaki was overjoyed at the thought of becoming a grandmother and wanted to be close to her expanding family. So, in 2004, they decided to dock the yacht and move to Newport Harbor to live near their son. They put up an ad to sell Well-Deserved, and that's when the story takes a darker turn. In November that year, a young couple named Jennifer and Skylar DeLeon responded to the ad and quickly finalized the purchase. Tom and Jaki told their sons about the sale and promised to keep in touch. But days passed, and the sons heard nothing from their parents, something very out of character for the usually attentive couple. Concerned, they reached out to their Uncle Jim, a retired police chief. Jim, a no-nonsense man with a keen eye for detail, drove down to Newport Beach with a friend to check on things. When he found Well-Deserved moored at the dock, he stepped aboard and immediately noticed that the yacht was in disarray. Inside, everything was a mess, far from the orderly, tidy state Tom and Jaki would have kept it. This confirmed to Jim that the yacht was indeed sold. Before leaving, Jim left a note for the new owners, asking them to contact him since the previous owners were missing. Almost immediately, he received a call from Jennifer DeLeon, a 21-year-old woman who explained that she and her husband had bought the yacht. Like Jim, they were trying to reach Tom and Jaki, but to no avail. Jennifer mentioned some controls on the yacht she didn't understand, and had tried contacting Tom to help her out, but he was nowhere to be found. She also said there were personal belongings of Tom and Jaki left in the drawers, which she wanted to return. When Jim asked her when she last saw them, Jennifer said it was the day they sold the yacht. She recalled Tom and Jaki receiving the payment, hopping into their car, and driving away. Jaki had even told her they planned to buy a house in Mexico and settle there. Jim thanked Jennifer and asked her to keep him updated. But something nagged at Jim's mind. He remembered a woman named Patricia, who had been managing Tom and Jaki's finances for the past 2 years. Because of poor connectivity at sea, they had hired Patricia, a family friend, to handle their bills and taxes. Jim reached out to Patricia, who denied knowing anything about their whereabouts. When Jim asked if a large sum of money had been deposited recently, Patricia said no. Nothing had come through. This was strange because Tom and Jaki were supposed to have $500,000 in their account. With no logical explanation, Jim reported them missing to the Newport Beach police. Police began investigating and quickly found that Skylar DeLeon, the man who bought the yacht, had a criminal record for armed robbery. Naturally, suspicion grew around him. They brought Skylar in for questioning. Surprisingly, he was cooperative. He told the police that he had purchased the yacht legally in front of a notary and a friend who witnessed the deal. Like Jennifer, he claimed Tom and Jaki drove away after the sale. When asked about his finances, Skylar initially claimed he had saved money from his days as a child star on the Power Rangers. But moments later, he confessed the truth, that he had stolen money from a drug kingpin, which led to his conviction. After prison, he needed to launder the money, and buying the yacht was part of that plan. Because of his honesty and cooperation, the police let him go without charges for money laundering. The police interviewed everyone who had seen Tom and Jaki last, but their stories matched Skylar's. The investigation hit a dead end. Missing person notices were posted, showing Tom's SUV. Then, a tip came in from Mexico. A woman reported seeing the SUV parked at a house on her street. Police rushed over, hoping to find Tom and Jaki, but discovered it was Skylar who had parked it there, not the missing couple. The police reopened their inquiry, questioning Skylar and Jennifer again. When they dug into the notary and Skylar's friend Alonzo, the picture became clearer. The notary, Kathleen, confessed she didn't know Tom or Jaki and had been paid by Skylar to forge the documents. Alonzo initially stuck to Skylar's story, but eventually cracked when offered leniency. What they uncovered was chilling. Skylar had seen the yacht ad, and with his friends Alonzo and John, he showed up for a sea trial. Tom, a seasoned probation officer, immediately sensed something was wrong and tried to avoid the trial. To ease tensions, Skylar called Jennifer, who arrived with their baby. Jaki warmed up to Jennifer and the baby, and the family agreed to the sea trial. As they prepared to set sail, Jennifer left the boat, saying the baby wasn't comfortable with the sea. Moments later, Tom and Jaki realized the group's true intentions. Skylar and his men handcuffed them, gagged them, and forced them to sign over the yacht. Jaki cleverly made a mistake in her signature. They locked Tom and Jaki in a room and took the yacht to the deepest part of the ocean. At the rear of the boat, Skylar ordered Alonzo to bring the anchor. Tom and Jaki understood the horror unfolding. Fueled by adrenaline, Tom broke free and struck Skylar in the groin, but John quickly subdued them, linking their handcuffs together. With chilling cruelty, Skylar chained their handcuffs to the anchor and threw it overboard. As the anchor sank, it dragged Tom and Jaki beneath the waves. Jaki's head struck the boat, the sickening crack echoing as Alonzo heard it. Their bodies disappeared into the dark depths. Skylar and Jennifer showed no mercy. They returned to the dock and, without a shred of remorse, began using Tom and Jaki's camera to record their own memories, leaving the previous footage untouched, as if mocking the vanished couple. It's a story that still sends shivers down my spine. The cold-blooded betrayal, the ocean's silent grave, and the haunting truth hidden beneath the waves. Now, let me take you far away, back to the 1920s in southern Germany, to a remote farmstead called Hinterkaifeck. The Gruber family lived there. Andreas, his wife Tizilia, their daughter Victoria, Victoria's 2 children, and their live-in maid. The farm was isolated, surrounded by dense forests and silence, except for the whispers of the wind and the creaks of the old wooden house. One winter in 1921, the maid began noticing strange things. While cleaning, she heard tapping sounds, not from the other side of the wall, but inside the wall itself. It was as if the house itself was alive, whispering secrets. Then came footsteps and faint voices from the attic. Terrified, she told Andreas, who searched the attic but found nothing. No hiding places, no one there. Yet the sounds persisted. Night after night, the maid woke from sleep, disturbed by these eerie noises. After weeks of fear, she quit, saying the house was haunted. Without the maid, the family felt vulnerable. Soon, even Andreas heard the tapping and footsteps. His family thought he was imagining things, but soon they heard it too. They searched the property desperately for an intruder, but found nothing. Then, the strange happenings escalated. Items went missing. Most frustratingly, the house keys vanished and reappeared in odd places. One night, Victoria's grandchild went missing. The family searched the house and surrounding forest, only to find her lost and confused near the house, unable to explain how she got there. Adding to the mystery, a newspaper that no one subscribed to appeared on their table. The lock on their expensive toolbox was found with deep cut marks, as if someone had tried to break in silently. In March 1922, after a heavy snowstorm, Andreas found footprints leading to the house, but none leading away, like someone had come but never left. He told a neighbor and declined their offer for a rifle, perhaps hoping for peace. On March 4th, a repairman arrived for an appointment. He knocked, but no one answered, though he heard appliances running and dogs barking. He tried to get their attention through windows, but was met with silence. The house was locked tight. Concerned, the neighbor checked on the Grubers, found the barn open, and called out. There, in the dim light, lay Andreas's lifeless body. What investigators later pieced together was horrifying. One by one, the family members were lured to the barn, bludgeoned to death with a mattock, their bodies hidden under hay. No resistance, no struggle. The killer then moved into the house, killing the remaining 2 family members, including the children. Even more chilling, the murderer stayed in the house for 5 days, using their food and sleeping in their beds, while the bodies lay undiscovered. Neighbors even saw smoke rising from the chimney during those days. The money in the house was untouched, ruling out robbery as a motive. The Grubers weren't well liked, so finding a suspect was impossible. It was as if the forest itself held its secrets tight. To this day, no one knows who or what was responsible. Was it a human with a dark heart, or something unearthly? The mystery lingers, wrapped in cold German winters and haunted whispers. So, those are the stories of a couple lost to the ocean's depths and a family vanished into the shadows of a lonely farm. They remind us how fragile life is, how darkness can hide behind the most ordinary walls, and how sometimes the past refuses to let go. You know, I've been meaning to tell this story for a while now, but every time I start, it just feels heavy, like the words themselves carry some weight. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to share it with you, just as it happened, with all its twists and shadows. I began showing up at Mr. Boland's place 5 days a week, Thursdays through Mondays. It was a routine I stuck to for a little over a month, and honestly, I got pretty comfortable with it. The house was quiet, the air thick with the smell of old wood and something faintly floral, maybe from the garden. But no matter how used to it I got, there was always this nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. Like the next time I opened that front door, I'd find him sitting up, staring right at me. He never did, but the possibility lingered, like a shadow just beyond the edge of the light. One night, Leslie was running particularly late. The clock had crept past midnight. The house was dark except for the soft glow of a bedside lamp, and I was sitting there, half dozing off with a book in my hands. The pages felt heavy, and my eyelids kept drooping until, suddenly, the book slipped from my fingers and hit the floor with a soft thud. That jolt snapped me awake. I'd missed one of my 30-minute check-ins. I sprang to my feet, heart pounding, and hurried down the hallway. When I reached the door, my hand paused on the bolt. I held my breath, listening. I called out softly, "Mr. Boland, are you awake?" There was a pause, almost too long, and then a single, heavy footstep. Just one. Not a shuffle or a series of steps, but one solid thud that echoed in the silent house. My skin prickled, and I instinctively reached for my gun. With a trembling hand, I opened the door. And there he was, sleeping, just like always. I blinked, wondering if my mind was playing tricks on me. That night stretched out endlessly. It was creeping toward 2 in the morning, and still, no sign of Leslie. I tried calling her, but there was only silence. No answer on her cell, no response from her office phone. I thought about reaching out to her husband, but something held me back. Instead, I stayed, trying to keep my focus, doing my job. At 2:30, I got up again for another check. My hand hovered over the door, and then something brushed against my face. I swatted it away, thinking it was another pesky fruit fly. But then I felt something small and cool on my hand, a tiny blue leaf. When I looked up, the dried four-leaf clover pinned above the doorframe had turned completely blue, as if soaked by some unseen dye. I hesitated, then slid the bolt and pushed the door open, but it stopped abruptly against something heavy. I pushed again, and again. Slowly, the door creaked open, and I realized it was the closet. But how in the world had Mr. Bolin moved that heavy old piece of furniture without me hearing? "Mr. Bolin," I called out, my voice shaking. "I'm coming in." Step by step, I eased the door wider. Through the narrow crack, I saw his bed, empty. The roses on the bedside table had all turned blue, their leaves strewn across the floor like crushed petals underfoot. Summoning every ounce of courage, I shoved the door open. There he was, standing in front of the metal sheet covering the window. A loud pop echoed as one of the corner screws tore free. The ceiling fan was silent now. The usual hum was gone. The lights flickered and died, and shards of glass glistened across the bedspread. "Mr. Bolin? I started, but he didn't respond. His arms hung loosely at his sides, but the metal sheet kept shifting, held by something unseen. Then he turned toward me. His face stretched unnaturally, as if pulled tight by invisible strings. From his mouth emerged something thick and slick, dark as oil, as wide as my arm and twice as long. It dripped onto the floor, leaving eerie blue stains in its wake. It looked like an arm, or maybe a tentacle. Before I could even react, the appendage split into four. One grabbed the mirror, another the bed, and two clung to the ceiling. Like some grotesque puppeteer, it swung Mr. Bolin forward and back in a macabre dance. It was terrifyingly fast, all of it moving toward me. I fumbled for my gun, but before I could draw it, he was at the door. I stumbled backward as the tentacles reached through the narrow opening, only to be stopped by his frail body. It reminded me of a snail struggling to escape its shell, or a snake writhing in captivity. And then, in the depths of his wide-open mouth, I saw it, a flash of white, like a gleaming eye, or a row of teeth. I felt my pulse skyrocket, drumming in my ears, breath catching in my throat. I barely noticed I was forgetting to breathe. I finally got my gun out, safety off, and steadied myself to fire. But at what? What exactly was my target? That moment of hesitation was all the creature needed to close the distance. It lunged, hurling Mr. Bolin like a rag doll across the room. Bottles clattered to the floor, and the creature slipped on the carpet, scrambling to regain its footing. It was between me and the exit now. Without thinking, I dashed upstairs, the sound of sticky smacks behind me as the tentacles scrambled in pursuit. There was something almost eager about it, like it was playing a cruel game or hunting a meal. Reaching the top, I fired a shot. I wasn't aiming, I just needed to keep it at bay. The bang echoed loudly, and I thought I hit something, but nothing changed. I slammed the bathroom door shut and pressed my back against it. Outside, I heard a wet, squelching noise, tiny tentacles probing under and over the frame, scraping to pry the door loose. The wood groaned under the strain. Panicking, I scrambled to the window. Knocking over soaps and delicate figurines, I climbed out, only to feel a sudden tug on my leg. I didn't look back, but the biting smell of ammonia filled the air. And then, in the midst of that terror, a voice, quiet, faint, but unmistakably real. Deep inside Mr. Bolin, it whispered, "Hello." Something tried to pull me back. I clung to the window frame with every ounce of strength. My shoe slipped off, and with a final desperate effort, I fell from the second-story window, landing hard on the garage roof. The steel dented beneath me as I tumbled off, finally lying flat on the gravel path, gasping for breath. My shoulder ached, and my head throbbed, but adrenaline kept the pain at bay. I stumbled toward my car, flung the door open, and slammed the key into the ignition. The headlights flicked on, and there, just in front of my car, was Mr. Bolin. At least 6 tentacles held him up. his form shifting like a grotesque crab standing in the driveway. His eyes flickered wildly, as if trapped in some nightmarish dream. I hit reverse, and that's when I realized I was screaming. Not consciously, but from the very depths of my soul. I didn't stop. I just drove, desperate to put miles between myself and that cursed house. I don't know if it chased me or let me go. That night blurred into a nightmare I can hardly recall. The next day, I found myself 2 towns over. Barefoot on my left foot, I stopped at a gas station and borrowed a phone. I must have dropped mine during the chaos. I still couldn't reach Leslie, and for a moment, I felt utter lost. The whole ordeal felt unreal, like a waking nightmare. Later that day, as I was driving back, I heard it on the news. Leslie Bolin was missing. I said nothing about what happened. The job Leslie had given me was off the books, paid quietly, and I didn't want to risk ever going near that house again. Besides, what if I had shot Mr. Bolin that night? What if it was all a hallucination? It would have been easier to believe it was just my mind playing tricks, but deep down, I knew the truth. Not long after, reports came in that Leslie had been found dead. I have my suspicions about what really happened to her, and I'm certain it has something to do with that blue hour at Mr. Bolin's house, a time when reality twisted and something dark came crawling out from the shadows. I've wanted to talk about this for a long time, but I never really knew how. Part of me still feels strange even saying it out loud, because I don't have any proof of it now. It happened when I was little, and for years I kept it to myself because I was scared people would think I was making it up. I was about 8 when it started. For a while, maybe a month or so, I had sleep paralysis almost every night. Of course, I didn't know that's what it was back then. I just thought I was having these terrible nightmares where I couldn't move. At first, I would wake my parents up whenever it happened. But after a few nights, I started feeling bad about it, like I was being annoying. So I stopped calling for them and just dealt with it alone. After a while, I started dreading bedtime completely. I shared a room with my brother, and my bed was set up in a way where a tall dresser partly blocked the view of the door. Every time it happened, I saw the same man. Sometimes I'd see the bedroom door slowly opening. Other times, he was already there, standing just inside the room near the dresser. I could never see his face clearly. The room was too dark for that, but I could see the outline of him. His hair looked flat or very short, nothing sticking out, and he would move slowly around the dresser until he was beside my bed. He never touched me. He never climbed onto the bed. He just stood there, facing me, like he was watching. Some nights he stayed near the foot of the bed. Other nights, he came closer. Something I only realized years later is that every time this happened, my bedroom door was open. I don't remember leaving it open. I just remember waking up and seeing it that way. Sometimes I would eventually fall back asleep, but even then, I had this awful feeling, almost like someone was breathing near my face. I honestly don't know if that was real or if I was just scared and half asleep. I never told anyone in the morning. Around that same time, I used to explore the house a lot. I was always opening drawers, checking cupboards, looking in places I probably wasn't supposed to. In the bathroom, we had one of those mirrored medicine cabinets. One day, I got this really strong urge to look on top of it. I don't know why. It wasn't a place I normally checked, but suddenly I felt like I had to. There were a few normal things up there, like folded cloths and old toiletries, but there was also a key. It was an old metal key, the kind you'd expect to see in a very old house. Big, heavy-looking, almost like a skeleton key. The strange thing was, nothing in our house used a key like that. Our doors either had modern keys or no keyholes at all. Even my bedroom door didn't have a keyhole. Right across from my room, in the hallway ceiling, there was an attic hatch. Nobody ever went up there. We didn't store boxes there. We didn't use it for anything. It was just there. When I looked up at it that day, I noticed it wasn't shut all the way. It was open just a little. I remember feeling terrified. Not curious, not confused, just scared in a way I couldn't explain. I didn't say anything to anyone. I put the key back exactly where I found it. Later that day, I thought about telling my brother. I trusted him more than anyone, but I was already asking him almost every night to check near the bedroom door before we went to sleep, just to make sure nobody was standing there. I didn't want to bother him with one more thing. That night, it happened again. Same room, same paralysis, same man. The next day, I went back to look for the key. It was gone. I hadn't told anyone about it. No one should have known I'd found it. That was when it stopped feeling like a nightmare to me. There's another part of this that I didn't really understand until I got older. My father and I didn't have the easiest relationship. When I was little, he would sometimes say things that made it sound like I was connected to things I didn't understand. He never explained it clearly. It was always vague, almost hidden in the way he spoke. And whenever I mentioned anything spiritual or paranormal, he'd look at me differently. Not surprised exactly. More like I'd accidentally said something he already knew. The last night it happened is the part I still think about the most. I had sleep paralysis again, and afterward I finally managed to move. Usually, if I woke up in the middle of the night, I would never leave the room. I hated walking into the hallway. It always felt wrong somehow. But that night, I really had to use the bathroom. I remember sitting there for a moment, trying to convince myself I was only scared because of the sleep paralysis. I told myself to just get up, go quickly, and come back. So I got out of bed and walked past the dresser. My heart was pounding so hard that even now, just remembering it, I can almost feel it again. I opened the bedroom door and looked toward the attic hatch, like I always did. From where I was standing, I couldn't tell if it was open or closed. Then I turned toward the hallway. That's when I saw the top of his head, then his eyes. It was the same man, standing at the top of the stairs. The second we looked at each other, he stood up fully and started running toward me. I ran straight into the bathroom, locked the door, and stayed there for the rest of the night. In the morning, my mother knocked because she needed to get ready. She asked why I had slept in the bathroom. I didn't tell her. I couldn't. After that night, the sleep paralysis stopped completely. I never saw him again. Years passed. The house changed. There were renovations, furniture got moved, and that old medicine cabinet was eventually thrown out. So there's no real way to recreate how everything looked back then. But I still think about the key. When I finally asked my mother about it years later, she said we had never owned any key like that. When I was around 15, my father told me something I hadn't known before. He admitted that he had practiced spiritism. He said he had experienced things he described as short visits to other places, almost like other layers of reality. He also told me about the man who had introduced him to all of it. According to my father, that man had been deeply involved in spiritism for years. Then one seance went badly, and the next day, the man took his own life. My father never wanted to talk about it again after that. Even now, he still meditates and does certain rituals. He says they help protect his mind and keep him balanced. My mother is a very rational person, so I never expected her to have stories like this. But she once told me about something her own mother claimed to have seen back in Portugal. My grandmother was very religious, and she said that when she was younger, she saw a friend become possessed. She described the person's body twisting in ways that didn't look natural, and said they started speaking words nobody understood. Then, when I was 16 or 17, my closest friend and I tried to communicate with a spirit. I know how that sounds, but he had also experienced strange things in his own house, and at the time, we were both trying to understand what any of it meant. I won't go through every detail, but I remember the air turning freezing cold only around the empty chair beside us. The candle moved at certain moments, almost like it was answering questions. He also had a device that was supposed to pick up words connected to a spirit's presence, and the words we got seemed to point to a soldier looking for someone. I don't know if any of these things are connected. I don't even know what I believe about all of it. But when I put the memories together, the man in my room, the key, the attic hatch, my father's past, it still unsettles me in a way I've never been able to explain. So I want to give you a little bit of background first. My partner and I both read tarot. I'm usually the skeptical one. I question everything, probably more than I should. He's the opposite in some ways, because he's had more than one experience with spirits, so he's a lot more open to things right away. But even though I'm critical, I trust my cards. They've never steered me wrong, not in personal readings, and not when I've read for other people. About a year ago, my parents and my little sister moved away from the coast and into a quieter place farther inland. My partner and I moved to the same area a few months later. And last week, my sister finally told me something she'd been keeping to herself. She said she's been hearing my mom's voice calling her at night. The first time it happened, it sounded like it came from my mom's bedroom. She heard, "Shelby, come here," in this bright, cheerful voice. So she got up and checked, but my mom was completely asleep. And it didn't stop after that. For almost a year, she's heard that voice coming from different places in the house. The kitchen, the hallway, right outside her bedroom door. One time, it woke her up, and she said it sounded like it was right over her shoulder. It usually only says it once, always the same kind of cheerful tone. "Shelby, come here." I hadn't gone over to that house until they'd already been living there for a couple of months. And after I visited for the first time, she started hearing my voice too. Not often, but sometimes. Mine would just say her name, Shelby, but in a flat, plain tone. No emotion behind it. My dad is very religious, but he does believe in ghosts because he's had his own experiences before. At first, he kind of brushed it off, like maybe she was dreaming or half awake. But eventually, even he started feeling like something in that house wasn't right. One night, everyone else was asleep, and he was in the living room playing video games like he usually does. Out of nowhere, the automatic trash can opened. He ignored it at first. Then it opened again, and again. It would open for about a minute, close for about a minute, then open again. Finally, he got up, and it stopped immediately. Later, my sister and I noticed something strange. If you peeked around the wall at my dad while he was sitting in his recliner, then hit again, the trash can would open. When you looked again, it would close. A couple of days ago, my sister was home alone in the middle of the day. Bright daylight. Nothing spooky about the time at all. Then the robot vacuum turned on by itself. It did one full loop around the room, then docked itself again. The weird part is, they haven't used that vacuum since they moved in. My sister was sitting in the same room when it happened, and she told me the sound was so loud that at first she thought a plane was passing over the house. It didn't even make its usual little startup sound. It was just this sudden, heavy roar. So, at my sister's request, my partner and I went over with my cards. He drew a protective circle, lit a candle, and I started the reading. The first thing I asked was what this spirit, or whatever it is, was like. I pulled the King of Swords reversed. That card made my stomach drop. To me, that pointed towards something cruel, manipulative, controlling, possibly violent. I didn't write down every card after that because, honestly, the whole reading felt wrong. My deck felt scared. I know that might sound strange, but my cards usually come through very clearly. They're confident, sometimes blunt, sometimes almost rude. But this time, they felt hesitant. The message I got was basically, do not mess with this. When I asked if there was more than one spirit in the house, the answer felt like, you don't want to know. The cards also seemed to describe my sister as the fool, not in a bad way, but as someone young, innocent, and unaware of what she's really dealing with. And the strongest feeling I got was that this is beyond me, that I need to be extremely careful. So now I'm genuinely asking, what do you think this thing could be? And more importantly, how do I help my sister stay calm and feel safe in that house? Because my cards have never reacted like this before. They've warned me before, yes. They've been sharp before. But they have never felt afraid. I'm not saying I'm completely convinced this picture is haunted. I'm just saying I don't feel great about being the person who tests that theory. My parents have had this old framed print for as long as I can remember. It belonged to a relative before them, and for years, it was just one of those things in the house that nobody really noticed anymore. It got moved from room to room, then eventually tucked away in storage. Then my brother's wife came over. Out of nowhere, she asked my parents about the little girl she kept seeing in their house. She said there was a young girl who would sit on the couch beside an older Native American man. According to her, the girl seemed like she was trying to say something, but the words never came through clearly. She also said the girl liked hiding near the hallway closet, didn't seem comfortable around men, and would not go anywhere near my parents' bedroom. That already felt strange enough. But then, my mom admitted she had seen the Native American man before too. My sister-in-law had never been told that. No one had mentioned it to her. After that, my mom became convinced the old print was connected to all of it. She took it outside, leaned it against the side of the garage, and placed it near a stack of metal tools, because someone had told her metal could trap or contain spirits somehow. I'll be honest, that bothered me. I don't know what I believe. I don't know if anything is attached to that picture. But if there really is a little girl involved, I hated the idea of treating her like some dangerous, evil thing. So I went outside later and turned the picture around so it wasn't facing out toward the yard. I left it where my mom had put it, but I added a few tiny pieces of old dollhouse furniture that had been sitting in a box in the garage. I know that sounds strange, maybe even silly, but in my head, if there was a child connected to it somehow, maybe it would feel less like she had been thrown away. Maybe it would feel a little less lonely. Now I'm wondering if that was the wrong thing to do. My sister-in-law also told us that when she ignores the little girl, she usually has a terrible day afterward. Not just a regular bad day, but one of those days where everything goes wrong from morning to night. Could that be coincidence? Of course. But I'd be lying if I said it didn't make me think twice. So I'm asking honestly, did I make things worse by touching the picture and putting the dollhouse furniture with it? Should my parents get rid of the print? Throw it away? Donate it? Burn it? Sell it to someone who actually knows about haunted objects? Or should everyone just leave it exactly where it is and never mess with it again? I'm really looking for honest thoughts here. Has anyone dealt with something like this before, especially with an old picture or object that's been in the family for years? Update. After reading through what people said, I'm starting to think maybe it isn't the print itself that's haunted. It might be something using the image of the little girl, because my mom always loved that part of the painting. And that, honestly, makes the whole thing feel worse. My mom has also seen what looked like a full-body version of herself standing in the house. She's seen something with a long, sharp, claw-like finger trying to reach toward her mouth. So when people mentioned the possibility of a mimic, that actually made a disturbing amount of sense. Now the question is, How do we get rid of something like that? Because if it's only pretending to be the little girl, then throwing away the print probably won't make it leave, right? So I'll start with a little background, because I feel like it matters. I'm 24 and I just finished university, so I came home for the summer. While I was studying in another country, my family moved abroad. They've been living there for about 3 years now, but this house is new to us. It's not an old place either, maybe 8 or 9 years old, and the people who own it live right next door. We rent from them, but honestly, we barely ever see them. Because the house is fairly new, and because we're supposedly the first tenants to actually live in it, I didn't think there would be anything strange about it. I also haven't spent much time there, since I've mostly been away at school. A little over a week ago, my parents left to go back to our home country to get our cabin ready. We usually spend a big part of the summer there. My younger sister Mira, who's 17, was supposed to go with them, but she got really sick at the last minute, so she stayed behind with me. Before I get into what happened, I need to explain the basement, because the layout is kind of important. Our basement is weirdly half basement, half ground floor. It's where the main entrance is, but the living room and the main part of the house are upstairs. So we don't really spend time downstairs unless we're leaving, coming home, or grabbing something from storage. There's a door from the basement into the garage, and we usually leave it unlocked because you need a code to get into the garage from outside anyway. The garage also works as a storage area. If you walk all the way to the back, there's this narrow opening, maybe a meter wide, that leads into a little corridor-like space. It's about 4 meters long and also around a meter wide. The garage light is motion activated, which becomes important later. There's also another storage room in the basement with a fridge and freezer for extra food, and a door that leads into the electrical room. Then there's a spare room we turned into an office. It has a couch, a small TV, and an old Wii, but nobody has used it since my parents left. The noises started only a few hours after they drove away. At first, it sounded like someone knocking on the front door. Not a polite little tap either, more like a slow, deliberate knock. I checked the doorbell camera right away, but there was nobody there. No person, no car, nothing. So I told myself it was probably wind, or maybe an animal, or just the house settling. But a few minutes later, I heard another sound. This one came from the garage. It sounded like something heavy had slammed against the garage door. I asked Mira about it after a while, and she didn't seem worried at all. She told me the equipment downstairs sometimes makes strange noises, or maybe a box had fallen in the garage. I decided to believe her, mostly because I know I can jump to creepy explanations too quickly. I used to love paranormal stories, but lately I've been avoiding them. Same with true crime. About a year ago, I listened to a true crime episode while running alone through a forest in the dark, and I scared myself so badly that I've been trying not to feed that part of my brain anymore. But the sounds didn't stop. For the next few days, we kept hearing things from downstairs. Thuds, scraping sounds, little knocks that didn't feel random. One evening, Mira and I were upstairs watching a movie when there was a really loud sound from below us. To me, it sounded exactly like the garage door closing. That heavy, rolling, mechanical sound. Mira immediately said it couldn't be that, because the garage door barely works. It only opens properly maybe 1 time out of 5, unless you use this specific tool my dad keeps down there. But I guess she could see on my face that I wasn't convinced. And because she has absolutely no sense of self-preservation, she suddenly called out, "Hey, is someone there?" There was no answer. Then she added, "We're watching a movie. You can come join us if you want." That's when we heard a small thud. Not loud, Not dramatic, just enough to make my whole body go cold. Mira looked like she wanted to say something else, but I grabbed her arm and told her to stop. I was genuinely scared by then. Not jumpy scared, not silly scared, actually scared. Eventually, she convinced me to let her go downstairs and check the garage. I hated the idea, but she's always been braver than me about this kind of stuff. Or maybe reckless is the better word. She loves scary things. She's the kind of person who would hear a noise in the woods at midnight and walk toward it because she thinks, maybe it's a ghost. But because she wants ghosts and demons to be real so badly, she's also weirdly skeptical. So she went down. I waited upstairs, barely breathing. After a few minutes, I saw her coming back up the stairs. Her eyes looked wide, and her face seemed pale. But the hallway was dim, and I was already terrified, so I tried to tell myself I was imagining it. I asked her, what happened? She said one of the boxes in the garage had fallen over. That was it. Then she sat back on the couch, but this time, she pulled the blanket all the way up to her chin. Usually, she just drapes it over her lap or shoulders. I asked if she was okay, and she said she was just cold. And that made sense, technically, because the basement area is always chilly, and she was only wearing a t-shirt. But something about her felt different. I really think she saw something. I don't know what. I don't know if she's not telling me because she doesn't want to scare me, or because saying it out loud would make it feel too real. Then, over the last couple of days, things got stranger. I could have sworn I heard the fridge in the basement storage room open and close. Not once, but more than once. That soft suction sound when the door opens, then the little rattle when it shuts. I also heard the Wii start up from the office. You know that tiny electronic sound old consoles make when they turn on? I know what I heard. Later, I asked Mira to grab a pack of mochi from the freezer downstairs. We had been saving it. She came back and said, it was gone. But I know neither of us ate it. I know we didn't move it. And this might sound ridiculous, but Mira's dental floss has also been disappearing. At first, we joked that maybe a ghost had really specific oral hygiene needs. It was funny for about 5 seconds. Now I'm not so sure it's a joke. That's everything I can remember right now. I might share an update if anything else happens, or if Mira finally tells me what she saw downstairs. Listen, I know it sounds like the kind of story people tell just to scare children away from broken places. But in Devgud, nobody laughed when someone mentioned the old mansion beyond the cremation ground. They called it Black Manor. It stood at the edge of the village, half swallowed by wild grass and neem trees, with its windows cracked like tired old eyes. People said a landlord named Viraj Singh had lived there almost a century ago with his family. Then, one moonless night, the villagers heard screams coming from the mansion. Not one scream, not two, but a whole house crying out at once. By morning, Viraj Singh and his family were gone. No bodies, no footsteps, nothing. Only strange marks on the walls and dark red stains across the floor. From that day on, the villagers stopped going near Black Manor after sunset. They said the house did not stand empty. They said it waited. Years later, a young man named Aaron came from the city. He was confident, cheerful, the kind of person who smiles when others whisper warnings. When the villagers told him about the mansion, he laughed softly and said, "Ghosts don't frighten me. Tonight, I'll stay there myself." I wish someone had stopped him. At midnight, Aaron walked through the rusted gate with a torch in his hand. The gate opened with a long, painful creak, even though there was no wind. The moment he stepped inside, it slammed shut behind him. Bang! The sound rolled through the courtyard. Inside, everything smelled of dust, damp wood, and something old enough to be forgotten. Portraits hung on the walls, but in every painting, the eyes had been scratched out. Aaron tried to stay calm. He lifted his torch and moved deeper into the mansion. Then, he heard it. Footsteps from upstairs. Thack, thack, thack. Slow, heavy, patient. He called out, "Who's there?" No answer. Still, he climbed the stairs. With every step, the air grew colder. By the time he reached the second floor, his breath was visible in front of him. Then, his torch went out. Just like that. In the dark, a voice whispered very close to his ear, "Why did you come here?" Aaron froze. His throat went dry. He tried to answer, but all that came out was a shaky breath. Then, something touched his shoulder. A hand, cold as ice. He spun around, but there was no one behind him. And then, he saw the mirror. It was an old mirror in a wooden frame, hanging at the end of the hallway. But it did not show Aaron's reflection. Instead, it showed a woman in a white sari standing behind him. Her long black hair covered most of her face, but her eyes were visible, completely black, and she was smiling. Aaron turned around again. No one. When he looked back at the mirror, she was gone. A door at the end of the hallway opened by itself. Creak. Aaron did not want to go in. Believe me, nobody would have blamed him for running right then. But fear has a strange way of pulling people forward. So, he stepped inside. There was a wooden chair in the center of the room. It was rocking by itself. Back and forth. Back and forth. Then, the same voice whispered again. "After so many years, someone has come." Aaron turned and ran for the stairs, but when he reached the main hall, the front door was gone. Where the door had been, there was only a cold stone wall. That was when the laughter began. Not one voice, many voices. Soft children's laughter from every room. Aaron backed away, trembling. On the wall in front of him, red letters slowly appeared, as though an invisible hand was writing them. "You opened the door." Aaron whispered, "What door?" From beneath the stairs came a loud crash. The floor shook. A hidden wooden door opened in the ground, leading down into a basement. A freezing wind rushed out, carrying a whisper from below. "Come down." Aaron should have run. He should have broken a window, screamed for help, done anything except listen. But he went down. At the bottom of the steps, his torch flickered back on for just a moment. Its weak light fell on an iron chest covered in dust. On the lid, someone had carved the words, "Never open this." Aaron reached toward the lock, and the whole mansion screamed. The next morning, the villagers found his torch outside the gate. Still working, still warm. But Aaron was gone. Since then, people say Black Manor has changed. On moonless nights, if you stand far enough away and look toward the highest broken window, you may see two shadows. One is a woman in a white sari. The other is a young man standing beside her. And the frightening part is not that they appear. It is that they seem to be waiting for someone else. It started when I brought home a stray little tabby cat. She was maybe 6 months old, tiny, underfed, and honestly one of the sweetest animals I've ever met. She had that gentle, almost dog-like way about her, where she just wanted to be near people and be loved. I had known her for about 2 months before taking her in, because she lived around a neighborhood I visited almost every day. I kept seeing her, feeding her when I could, and eventually, I decided I couldn't just leave her out there anymore. Before she came home with me, nothing strange had ever happened in my house. Nothing paranormal. Nothing that made me question whether I was alone in a room. But the very first night she was there, that changed. My girlfriend was over, and the cat was in my room with her. Everyone else in the house was asleep. My girlfriend asked me to grab her a glass of cold water, so I went to the kitchen. While I was pouring it, I heard a meow coming from the dark dining room, and that immediately felt wrong. The cat was in my bedroom. My girlfriend had her. There were no other cats in the house, and the dog was asleep with my mom. The sound wasn't normal either. It was strained, almost painful, like something was squeezing the sound out of her. I peeked into the dining room, and this chill went straight through me. Then I remembered the cat was behind a closed door, asleep with my girlfriend. I'm not the kind of person who runs from things. I've always believed you shouldn't be afraid inside your own home. But that night, I ran back to my room faster than I've ever moved. When I got there, the cat was curled up peacefully in my girlfriend's lap. The next incident was worse. Another night, my girlfriend asked me to grab her a snack. As soon as I opened my bedroom door, it sounded like someone was sprinting down the hallway at full speed. Not walking, not shuffling, running. I shut the door as quietly and quickly as I could, because I didn't want to wake anyone up. But I started shaking. My girlfriend heard it too. The cat stared at the door like she was terrified, then crawled under the blankets. The running stopped, right outside my door. Then I heard breathing. Heavy, ragged breathing, like someone had just sprinted across the house and was trying to catch their breath. I pressed my ear to the door because I needed to know I wasn't imagining it. I heard it slow down. I heard what sounded like one final breath. After a few minutes, I reminded myself, this is my house. I live here. So I turned on the hallway light and went to the kitchen anyway, because apparently, I would risk my life for snacks. My girlfriend came with me. Every creak from the air conditioner made us jump, but we got the food and eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I was talking with my mom like normal when she suddenly asked, "Did the cat get out of your room last night?" I went cold. She said she had been in the kitchen talking to my stepdad when she heard a meow come from the dining room. She looked at him to see if he noticed, but he didn't know anything about the cat yet, so she just brushed it off and kept talking. Then there was what happened tonight. My girlfriend and I were taking a late shower because that's usually when we get a little quiet time to ourselves. While we were in there, I heard a loud bang against the bathroom door, like someone had bumped into it hard. I got out, dried off, opened the door, and nobody was there. I checked near my mom's room and heard both her and my stepdad snoring, so I tried to ignore it. I did my hair routine, got ready for bed, and went back to my room with my girlfriend. It was around 11, and everyone was asleep. Then I heard my mom call me. Not yelling, just casually, like she was standing somewhere on the other side of the house. I ignored it at first because I thought maybe I was hearing things. Then the cat started clawing at the door, so I assumed she needed to go outside. I don't have a litter box yet, so I took her out to use the bathroom. The whole time, I felt watched. I tried to push through that feeling, and after 10 minutes of her digging, peeing, and burying it, I brought her back inside. As I was walking down the hallway, I heard my mom's voice again. I wasn't really in the mood to talk, so I thought, if she really needs me, she'll call again. But here's the thing. My mom always answers the phone. Always. She'll call me just to ask if I remembered to flush the toilet. So if she actually needed me, she would have called or answered me. The voice I heard sounded like it was coming from the living room I had just passed, but the living room was empty. I got back to my room and shut the door. About 45 minutes later, my girlfriend and I both heard my mom scream my nickname. My nickname is Cheeky. That's what made it even stranger. If my mom is yelling because something is serious, she uses my real name. She doesn't use nicknames when she's scared or upset. But this voice screamed, "Cheeky," like it needed me right away. I texted my mom. No answer. I called her. No answer. I opened my door and stepped out. Nothing. The house was completely silent. When I went back into the room, we were both freaking out. The cat was losing it. She kept clawing at the door, rolling around and acting desperate to get out. Then I heard doors clicking shut around the house, like the latches were catching one after another. It happened several times. The cat was meowing loudly and acting wild, so eventually, we prayed. And I need to be honest, I'm not religious. I don't really believe in the paranormal. My girlfriend believes a little more than I do, but she isn't super religious either. Still, we were scared enough that she called her mom and explained everything. Her mom started praying over the phone. This cat had never scratched us, bitten us, or hissed at us. She was always calm, sweet, sleepy, and gentle. But when the prayer started, we placed her lightly in my lap, and she bent her body away from me, tried to claw at me, hissed, and struggled to get loose. We weren't holding her tightly. She was just sitting there. After the prayer ended, maybe 10 minutes later, everything stopped. What scares me even more is that before we called my girlfriend's mom, my girlfriend had already tried a short prayer just to test whether the cat reacted. The cat had been lying beside us completely relaxed, but the second my girlfriend started praying, she looked right at her and ran to the other side of the room. There was also something that happened earlier that afternoon. My girlfriend and I were lying on the carpet, talking quietly, when she suddenly pulled back and said my face looked like it was changing. I know if you stare at a face for too long, your eyes can distort things, so maybe that was all it was. But it still bothered me. Another thing is that my girlfriend admitted she had been feeling scared of me for no clear reason. I have never hurt her. I would never hurt her. So hearing that made me feel awful and confused, because I don't understand where that feeling came from. My mom loves this cat. She's been reading tarot since she was around 20, and she's in her 40s now. She keeps saying the cat is special, that she's never met a cat like her. She believes cats are spiritual guides, and I've heard people say cats can make you more sensitive to things you normally wouldn't notice. So now, I don't know what to think. Is it the cat? Is it all a coincidence? Did the cat bring something into the house? Or was something already here and I'm only noticing it now because of her? I know how all of this sounds, but I'm telling it exactly how it happened. I'm not trying to exaggerate anything. I'm genuinely scared, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know whether I should keep the cat, get help, cleanse the house, or just try to convince myself this is all in my head. But something feels different in this house now, and I can't ignore that anymore. I've spent a lot of time reading through strange little corners of history, the kind of cases that barely make it into books and usually survive only in dusty records, local rumors, and old newspaper clippings. And every so often, I come across one that just stays with me. This is one of those. It's about two sisters named Agatha and Leonora Hartwell. They lived in a quiet stretch of rural Texas, miles from the nearest town, in a farmhouse that had belonged to their family for generations. According to the records I found, sometime in late November of 1939, the sisters shut themselves inside that house. And then, they didn't come out again. Not for 41 years. What first pulled me into the story wasn't even the house itself. It was the reason anyone went looking in the first place. In February of 1981, a utility worker noticed something odd while reviewing old service accounts. The Hartwell farmhouse was still using electricity. Not a lot, just enough to show that something inside was still running. And what made it stranger was that the bills had been paid without fail for decades, through withdrawals from a bank account opened before the sisters disappeared from public life. So 2 sheriff's deputies were sent out for what everyone thought would be a simple welfare check. But when they got there, they knew almost immediately that something wasn't right. The front door hadn't just been locked. It had been sealed from the inside with rows and rows of nails. The windows were covered from within. The back porch door was braced with heavy boards. Even the old storm cellar had been packed shut with poured concrete. Whoever had done all of that had not been trying to keep people out for a night. They had been making sure no one could leave. When the deputies finally forced their way into the farmhouse, they found Agatha and Leonora sitting at the kitchen table, calm, still, their hands resting neatly in front of them. And from what I've read, they didn't seem confused. They didn't seem frightened either. They looked like they had been waiting. One of the deputies asked Agatha why they had stayed inside all those years. And she looked right at him and said, very quietly, "We kept the door closed. For your sake." That sentence is the part I can't shake, because according to the notes tied to the case, the official report was completed, filed, and then sealed by the county within 3 days. Later, a few researchers claimed they were able to confirm the Hartwell family death records going back to the late 1700s. Every name matched, every date lined up, and every death, apparently, had been recorded exactly where it was supposed to be. There were also stories about the 2 deputies who found the sisters. One resigned before the year was over. The other, a man who supposedly hadn't stepped inside a church in decades, started attending services several times a week. Neither of them ever gave a public interview about what they saw in that kitchen. And maybe that's the part that makes the whole thing feel so heavy. Because whatever happened in that farmhouse, whatever those sisters believed they were protecting the world from, the people who found them seemed to leave with the feeling that the door had been closed for a reason. By then, he was already married and no longer living on the family farm. He had moved to a bigger town for work, and he had managed to buy himself a motorbike, which was a real luxury at the time. It meant he could still ride back to the farm now and then to see his family. Not far from that farm, there was a forest, and I know every village probably has one place people whisper about, but this forest truly had a strange feeling to it. Even when I was a child, long after all of this happened, we hated going past it. There was a dirt road that ran beside the trees, and whenever we had to pass that stretch, we would walk faster. Sometimes we would run. Nobody really said much, but everybody felt it. That forest also had a dark story attached to it. The local story was that near the end of World War II, Soviet soldiers moving west came across a small group of German soldiers in that area. People said the Germans were executed somewhere in or near the forest. As far as I know, there were never proper graves, no names, no official marker. Just a plain wooden cross fixed to one of the trees. I have not seen that cross myself, so I asked my mother about it recently, just to make sure I was remembering correctly. She told me it is still there. She also said the village priest had placed it there not long after the war. Now, this is what happened to my grandfather. One weekend, he had ridden back to the farm for a celebration. I think it may have been a harvest gathering, or maybe someone's birthday. One of those countryside evenings where people ate, drank, danced, and stayed much later than they planned. By the time he left, it was very late. He got onto his motorbike and started riding back along the gravel road. He had been drinking, yes, but he knew that road almost by memory. Back then, in those villages, people were not exactly careful about that sort of thing. At one point, the road came alongside the forest, and there, in the dark, he saw someone standing at the edge of the road. He always described it as a person, but not quite in a way that felt right. The figure was standing completely still, too still. The body was straight and stiff, almost unnaturally rigid. The arms were pressed tightly against the sides, not relaxed, not hanging normally. The head was lowered, with the chin almost touching the chest, as though the person was staring down at the ground. The coat was what he remembered most clearly. He said it was dark and heavy, made of thick wool, the kind of coat that made him think of an old military winter coat. Not something modern. Not something you would expect to see on a quiet country road in the middle of the night. But the face was wrong. He could not make out any features. No eyes, no mouth, no expression. Just a pale, washed-out blur beneath the lowered head. He said it looked almost milky, like the face had been rubbed away by the dark. And the feet were strange too. He could see the legs, but near the ground, the feet seemed faint, almost missing, as though they were fading into the road itself. The figure never moved. It just stood there, beside the forest, with its head down and its arms tight against its body. My grandfather said he became sober in an instant. He opened the throttle and rode away as fast as that motorbike would take him. He never forgot what he saw. My mother knew the story too, and she was the one who repeated many of those details to me later. I am not saying this proves anything. It was dark. He had been drinking. The light on the motorbike was weak. He was riding past a place that already frightened people. Maybe it was shadow, or fear, or some trick of the road and the trees. But what has always stayed with me is how specific his memory was. The stiff posture. The arms pressed flat to the sides, the lowered head, the heavy dark coat, the blank, pale face, the feet that did not look fully there. And because of what people say happened in that forest during the war, I have always wondered whether my grandfather saw something connected to the men who were said to have died there. I must have been around 13 when this happened, maybe 14. I'm not completely sure anymore, but I remember the feeling of that night so clearly that sometimes it feels closer than yesterday. My family had just moved into this old house at the edge of town. It had been sitting empty for years, or at least that's what the neighbors said. They also said the previous owner had never really left, which sounded ridiculous to me at the time. I didn't believe in ghosts. I didn't believe in anything hiding in old houses. Not until that night. My parents had gone out to pick up dinner, and I was alone in the living room watching TV with the volume turned low. It was raining outside, the kind of rain that makes every window sound like someone is tapping gently on the glass. Then I heard a bang from below me, a deep, heavy sound. At first I tried to pretend it was normal. Houses make noises, right? Pipes settle, wood shifts, old places complain a little. But then I remembered something that made my stomach tighten. We didn't have a basement. At least, I didn't think we did. I got up and walked into the hallway, and there it was. A door I had never noticed before, standing open just a few inches. Cold air was leaking through the gap. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer, though I don't remember putting batteries in it. The TV was still glowing behind me, even though every other light in the house had gone out. I pulled the basement door open. The stairs below were narrow and steep, and each step creaked under my feet. The air smelled like damp wood, dust, and something sour underneath it. Something old and familiar in a way I couldn't explain. At the bottom, there were boxes stacked everywhere. Some were covered in sheets. Some looked like they had been waiting there for decades. Then I heard breathing. Not loud, not dramatic, just quiet, careful breathing, like someone was standing very still and trying not to be heard. I lifted the flashlight toward the far corner. At first, there was nothing there. Then I blinked, and something was standing in the dark, It was too tall. Its shoulders nearly touched the ceiling, and even though the flashlight was pointed directly at its face, I couldn't see its features. But somehow, I knew it was smiling. Not kindly. I remember whispering, "Who are you?" It didn't move. Then it said, "You came back." My whole body went cold. I told it, "I've never been here before." And it answered, "I know." That was what scared me most. Not the voice, not the darkness, not even the way it stood there smiling without a face. It was that answer. For a few seconds, or maybe much longer, I couldn't move. I just stood there, staring at it. Then my phone buzzed in my pocket. I looked down. One missed call. Unknown number. When I looked back up, the thing was closer. Not a little closer. Close enough that I could hear that careful breathing again. Close enough that the air around me felt colder. It raised one long arm and pointed behind me. I turned. Nothing was there. When I looked back, it was gone. I ran upstairs so fast I barely felt the steps under my feet. I slammed the door shut and pressed my back against it, shaking so hard I could barely breathe. Then came the knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Slow, patient, right behind the door. My parents came home not long after, and I told my dad everything. I expected him to laugh or get angry or tell me I had imagined it, but he just stared at the wall behind me. Then he said, very quietly, "What basement?" I turned around. The door was gone. There was only a plain wall, smooth, solid, ordinary. I touched it, knocked on it. It sounded exactly like a wall. We moved out not long after that. My parents never really talked about why, and I've never gone back. But sometimes, even now, I hear knocking where no knocking should be. At home, at work, in quiet rooms. Always 3 knocks, always patient. I know this story may not sound as dramatic as some of the others people tell, but it happened exactly this way. And honestly, even after all these years, when I think back on it, I still feel that cold little ripple go across my skin. My wife and I had just moved into an old family house with our little girl, who was a bit over 3 at the time. The place had been passed down to us, and it was sturdy enough, built sometime in the late 60s or early 70s, but it needed a lot of love. We had managed to fix up most of the ground floor before moving in, except for the sitting room. That room was still a mess, full of tools, plaster dust, scraps of wood, and things you definitely would not want a child walking through barefoot. It was an early autumn evening, still warm enough to sit outside. My wife and I were on the terrace, playing cards and talking quietly. The sun had gone down, and we only had one small lantern on the table between us. The door from the terrace into the unfinished sitting room was open, and so was the door from there into the hallway. We left it that way because we wanted to hear our daughter in case she woke up, though she almost never did. Then, all at once, we heard footsteps. Not a creak, not a shuffle, footsteps. Fast little bare feet slapping across the tile in the hallway, coming straight toward us. My wife and I both stood up at the same time. We didn't even need to say it. We both thought the same thing. Our daughter had woken up and was coming to look for us. And because the room between us and the hall was basically a construction zone, we panicked a little. There were screws, broken bits of plaster, sharp edges everywhere. I was closest to the door, so I went in first, and as I stepped into the sitting room, I could still hear those footsteps, clear as anything. They were right there, moving toward the doorway from the hall. I expected to see my little girl appear at any second, But when I reached the hallway, there was nothing. No one. The hall was completely empty. I stopped so suddenly I almost forgot to breathe. My wife came up beside me a moment later, and she froze too. Every door in the hallway was shut, except for the door to our daughter's room. That door was still slightly open, exactly the same way we had left it. We went in, and there she was, tucked under her blanket, sleeping deeply. She hadn't moved. She hadn't woken up. She was warm, peaceful, and completely unaware of anything. Still, something in us needed to check the house. My wife stayed with our daughter while I searched everywhere. I checked the cellar, the attic, every room, every window, every outside door. Nothing was open. Nothing was disturbed. There was nobody there. Afterward, we sat together and eventually started laughing. But it was that strange kind of laughter people use when their minds don't know where else to put the fear. To this day, neither of us doubts what we heard. Those were footsteps in our hallway. Fast, clear, barefooted footsteps. And they were not our daughters. There is one detail I have never been able to ignore. The people who owned the house before us were relatives of mine, an older couple who had raised their only son there years earlier. He died in an accident when he was 15, long before I was born. My mother once told me that after it happened, the couple shut themselves inside the house for several days and were in such despair that the family feared they might take their own lives. The accident didn't happen in the house. It didn't even happen nearby. But still, I can't help connecting the two things in my mind somehow. That night was about 8 years ago now. We still live in the house. We're happy here, and nothing like it has ever happened again. But I know what we heard. Something ran through that hallway. Hey, I want to start by telling you some important things about me, just so you understand where I'm coming from. I don't have tinnitus or any hearing problems. No brain injuries, no family history of schizophrenia or hallucinations. I'm not under extreme stress, and I don't struggle with anxiety or depression. So when I tell you about these dreams, these loud, terrifying dreams, you'll know this isn't just some mental health issue or stress-induced nightmare. So here's what happened. I was coming back home from a work trip in Minneapolis when my car suddenly broke down. It was one of those old models, and it just gave up on me. I had to get it towed to this tiny garage in a small town that felt like it was stuck in time. They said they'd fix it overnight, so I needed a place to crash. I found this apartment on one of those short-term rental apps. You know, the ones where people rent out rooms or couches for a night or two. I ended up renting a room in a 4-room apartment on the edge of town. The place looked nice, recently renovated, clean. But here's the catch. I never met the landlord. I just sent the payment and found the key under the welcome mat. No introductions, no small talk, nothing. It was a bit odd, but I was tired and didn't think much of it. That night, I had the weirdest dream. I was fully aware I was dreaming, which is strange in itself, but in the dream, I was exactly where I was in real life, lying in that bed. I remember looking around the room, taking in every detail, knowing I was asleep but feeling completely present. Then, after what felt like an eternity, seriously, it was like time stretched on forever. The door creaked open. There was someone standing there, but it wasn't a person as you'd expect. It was a black silhouette, like a shadow, with one glowing white eye staring right at me. I felt this odd mix of fear and surreal calm because I knew I was dreaming. But the whole scene was just so bizarre it made my skin crawl. Then it started to scream, but not a normal scream. Imagine the high-pitched, piercing shriek of electronic feedback. A long, drawn-out, agonizing sound that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. The silhouette didn't move a muscle. It just stood there, that single white eye locked on me, screaming endlessly. I could feel my eardrums throbbing, like standing next to a massive speaker at full volume. I tried everything to wake myself up, pinching, slapping my face, but it felt like hours. That scream went on, and I was trapped, fully aware it was a dream, but unable to escape the sound. Finally, I jolted awake. My ears were ringing as if I'd been at a rock concert without earplugs. The relief was overwhelming. I've never been so happy to be awake in my life. The next day, my car was fixed, thankfully, so I got in and drove as fast as I could to get out of that town. But the dream lingered in my mind. It was like the ringing in my ears never really left. I had to pull over at red lights just to collect myself because I kept dozing off. Not from tiredness, but because my body felt like it was stuck processing that nightmare. It was surreal, like a bad echo following me. When I finally got home, I told my wife Helen about everything. She's a nurse, so she took it seriously. She asked me all the routine questions about hydration, medications, anything that could explain the ringing or the strange sensations. Usually, she's calm and collected, but this seemed to worry her more than I expected. Then again, she'd been stressed lately with family issues, so maybe it was just piling on. After a while, I had to stop her with a little white lie. I told her I was fine and that I'd let her know if it happened again. I just wanted to sleep and forget the whole thing. Before I left the room, she gave me a kiss on the cheek and asked, "Are you sure it had only one eye?" I gave her a confused look. What a strange question, right? That night, I went to bed, hoping to escape that horrible dream for good. But within seconds, I realized I was dreaming again, dreaming that I was awake, lying in bed with Helen beside me. I could even feel my sleeping body. I whispered, "No, please, not again." But the silhouette appeared once more. It stepped into the doorway, tilting its head, eye glowing white. I begged it to stop, and somehow I knew it understood me. But that didn't stop it. It began screaming that awful feedback noise again, louder, more painful. My head felt like it was splitting open. Suddenly, I woke up for real. Helen was shaking me gently, her eyes wide with worry. I smiled weakly, relieved that the noise was gone. "Thank you," I blurted out. "I heard it," she said softly. "Heard what?" "The screaming, coming from your ears." That revelation shook me. The next day, Helen insisted I see a doctor. My ears were fine physically, but if I focused, I could still sense that horrible sound lurking. The doctor was puzzled. How could an imagined sound cause physical pain? He placed a stethoscope on my head and asked me to recreate the sound. Concentrating hard, I managed to summon that electronic screech 6 times. It was so intense it felt like the noise was coming out of my skull. The doctor recoiled, visibly disturbed. "Do that again," he urged. I did. Each time the sound echoed out, real and deafening. Helen wasn't there, probably talking with her colleagues, so she missed the scene. The doctor finally admitted it was a form of objective tinnitus, usually triggered by stress or head trauma. "I haven't had either," I told him. "Stress then," he said firmly. "It's almost always stress." He typed on his computer, distractedly showing me another patient's records. He prescribed light blood thinners as a first step, thinking it might be a pinched nerve. Walking out, I noticed Helen was nowhere nearby. I searched for the break room but got lost in the hospital's confusing layout. When I pulled out my phone to call her, I froze. Staring at her smiling photo, my body suddenly went limp and I collapsed forward. It felt like an out-of-body experience. I watched my own body lying on the ground, and down the hallway, draped in darkness, was the same shadowy silhouette. Behind it was a nurse moving in slow motion, as if wading through syrup. The air shimmered around her as she noticed me, but the silhouette didn't need time to react. This time, I wasn't just dreaming. I was unconscious, trapped somewhere between worlds. Oddly, the less aware I was, the more I could move. I raised my finger and pointed angrily at the silhouette. "This ends now," I shouted. It moved, something it never did before, and it came straight at me, fast. The scream burst forth, louder than ever, deafening me. I saw the nurse down the hall clutching her ears, tears streaming as blood trickled out. Even she could hear it. I tried to move, but the world was frozen. Doors wouldn't open, elevators stood still. The silhouette closed in, the screech blurring my vision. It reached a dark hand toward me, and I gasped, certain this was the end. But then, Helen rolled me over and gave me an adrenaline shot. Air flooded my lungs, and the scream vanished. Around us, the hospital looked like it was falling apart. Fluorescent lights flickered wildly, car alarms screamed outside, and the nurse was still on the floor, crying and bleeding. I smiled, overwhelmed by relief. The doctor said it's objective tinnitus, I said. Helen sighed, resting her head against my chest. This is no damn tinnitus, she whispered, tears flowing. They wanted me to stay overnight, but Helen convinced them to let me go after 2 hours. She insisted on driving us home, refusing to let me get behind the wheel. On the way, she pressed me. Did something happen on your trip? I hesitated. You have to tell me, she insisted, slamming the brakes suddenly, making the car behind us swerve and honk. She was right. I didn't want to worry her, especially after everything with her brother. He'd been in a terrible accident, and she'd been by his side for weeks, barely sleeping, hoping he'd wake up. When he finally did, he was different, distant, broken. He cut off contact with the family, and since then, Helen's been on edge, hyper alert to anything that might go wrong. She confided, I think I heard something from him too. Sounds coming out of him. Like with me? I asked. She nodded, tears welling as she rested her head on the steering wheel. Please, tell me everything. So I told her. It wasn't much. A long day of meetings, whiskey, cocktails, coffee. By the time I got back to the hotel, I was dehydrated and threw up. Then I blacked out briefly, just a few seconds. But even then, I swear I saw someone standing at the doorway behind me. That's all, I said. She looked ahead, silent for a while. Then, I think it's me, she said softly. First my brother, now you. It only takes a small lapse. What do you mean? Have you really listened to me? I mean, truly listened? I nodded, confused. No, really listened. She took my face gently, our foreheads touching. At first, I heard nothing. Then, faintly, voices. Hundreds of them, far away but growing louder. Screams, shouts, eerie laughter, terrifying screeches. They were there, just beneath the surface. All I had to do was listen. They follow me, she whispered. They took him. Now they want you. What do we do? Listen, please. I focused hard. Dozens of voices, the awful screech far off in the distance. I was so caught up I didn't even notice when she opened the passenger door and unbuckled my seatbelt. With a gentle push, I stumbled out of the car. Helen sped away, tires screeching, past our exit. I stood there, stunned. Through my still adjusting eyes, I saw them. A parade of shadowy figures marching down the highway. Tall and short, some with glowing teeth, extra limbs, or dragging what looked like a corpse. One had spears for legs. They were barely visible, but focusing made them clearer. Suddenly, the silhouette with the white eye stood just to my left, close enough to touch. My heart pounded like a drum. I had to stay awake. If I fainted, it'd grab me. I tried counting seconds, but never got past 2. I closed my eyes, took deep breaths, and fought the rising panic. The screech grew faint but closer to my ear. My mind went blank. Then, it stopped. A hand gently stroked my shoulder. Hello, it whispered, and vanished. The parade faded down the highway. Helen had driven away, and I haven't seen her since. I believe she did what she had to, lured them away to protect me. If we stay apart, maybe they won't come back. But I wonder about her brother. What really happened to him? I've been trying to find Helen, calling her friends and family, but no one knows where she is. The police are involved, searching for her in the car, but no leads yet. A cop mentioned she might have gone into the woods. Apparently, there's some cult activity lately, something dark and unsettling. So here I am, stuck between what's real and what's not, listening for those whispers beyond the silence, hoping to find Helen and put an end to this nightmare once and for all. So, this happened around 4 years ago, during the summer after I finished high school early. I had graduated in January, and honestly, I was in this strange, empty pocket of life. I didn't have a job yet. I didn't have a car. I didn't really have responsibilities pulling me anywhere. Most days, I was home alone, just kind of drifting through the hours. And one habit I picked up, for whatever reason, was pacing the upstairs hallway. I mean pacing for hours, not 10 minutes, not a little walk back and forth. I'm talking most of the day, sometimes 12 or 13 hours, just walking from one end of the hall to the other. Because of that, I got really familiar with that hallway. I knew what every shadow looked like at noon, what changed when the sun moved, what shapes appeared in the corners of my vision. I knew how the light hit the walls, the doors, the stairs. So when something looked wrong, I noticed. That day, my phone was charging in another room, so I didn't have anything distracting me. It was the middle of the day. The upstairs was bright. Nothing about the house felt creepy. It was just quiet. The layout was simple. The stairs came up to the second floor facing a bedroom door. Then, when you turned right, the hallway stretched down toward the other rooms. I was near the far end of the hall when I turned around, and I stopped. Actually, I think I stepped back a little. It felt like I wasn't fully inside the moment anymore. I don't know how else to explain it. It was like I was suddenly watching the hallway instead of standing in it. Then my vision changed. The best way I can describe it is this. Imagine someone placing a clear plastic sheet over a bright photograph. Like those old classroom projectors, where the teacher would write on the plastic layer, and it looked like the writing was on the worksheet underneath, even though it wasn't. That's what it felt like. Like the real hallway was still there, completely normal, but another image had been placed over it. And at the top of the stairs, right where the staircase opened into the hallway, there was a dog. At least, it had the body of a dog. It looked like it had been walking up the stairs and paused halfway, with its front paws already on the second floor, and its back legs still a few steps below. But the face was human. Not vaguely human, not just kind of weird. It had the full face of a man, and the strangest part was that it didn't look threatening. It didn't look startled either. It looked annoyed. It stared at me like someone who had been trying to sleep downstairs and got woken up by me pacing back and forth all day. Not furious, not evil, just tired and irritated, like, really? Still walking? We looked at each other for maybe 5 seconds, and I could see it clearly, but still through that strange, layered feeling, like it wasn't fully part of the house, even though it was right there. Then, just as suddenly, I became fully aware of the hallway again, and it was gone. There was no sound, no movement, no explanation. I didn't have pets. Nobody else was home. Nothing could have come up those stairs and disappeared that fast. The weird thing is, I wasn't exactly scared. I was shocked, definitely. Confused, absolutely. But I didn't feel like I was in danger. Later on, the closest thing I could compare it to was a yokai I heard about. The one that's basically a dog with a human face. I didn't even know much about yokai at the time. My only real exposure had been from games and shows when I was younger, So this experience is actually what made me start looking into the folklore behind them. And that's what still gets me. I'm not Japanese. I wasn't in Japan. I had no real knowledge of that kind of folklore before this happened. So I don't know why I would have seen something like that, or whether it even makes sense to connect it to yokai at all. Maybe there's a logical explanation. Maybe my brain glitched from too much pacing and too much isolation. Maybe it was something else entirely. I honestly don't know. But I know what I saw at the top of those stairs. And whatever it was, it looked just as surprised to see me as I was to see it. You know, when I was just about 10 years old, I had this nightmare. One of the most vivid, terrifying dreams I've ever had in my life. I was standing at the top of the stairs, saying goodbye to my parents. The house was quiet. That kind of quiet that makes every little creak sound louder than it should. Then, out of nowhere, I felt this presence behind me. I turned around slowly, heart thudding in my chest. And there it was, a huge, black, shadowy figure looming over me. It was massive, like it swallowed all the light around it. And the creepiest part? No matter how hard I tried to look at its face, I couldn't see any features. Just this endless blackness where a face should have been. I remember my voice trembling as I called out for my brother. He was the one who babysat me back then. But no one came. The figure started to raise its arm above me, and something deep inside me screamed that it meant harm. I yelled for my brother again, louder this time, and then I woke up. Cold sweat all over, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I'd never been so scared in my entire life. And yet, somehow, I found some small comfort in the fact that it was just a dream. Just my imagination running wild. Fast forward a few months to Christmas of 2003. It was late, around 11 p.m., and I was coming downstairs to get a glass of water. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet that only happens when everyone's been tucked away in bed for hours. As I passed the living room, the door was wide open, and of course, being a kid, I stopped to look at the Christmas tree. It was glowing softly, the twinkling lights casting gentle shadows across the room. My parents were upstairs asleep, and I could hear my brother in his room, the faint sounds of video games buzzing through the walls. I made my way to the kitchen, grabbed a drink, and on my way back, I paused again at the living room door. That's when I saw it. A tall figure sitting in the chair by the window, completely swallowed in shadow. My heart hitched in my throat. For a moment, I thought maybe it was my dad, out having a late-night cigarette, but the silence told me otherwise. I called out softly, "Dad?" No answer. The shadow just sat there, utterly still. Then, as I watched, I noticed the orange glow of the streetlight shining through the figure, like it was partly see-through. It was so surreal, I thought maybe I was dreaming again. I even pinched myself, the way kids do when they're not sure if something's real or not. Nothing changed. The adrenaline surged through me, cold chills crawling up my spine. I was terrified. Without thinking, I bolted for the stairs, nearly spilling the water all over myself. From the top, I looked back into the living room, and I saw the shadow stand up from the chair and start moving toward me. It moved like a man, but everything about it was wrong. The way it was transparent, the way it glided silently. I ran the rest of the stairs, almost tripping, and burst into my brother's room. He was still there, lost in his game. I just stood there, catching my breath, listening. Then I heard my dad cough from his bedroom upstairs. That's when I knew. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't either of the men in my house. That night, I shared my brother's room. He didn't complain, probably sensing how shaken I was. But I never spoke of the shadow. As time passed, I tried to push it out of my mind, convincing myself it was all in my head, maybe just a trick of the light or stress. Then, about a year ago, something happened that shook me all over again. I had a dream, or maybe a waking dream, around 5 a.m. The sun was just starting to stream through my window, casting golden light across my room. I was lying in bed, staring at my bedroom door, when I saw it. That same huge shadow figure, as tall as the door itself, with the outline of a head, shoulders, arms, and torso. No face, no features, just blackness, yet I could see the door through it, like it wasn't solid. My heart literally jumped into my throat. I shot upright and screamed, a scream so loud it must have echoed through the whole house. My dad came running in, clutching his hunting knife, panic on his face. "What, dream?" he asked, breathless. I nodded, still trembling, and sank back into bed. As the shock wore off, I started thinking about all those memories. The shadow in the living room, the nightmare from when I was a kid. I joked a bit in the following days about waking everyone up with my scream, but deep down, I was unsettled. Then, about 3 weeks later, when I was home alone late at night, between 11 p.m. and midnight, I had another terrifying experience. I was in the kitchen, standing by the sink, when I caught my reflection in the window. The lights were on inside, and outside it was pitch dark. And behind me, right there in the reflection, stood that same tall, lanky shadow figure. I could see the outline of its head, shoulders, and arms, just like before. I get chills even now just thinking about it. I spun around so fast, but there was nothing there. I looked back at the window, and there it was again, reflected behind me. Panic took over, and I bolted through the hallway, up the stairs, and into my room. I was desperate to grab my phone and call someone to come home. But as I reached for my phone on the vanity, this deep, guttural growl erupted from the hallway right outside my door. It was the loudest, most terrifying sound I've ever heard. I won't pretend I was brave. I dove straight into my closet and hid, heart pounding so loud I was sure it'd give me away. I stayed there for what felt like forever, maybe half an hour, before I finally felt brave enough to come out and turn on the lights. When people came back home, I felt a little safer, but sleep was impossible that night. My mind kept circling back to the shadow figure, the one from all those years ago in the living room. What if it was all connected? What if it was never just a dream? So, that's my story. The first time I've ever put it all down in one piece. I know it sounds crazy, maybe even unbelievable, but it's real to me. And I want to thank my brother for helping me remember these moments, and you for taking the time to listen. Sometimes, sharing these things makes the weight a little lighter. Hey, I want to share with you something that still gives me chills whenever I think about it. It happened a few years ago, and honestly, I'm not even sure if it really happened, or if it was some vivid dream my mind cooked up. But the feeling it left me with? That's very real. So, picture this. I live in an old neighborhood in Chicago, not the bustling downtown, but a quiet, working-class area filled with these really old brick houses. They haven't been touched or remodeled in decades, which gives the whole place this timeless, almost forgotten vibe. It's the kind of neighborhood where the streets hold stories, even if no one talks about them anymore. One summer Saturday night, I went to bed pretty early. Normally there's not much happening around here after dark. No nightlife, just the occasional distant bark of a dog or a car passing by. That night, I fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. And then, out of nowhere, I woke up. There was no noise, no disturbance, just me, wide awake in the dark. Now here's the strange part. I felt this urgent, strange pull inside me, something I had never felt before. I didn't question it. I just got up, threw on some clothes, and stepped outside. It was like some invisible force was guiding me, and oddly, it felt perfectly right, even though I had no idea what I was doing. As I reached my front stoop, I noticed something off. The streetlight right in front of my house was dimmer than usual, flickering softly. I glanced to my right. Every streetlight on that side was the same way, barely glowing. Then I looked left, down my block, and this is when things got surreal. The street itself, it was lowered, and smack in the middle of it was this massive tunnel entrance made of old, dusty bricks, about 10 feet tall. It looked like it had been there forever, forgotten and untouched. Normally, I'm not the type to be curious, but for some reason, I felt drawn to it. It was like the tunnel was calling me. As I got closer, I saw a huge pool of water stretching back into the tunnel, curving sharply to the right. The pool was lit from beneath, glowing with a soft, eerie light that made everything around it shimmer. The night was absolutely silent. No cars, no people, no lights on in any of the houses. It was like the world had gone silent, just for me. Despite the oddness, I decided to go in. I climbed into the pool. It wasn't deep, maybe 4 feet, so I could walk or swim if I wanted. I chose to walk, curious about what lay ahead. Minutes passed as I followed the water's path, the soft glow lighting my way through the tunnel. Then, I saw it. An exit, just like the entrance I'd come through. I stepped out of the water and onto the old brick road. But now, I wasn't in my neighborhood anymore. Trees surrounded me, dense and silent. Up ahead, there was a massive building, looking like an old banquet hall, or maybe an old circus tent, decorated with faded streamers and flags. The darkness pressed down around it, except for the warm, golden light spilling from its windows. Curiosity nudged me forward. I circled the building, finding an old stack of wooden crates beside a side door. Peeking inside, I saw a grand event happening. People dressed up, dancing and mingling like it was some kind of town ball or social gathering. The music was hauntingly beautiful, a strange blend of classical and country sounds I'd never heard before. Then, that strange urge hit me again. The feeling that everything was exactly as it should be, like I was being pulled by something beyond me. Against my better judgment, I stepped through the door near the crates, and suddenly, everything froze. The music kept playing, but every single person stopped moving mid-step. They all turned, slowly, in unison to look at me. Their faces were blank, hollow, almost cautious, as if I was an intruder in a world I didn't belong to. That moment snapped me back to reality. Fear crashed over me like a wave. I backed away slowly, heart pounding, then broke into a desperate sprint. I dashed through the doors, down the road, back into the tunnel. I didn't dare look behind me. The fear of what might be there pushed me forward. I plunged into the pool, swimming hard back the way I came. The glowing water was cold but comforting, guiding me safely out. When I finally burst out of the tunnel's entrance back onto my block, my breath caught in my throat. The tunnel was gone. Completely. The street was just a normal street again, with streetlights shining brightly and houses with warm lights on inside. It was like the whole thing had never existed. Still shaken, I ran inside and collapsed on my bed. My mind whirled with disbelief and exhaustion. I must have blacked out from the sheer anxiety and fatigue because the next morning, I woke up lying in bed thinking, what a horrible dream. But then, I noticed something that made my skin crawl all over again. My shoes were on, my clothes were still on, and my bed was soaking wet. Not just my pants, and no, I hadn't wet myself, but my pillow was drenched, like I just stepped out of a shower and hadn't dried off. Even my shoes were soaked. I've never forgotten that moment. That impossible mix of waking up to a strange reality where I was both in and out of that other place. I still don't know if it was a dream some kind of alternate reality, or something else entirely. But whenever I walk outside at night and see that streetlight flicker, I wonder if that tunnel might still be waiting somewhere, just beneath the surface, for me to find it again. I want to share this story that's been with me for years, stretching back to when I was just a little kid in the early 90s. We lived in this really old house, which was attached to the back of a general store. The whole place had been around since probably the late 1800s or early 1900s. You could feel the history in the air. The general store itself had this cellar out back, which back in the day was used for storing goods. But by the time my parents bought the place, the cellar had collapsed, so no one could get inside anymore. Local historians told us it was once used as a holding room for undertakers because it was cool down there, which always gave me chills just thinking about it. The house and store were always cold, no matter the season. It was like the walls held on to the chill of the past. I was around 4 or 5 at the time, and I never really felt alone in that house. One night, I woke up and saw this old lady sitting on the bed opposite mine. She was wearing a yellow dress, a really soft, faded yellow, like something from another century. I'd never met her, never seen her before, but there she was, just sitting there quietly. My little heart started pounding, and I hid under the blankets, whispering for my parents. When they came into my room, the lady was gone, just vanished like a flicker of a dream. I didn't talk about it for years. It felt too strange, too unreal. Later on, I found out that my mom had seen the lady in yellow too, and she wasn't the kind of person to make up stories or exaggerate. She was practical, down to earth. She told me once about seeing the lady standing at the end of our long hallway, just watching her as she cleaned the house. She said the lady stood there for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, silently watching, before disappearing. And this was before I ever told her about the lady sitting on my bed. But there was one encounter my mom had that she says she'll never forget. See, around that time, this woman, we'll call her Sharon, started hanging around our family. She was trying to get close to my dad. I don't know all the details of what happened between them, but eventually, my parents divorced. One day, my mom confronted Sharon in our lounge. They got into a pretty heated argument, and my mom told her to leave, opening the front door and asking her to get out. As Sharon turned to leave, she stopped just at the door and started hurling insults at my mom. Then, something incredible happened. Sharon lifted a finger to point at my mom, and suddenly there was this massive gust of wind, like it came from inside the house itself, and a flash of yellow light. The next thing my mom remembers, Sharon was lying on the ground outside, pushed backwards right out the door. She was pale as a sheet, scrambled to her feet, and just ran off without saying a word. Only my mom and I ever saw the lady in yellow. My dad lived in the house for years after the divorce, and told everyone we were just making things up. My brother never saw her either. But I like to think that maybe my mom and I share a connection with the lady in yellow. Maybe we have some kind of gift, or maybe she chooses to show herself only to certain people. Whatever it is, I've always felt she was a protective spirit, watching over us quietly in that old, chilly house, ready to step in when we needed her most. Hey, I want to share something really personal with you, something that shifted my perspective in a way I never expected. It's about an experience I had with a psychic, someone I didn't believe in at all until this moment. So, let me set the scene for you. Earlier this year, in February, my dad passed away. It was heartbreaking, and honestly, it was the kind of loss that leaves a complicated ache. His death was tied to years of battling a severe alcohol addiction, something that had deeply affected all of us. I have two older sisters, and among us, my relationship with Dad was probably the toughest. The past wasn't easy. Back in the late 2000s, things took a really hard turn for him. There were so many things piling up. He had just lost his mom, which was a huge blow. My sisters were growing up and moving out, carving their own paths, while Dad was stuck in a job that no longer gave him satisfaction. Plus, financial struggles loomed heavy, especially since Mom didn't have employment benefits to ease the load. All these stressors seemed to push him further into drinking. For me, this was during the second half of middle school and stretched through high school. I didn't really know my dad as anything but a man weighed down by sorrow, someone who seemed like he had lost his will to fight. My sisters moved on with their lives, but I stayed home, caught in the storm of his neglect, and it was incredibly painful. Fast forward to September. Mom decided to make an appointment with a psychic, someone we had consulted before. The idea was to get a sense of the spiritual state of our family and maybe find some guidance on moving forward. So, me, Mom, and my sisters each went to see her one after the other at her home. Right when the psychic began the session, she mentioned feeling this incredibly heavy atmosphere, like an apology hanging in the air. She said this feeling didn't just appear when we arrived. It was already there, almost as if whatever caused it had walked in ahead of us. What struck her most was that the apology felt personal, directed at each of us individually. At first, that didn't seem too out there. But then she started sharing details that honestly sent chills down my spine. She talked about sensing a strong smell of alcohol, which made me think of Dad right away. Then she mentioned seeing something like blood clotting inside someone's body. It was unsettling, and my heart was pounding. She went further and said she could tell that Mom was the one who found Dad. She described how Mom had stopped just before opening the door, almost frozen by an instinct that something terrible had happened. The psychic said she could feel that hesitation, that gut-wrenching moment when Mom realized he was gone. But here's the part that really got me. The psychic said that the apology in the room was especially directed toward me. More than anyone else, even Mom. She emphasized this, and I could feel the weight of it pressing down on me. At that moment, the numbness I'd been carrying faded away, and I was on the brink of breaking down right there on the floor. But somehow, I held myself together. I'm still not sure every single thing she said was perfectly accurate. After all, psychics are human too, and their messages can be a bit vague. But that feeling of apology, that had to be my dad. It fits so perfectly with the man he was deep down. The man I struggled to understand, but who must have carried so much remorse. That day changed something inside me. It brought a kind of closure I didn't expect, wrapped in a warmth and sorrow that felt so real. I wanted to share this with you because sometimes, even the things we doubt can hold truths that touch us deeply. Hey, I want to share something with you. Something a bit personal and, honestly, a little scary. It all starts with my fear of mirrors. Now, I know a lot of us, when we were kids, did the whole Bloody Mary chant thing. You know, locking ourselves in the bathroom, lights off, hoping not to see some ghostly figure staring back. My cousins and I definitely did that, giggling nervously and daring each other. But for me, that wasn't where my real fear began. No, it all started when my mom hung this big, golden-framed mirror in the hallway of our family home. It wasn't just any mirror. It was a gift she'd received after a relative passed away, and it quickly became one of her favorite things in the house. I remember it being so tall, with an ornate gold frame that had all these intricate designs carved into it. But to me, those designs looked wrong. Like they were forming angry faces, watching me. I'd tell my mom about it, how it made me feel uneasy, but she just laughed it off, saying I had an overactive imagination. The thing was, the mirror was positioned so that when I sat in the lounge watching TV, I could see it out of the corner of my eye, down the hallway to the left. And let me tell you, there was always this feeling, like the mirror was staring back at me, angry and alive. Most nights, I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks. But then, the shadows started. At first, it was just subtle, like flickers from the corner of my vision, shapes darting across the glass. I'd glance over, heart pounding, but see nothing. Then one night, it got worse. I was sitting on the couch watching cartoons, the room dim and quiet except for the TV sounds. Suddenly, I heard it. My name, whispered so softly it sent chills down my spine. It felt like it was coming from the mirror itself. My stomach dropped, and every hair on my body stood on end. I slowly turned my head toward the hallway, my breath catching. And there it was, a figure or something glaring at me through the mirror. Its eyes burned into mine, full of hatred. For a terrifying moment, I just froze, wanting to scream or run, but unable to move. Then, without warning, the mirror crashed to the hardwood floor with a thunderous bang. I sat there, stunned and shaking, when suddenly I heard my mom's hurried footsteps rushing down the hallway. Her gasp filled the quiet, and she immediately knelt beside the shattered glass. "What happened?" she demanded, her voice sharp and scared. "Did you do this?" "No," I stammered, cheeks flushing with embarrassment and fear. "There was someone there. It just fell." Her tone didn't soften. She told me firmly there was no one else home, just the two of us. She said my dad had checked the mirror's hooks multiple times and it was secure. "Objects don't just jump off walls," she said, holding the now cracked mirror carefully. I remember the crack, a jagged line running straight down the center of the glass. It looked like the mirror itself was broken, scarred. Mom tucked the mirror under her arm, muttering about getting it fixed, and put it away in a closet. As for me, I was grounded that night for lying about a serious incident. I was angry, but also relieved I wouldn't have to face that mirror for a while. Not long after, my dad got a promotion that moved us to a new town. We left the old house and that creepy mirror behind. I never asked about it again, and for years, I didn't have any more weird experiences with mirrors. Until just a few months ago. Life was going great then. My husband and I had just bought our first house and were finally settling in. One evening, my mom came to visit, and I was so excited to show her how I decorated. She loved it. We spent the afternoon laughing and chatting, sipping coffee on the enclosed porch as the sun dipped behind the hills. When it was time for her to leave, I walked her to her car. Then, out of nowhere, she gasped, "Oh, I almost forgot." She reached into the back seat and pulled out a large package wrapped in shiny sky blue paper. "I couldn't come without bringing my baby girl a housewarming gift." I smiled, starting to tear the paper apart. But then, as the wrapping fell away, my smile froze. There it was, my reflection staring back at me, but framed by that same golden, creepy frame. The one I'd hated as a kid. "Do you remember it?" Mom asked, her voice warm and excited. "You loved it back then, and now it's time to pass this beautiful piece to you." I swallowed hard, heart pounding. "Yeah, I remember," I managed, though inside I was confused and uneasy. Where had she found it? Why was the crack gone? Did she not remember how much it terrified me? "It'll look gorgeous right in your entryway," she said, eyes sparkling. "Right above the side table you showed me." I forced a smile and nodded. I didn't want to upset her, not when she was so happy. "I have to run," she said, climbing into her car. "Send me pictures when you hang it, okay? Love you so much. I'm so proud of you." She blew me a kiss and drove off into the twilight. I stood there in the growing darkness, holding the mirror, feeling a cold knot of dread tighten in my chest. I had no idea what horrors awaited me in the weeks to come, but I knew one thing. This mirror was far from ordinary, and whatever was trapped behind that golden frame was waiting for me, watching, reflecting more than just my face. I was standing there at the stove, frying up some bacon, my mind just spinning in circles, when suddenly, I heard the front door open and close quietly behind me. It was that familiar sound, the one that always signals the end of a long day. "Honey, I'm home," my husband Mark called out with his usual warmth. I glanced up at the kitchen clock. It was exactly 10 p.m. Mark had been working late again, which, well, meant dinner was going to be late for us tonight. I wiped my hands on a towel, trying to shake off the unease that had settled deep in my stomach. As I walked into the entryway, there stood Mark holding that large, unsettling mirror. The way he looked at it, curious but cautious, it made my heart tighten painfully, and I felt bile rise at the back of my throat. "What is this?" he asked, his voice a mix of confusion and intrigue. Trying my best to act casual, I said, "Nothing. Ready to eat? Breakfast for dinner." I plastered on a smile, but inside, I was anything but calm. Mark sniffed the air and grinned. Sure smells good. But come on, I know you too well. What's really going on with that weird mirror?" My smile faltered. All evening, I'd been wrestling with what to do about that cursed thing. I'd almost decided to smash it into tiny pieces in the backyard and then burn the shards until nothing remained. Until my phone buzzed with a text from my mom, reminding me to take pictures of it displayed in our home. So there it sat on the tile floor, leaning against the side table my mom had insisted was the perfect spot for it. As much as I hated to admit it, she was right. The mirror did look best there. "Mom came by," I said, trying to sound as casual as possible. "It's a housewarming gift." I shrugged and went back to the kitchen to plate our meals. Mark chuckled, shaking his head. "Your mom couldn't just write your name on a gift tag like a normal person?" I turned and saw him standing there, the creepy mirror still in his hands. "What?" I asked, still confused about what he meant. "She wrote your name on the mirror with, like, her finger or something," he explained, eyes fixed on the glass with an odd expression. I frowned and stomped over to see what he was talking about, my heart sinking as I caught sight of it. There, smeared across the mirror in what definitely looked like finger smudges, was the name Karlee. I felt all the blood drain from my face. That wasn't there just a few hours ago. I'd stared at that mirror for what felt like forever before bringing it in, its surface flawless, not a single smudge or spot. Even the crack I'd seen earlier had disappeared. "Babe, you good? You look like you've seen a ghost." Mark's voice cut through my trance. His face was etched with concern and confusion. I forced a laugh, trying to shake off the creeping dread. "You know my mom, always doing weird stuff like that." I grabbed our loaded plates and headed toward the living room. I heard Mark set the mirror down on the kitchen floor behind me before following. Then his voice softened, serious now. "Carrie, what's going on?" I felt his hand gently on my shoulder as he turned me to face him after I set the plates on the coffee table. His eyes searched mine, and I could tell he was waiting for the truth. And honestly, I wasn't sure I had it myself yet. The mirror wasn't just a strange gift anymore. It was something else. Something I couldn't explain, but that I was beginning to fear. That night, as we sat together in the quiet glow of the living room lamp, the mirror stood looming in the corner, reflecting shadows that seemed to flicker just beyond the reach of the light. I tried to focus on Mark's calm presence beside me, But my mind kept drifting back to those smeared letters. My name, written with no explanation, no logic. I knew one thing for certain. This heirloom wasn't just cursed. It was alive, in a way I couldn't understand. And somehow, it was reaching out to me. You know, I was standing there at the stove, frying up some bacon, my mind just spinning in circles, when suddenly I heard the front door open and close quietly behind me. It was that familiar sound, the one that always signals the end of a long day. "Honey, I'm home," my husband Mark called out with his usual warmth. I glanced up at the kitchen clock. It was exactly 10 p.m. Mark had been working late again, which, well, meant dinner was going to be late for us tonight. I wiped my hands on a towel, trying to shake off the unease that had settled deep in my stomach. As I walked into the entryway, there stood Mark holding that large, unsettling mirror. The way he looked at it, curious but cautious, it made my heart tighten painfully, and I felt bile rise at the back of my throat. "What is this?" he asked, his voice a mix of confusion and intrigue. Trying my best to act casual, I said, "Nothing. Ready to eat? Breakfast for dinner." I plastered on a smile, but inside I was anything but calm. Mark sniffed the air and grinned. Sure smells good. But come on, I know you too well. What's really going on with that weird mirror?" My smile faltered. All evening I'd been wrestling with what to do about that cursed thing. I'd almost decided to smash it into tiny pieces in the backyard and then burn the shards until nothing remained. Until my phone buzzed with a text from my mom, reminding me to take pictures of it displayed in our home. So there it sat on the tile floor, leaning against the side table my mom had insisted was the perfect spot for it. As much as I hated to admit it, she was right. The mirror did look best there. "Mom came by," I said, trying to sound as casual as possible. "It's a housewarming gift." I shrugged and went back to the kitchen to plate our meals. Mark chuckled, shaking his head. "Your mom couldn't just write your name on a gift tag like a normal person?" I turned and saw him standing there, the creepy mirror still in his hands. "What?" I asked, still confused about what he meant. "She wrote your name on the mirror with, like, her finger or something," he explained, eyes fixed on the glass with an odd expression. I frowned and stomped over to see what he was talking about, my heart sinking as I caught sight of it. There, smeared across the mirror in what definitely looked like finger smudges, was the name Karlee. I felt all the blood drain from my face. That wasn't there just a few hours ago. I'd stared at that mirror for what felt like forever before bringing it in. Its surface, flawless. Not a single smudge or spot. Even the crack I'd seen earlier had disappeared. "Babe, you good? You look like you've seen a ghost." Mark's voice cut through my trance. His face was etched with concern and confusion. I forced a laugh, trying to shake off the creeping dread. "You know my mom, always doing weird stuff like that." I grabbed our loaded plates and headed toward the living room. I heard Mark set the mirror down on the kitchen floor behind me before following. Then his voice softened, serious now. "Carrie, what's going on?" I felt his hand gently on my shoulder as he turned me to face him after I set the plates on the coffee table. His eyes searched mine, and I could tell he was waiting for the truth. And honestly, I wasn't sure I had it myself yet. The mirror wasn't just a strange gift anymore. It was something else. Something I couldn't explain, but that I was beginning to fear. That night, as we sat together in the quiet glow of the living room lamp, the mirror stood looming in the corner, reflecting shadows that seemed to flicker just beyond the reach of the light. I tried to focus on Mark's calm presence beside me, but my mind kept drifting back to those smeared letters. My name, written with no explanation, no logic. I knew one thing for certain. This heirloom wasn't just cursed, it was alive, in a way I couldn't understand. And somehow, it was reaching out to me. You know, when I was a kid growing up in a small town in the Philippines, I had this neighbor named Amelie. She was about my age, a slight girl with long, sleek black hair that fell straight down her back, and her skin was pale, much paler than most kids around me. I remember this so clearly because, back then, I was curious why she looked so different. One day, I asked my mom about her. She told me Amelie's fairness was probably because she was mestiza, mixed blood, and that she was hardly ever allowed to play outside. That made sense, especially since I only ever saw her peeking out from behind the curtains of her house's left front window. She never came out to play with us, the other neighborhood kids. And there was always this one thing that made her stand out even more: a yellow ribbon tied in a perfect bow around her neck. No matter what she wore, that ribbon was always there, bright and neat, which seemed so odd in the tropical heat we lived in. As the years went by, I caught glimpses of Amelie watching the street while we played outside. Sometimes I'd wave at her, hoping she'd wave back, but it just seemed to scare her. She'd disappear quickly, and I wouldn't see her again for days. The other kids called her a multo, a ghost, and warned me I'd be haunted if I tried to talk to her. But I never believed that. I just felt sorry for her and wanted to be friends. On my 7th birthday, I decided I wanted to bring her a piece of my birthday cake and invite her to play. I asked my mom if I could, but she was hesitant. She didn't know Amelie's parents and didn't want me going to some stranger's house. That's when I realized I'd never actually seen Amelie's parents come or go. Still, I insisted, told my mom that Amelie wasn't a stranger, but just someone I hadn't met properly yet. Eventually, she agreed. So, with a small plate holding a slice of mocha cake, I walked over to Amelie's house next door. The house was this old Spanish-style mansion, 3 stories tall, with big windows on each floor facing the street. Thick gray curtains covered every window, blocking any peek inside. The garden was empty, and huge iron gates blocked the sides and back. The only sign that someone lived there was Amelie herself, standing quietly in front of the left front window curtains. I waved to her, and before she could disappear, I held up the cake excitedly, pointing at it like, "Hey, look! Cake!" She paused, looked at me, then shyly pointed to the iron gate to the left. I walked over and saw there was a small hole in the gate where some bars had rusted away. Carefully, I squeezed through, holding the cake steady. Then, from a slightly open window on the side of the house, I saw a small hand waving. I made my way toward it and finally came face to face with Amelie. She smiled softly, took the plate from me, and then slipped back inside. From that moment, a friendship blossomed. Every week, I'd bring her something: a piece of cake, a candy, sometimes an ice pop when it got really hot. She always directed me to that same hole in the gate, and I'd carefully pass the treats through the partially open window. At first, she only said hi and thank you, but after some time, she started sharing bits about her life. She told me she was an only child. Her mother was often sick and bedridden, and her father was foreign. Whenever she mentioned her father, her voice would falter, and she'd look away. She was homeschooled by her mother, who mostly stayed in bed, so Amelie was never allowed outside. When I asked why, she said she had to care for her mom. That seemed fair enough, but there was one thing I was always curious about: the yellow ribbon around her neck. I asked a couple of times, but every time I did, the conversation would end abruptly. It was clear that was a subject she didn't want to talk about. This went on for almost a year, our quiet little friendship in the shadow of that old mansion. Then, on the night of my 8th birthday, I decided to bring Amelie the same mocha cake to celebrate our friendship. But when I got to the metal gate, something was different. The hole in the gate was gone. New iron bars welded in place. I felt a flicker of worry, but walked back to the window where she usually stood. I waited, tapping gently on the glass. Seconds ticked by, and just as I was about to leave, I saw her, Amelie's small frame appearing in the window. My heart leapt with joy, but then I noticed tears streaming down her pale face. My excitement froze as she put a finger to her lips, signaling me to be quiet. She was silently crying, trembling. Slowly, she reached behind her neck and untied the yellow ribbon. My stomach dropped when I saw what was underneath. There were dark purple bruises circling her neck, shaped like a noose, and in the center was a deep crimson slash across her skin. I couldn't scream. The horror was too much. Her tears mixed with the blood, running down her neck and chest. She opened her mouth as if to say something, maybe to apologize for scaring me, but only a gurgled whisper came out. We stood there, silent and broken, tears streaming down both our faces. Then, almost as if she were saying goodbye, she whispered a faint, "Thank you," slipped through the thick gray curtains and disappeared. I was frozen, my mind racing, heart pounding. Slowly, I staggered back home and forced myself to believe it was a terrible nightmare. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The next morning, the sound of police cars filled the street. News spread that Amelie's mother had died of natural causes, but her father had apparently slit Amelie's throat with a box cutter before taking his own life, hanging himself from the third-floor balcony. The news called it a murder-suicide, the tragic end to years of abuse. The house was cordoned off for about a week while the police investigated. When the scene finally cleared, I went back to Amelie's house to say goodbye one last time. As I approached the left front window, I noticed something on the ground near the broken glass. A perfectly kept yellow ribbon, just like the one Amelie always wore. I picked it up gently, tears welling in my eyes, and whispered, "Thank you, Amelie. I'm so sorry. Goodbye." The ribbon felt like a fragile piece of her, a reminder of our friendship and the pain she carried so silently. Even now, when I think back to those days, I can still see her there, standing by that window, the golden ribbon tied tight around her neck, a fragile beacon of kindness amidst the shadows. Hey, I want to tell you about something that happened to me, maybe about a month ago now. It's still fresh in my mind, and honestly, it still creeps me out just thinking about it. So there was this problem with ants in my room. They were coming from this one wall that led straight outside. I was kind of freaking out because they were everywhere, so I decided to rearrange my room in a way that felt a little unusual. But it worked for a bit, and I thought it was just temporary anyway. My room is pretty big, with wooden floors and walls, and it's up on the second floor. Only 2 of the walls actually face the outside world. My bed used to be right under a window, facing out, but because of the ants, I moved it. And here's the thing, I didn't just move it to another wall like a normal person might. Nope, I put it smack dab in the middle of the room. Yeah, I know, it sounds weird, right? I was worried the ants might sneak in from the other walls too, even though that didn't really make sense. I was getting paranoid, honestly. So now, my bed is right in the center, and behind it, there's this bookcase. It's one of those cubicle-style shelves, not fully packed, but enough to hold some books, little trinkets, and random stuff. You can actually see through it from both sides because it's not solid, kind of like a divider. At first, I didn't think much about it. It seemed fine. But then, things started to get strange. The first night after moving was okay. I slept like a baby. But as the nights passed, something changed. I started getting less and less sleep. It wasn't like there was a specific noise or anything obvious. It was just that I couldn't fall asleep. I'd toss and turn endlessly, and mornings became brutal. Simple chores, homework, they all felt impossible. I felt exhausted and on edge all day. Then came the 10th night. That was the one that really shattered everything. I was tossing and turning, like usual, probably around 4 a.m. I could barely make out the clock on my wall because my room was nearly pitch black. No nightlight, no streetlight sneaking in, just darkness. Suddenly, I heard this soft shuffling sound coming from behind my bed, like the slow, careful movement of books or something else on that bookshelf. It was so quiet, it made my skin crawl. My eyes snapped open immediately. You know that gut-wrenching feeling when you think you hear something but no one else is supposed to be there? That's exactly what I felt. Every hair on my body stood up like I'd just been doused in ice water. No one else was in the room. We didn't have any rats or mice, and I definitely hadn't let any pets in there. So, what the hell was that noise? For a few seconds, I didn't move. I was frozen, trying to convince myself maybe I was just imagining things. It's 4 a.m. after all. Lack of sleep can mess with your head, right? I was desperately hoping that was the case. But the sound didn't stop. It kept going, slow, deliberate. I stayed still until my breathing started getting louder, and I let out a shaky, breathy exhale. Then, just like that, the noise stopped. My heart was pounding so loud I thought it might burst out of my chest. I jerked my head up, every muscle in me tensed for fight or flight. I jumped out of bed and sprinted to the door. I opened it as fast as I could and bolted out of the room, not looking back once. I didn't see or hear anything on my way out, and honestly, I didn't want to. I walked my mom up and told her what happened. She reminded me about this weird clicking sound I used to hear when we lived in our old house, but I tried to explain this was different. She didn't really believe me, and honestly, I didn't blame her. I don't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but I had no idea what else it could have been. That night, she let me sleep in her room, but I barely slept at all. I just stared at the empty space next to the bed, drenched in sweat. My hair was soaked. I'd never felt fear like that before. It was all-consuming, like something out of a nightmare that refuses to end. The next night, I kept the light on for a little bit of comfort. I kept checking behind the bookshelf, making sure nothing was there, but sleep still wouldn't come. I was sweating again, and looking back, I probably should have just stayed with my mom again, or even pulled an all-nighter. But I convinced myself my mind was playing tricks on me. It was all too unreal. But then it happened again, and this time, it was worse. So much worse. I was just about to drift off, that hazy, dreamlike state right before sleep, where your thoughts get all jumbled and strange. My eyelids were heavy, and I felt weak. Then, the light went out. Instantly, every part of my mind snapped awake. Before I could even move, I heard that shuffling again, faster this time, like something was moving with more urgency. I didn't wait to hear more. I leapt out of bed and glanced toward the bookshelf. What I saw will haunt me forever. Behind the bookcase, hunched over, was something. I caught a glimpse of a discolored hand, long claws gripping the edge of the shelf. I couldn't see a face or even its full form, but whatever it was not human. It wasn't any animal I'd ever seen. I didn't hesitate. I ran. My heart was pounding so hard I almost tripped over my own feet as I bolted out of the room. I yelled for my mom as I rushed down the stairs, breathless and terrified. I told her everything, begged her not to go in alone, and we grabbed kitchen knives and flashlights together. I stayed close behind her the entire time. When we returned to my room, the door was closed, and the lights were on inside. We stepped in, shining our flashlights all around, but there was nothing. No mess, no moved books, no sign that anything had been there. It was like I'd never left. But I know what I saw. My mind didn't trick me. It was too real, too vivid. I still don't know what it was, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was, it's still there, watching from behind that bookshelf. was with my ex for almost 8 years, and by the end of 2021, I finally went completely no contact with him and his mother. And there's something important I need to explain first. His mother was my hairdresser, so she had access to my hair all the time. At one point, I found a small bag of my hair hidden away, and I also found little handmade dolls. Not regular dolls. They looked ritualistic, almost like something made to represent a person. When I was around 20, I was living with her and my ex. One night, I thought I heard something moving in the chimney, like maybe an animal had gotten trapped in there. I grabbed a light and looked inside, expecting to see a squirrel or a bird, but instead, I saw this black shape, almost like an orb, just sitting there in the dark. My mother practiced spiritually, so I knew enough to understand that what I was seeing was not normal. That night, I dreamed about it. Whatever it was, it felt aware of me. Not long after that, I moved out, ended the relationship, and went pretty far away. But the thing did not just disappear. It started showing up in dreams and in little moments that felt impossible to explain. In the dream, it looked almost fox-like, but wrong. Like it was bleeding darkness instead of blood. A few times at night, I saw what looked like red lightning flickering low to the ground. Every time it happened, this awful chill would run through me, and I would feel like I had to get inside immediately. One night, I was doing my hair in the mirror around 3 or 4 in the morning. Out of nowhere, I felt this sharp, searing pain in my back, right along my spine. At the same time, this horrible fear hit me so hard that I spun around in panic. I was so terrified that I actually peed myself. I still have a scar there. A little while after that, my stepsister, 2 of her friends, and I all saw it. By then, I had gotten sage and was trying to protect myself, but I was still young and honestly did not really know what I was doing. This thing was on all 4s, but its limbs were bent in ways that did not look natural. It had a long neck or head, and I remember thinking there might have been something like a horn on top. Some parts of it are clear in my mind, and other details are blurry because I was so scared. What I remember most is that it seemed to ooze darkness. It moved fast, almost skittering, and went under the trampoline while I was holding the sage. Somehow, I managed to seal it in a cellar, but eventually, that cellar was opened again. Later on, I got back together with my ex, and during the time we were together again, the entity stopped. Completely. It was just gone. Then we broke up for good in 2021, and when I cut contact with both him and his mother, it started again. Something banged on my bathroom window one night, and that same heavy dread came back. I ended up paying someone to do a cord cutting, and after that, things were quiet for a few years. Around that same time, though, my health started going downhill. I thought the cord cutting had worked, but now, I do not think it did. I have moved several times since then, so I know she could not have buried anything on my property. That is why I keep coming back to the hair. She had my hair. She had access to it for years. About a year ago, I found what looked like a claw mark high up on one of the windows. I know I should have blessed the house then, but I didn't. I think part of me was just trying to hide from it, spiritually speaking. Like if I stayed quiet enough, it would not notice me. But recently, it got worse. My husband and I started feeling watched from the backyard. Not just uncomfortable, watched. The whole area started to feel wrong. And then I felt it again. It came back. I did a polarization ritual on myself and my husband because I felt like it was trying to attach itself to him. I also blessed the entire property. Now I'm planning to burn a lock of my own hair and make it useless, so whatever connection exists through it can't be used anymore. But I need to ask, is there anything else I can do? I also want to be clear about something. I was told growing up that we have Cherokee, Apache, and Cree ancestry, but I have always identified as white on forms and in daily life. I do not want to appropriate Native culture in any way. That is not my intention at all. I have just tried every method I personally know, and because I believe this may have been sent by someone Native, I am wondering if that is why the non-indigenous spiritual work I've tried has not fully touched it. I'm scared. I'm tired. And I really need help. Hi everyone. I want to explain this gently before I ask my actual question, because the last time I posted about this, the focus went in a direction I really wasn't expecting. This is not about my dog's health or the way he eats. He's okay. He's not in pain, he's not scared, and nothing is wrong with his bowl. He has eaten this way since he was a puppy, whether I put his food in a bowl, on a paper plate, or on one of those little shallow dishes. Most of the time, I feed him from a plate because he has always liked tipping bowls over. Recently, though, someone gave us this sweet little bowl with his name on it, Milo, and I really wanted to try using it. So for the past few weeks, I've been working with him on keeping it upright, and that's why I was recording. I was just trying to document the progress. That's also why you can hear me saying things like, "Good boy," and "Thank you." I was encouraging him because he really has gotten better. He still does this funny thing where he grabs a bite, runs away, eats it somewhere else, then comes back for more. Sometimes he'll take a mouthful and drop pieces around like he's invented his own little snack scavenger hunt. He's just a goofy little guy. I've wondered if maybe it started because he was the smallest puppy in the litter and had to squeeze in between the others to grab food when they were all fed together. But again, that's not what I'm asking about. My question is about the strange sounds at the beginning of the video. Sounds I did not hear while I was recording. I want to explain something personal because it matters here. I am extremely sensitive to sound. Not just loud noises, but sudden or unfamiliar sounds too. A lot of that comes from being hypervigilant after childhood abuse and a long abusive marriage that I only recently got out of. Even when I'm asleep, the smallest sound can wake me. Loud noises always make me physically startle, even when I know what they are. So when people suggested it might have been a motorcycle or a loud exhaust outside, I understood why they said that. I really did. And I even told myself I could accept that explanation if it helped me stop worrying. But it still didn't feel right to me, because if a motorcycle or loud vehicle had passed while I was recording, my body would have reacted. It always does. I would have noticed it. I would have felt it. Some people also suggested my carbon monoxide detector might need new batteries, but I checked it, and it's working fine. What startled me was that I watched the video immediately after recording it, and when I played it back, I heard these strange, low, distorted sounds right at the beginning. To me, they sounded almost like guttural words. But while I was actually recording, all I heard was my fan humming softly, my dog eating, and the sound of me using my vape. And just to be clear about that too, because people were rude about it before, I vape because I used it to quit a 30-year, 2-pack-a-day cigarette habit. I'm down to a very low nicotine level now and tapering off completely. That's all it is. I didn't hear the strange sound and then forget about it. The video was short, and I played it back right away. It was not something I registered in the moment. I was also accused of being a bot in the other group, which I'm not. I'm just a person who got genuinely unsettled by something I heard on a recording and wanted to ask other people what they thought. I tried to explain everything up front because I didn't want my dog's eating habits to become the focus, and I didn't want to be ridiculed for being scared. So here's the actual question. I took this video about an hour before posting. While I was filming, I didn't hear anything unusual. My TV was muted, I live alone, and the only sounds I noticed were my dog eating and the faint hum of the fan in the background. But when I played it back, there were weird sounds at the beginning that honestly freaked me out. The louder slurping sound after that is just me hitting my vape, but the noises before it are what I'm asking about. They sounded dark and distorted to me, almost like something trying to speak. Then, right before I stopped recording, Milo suddenly reacted to the corner of the room like something was there, even though I couldn't see anything. Can you hear it too? What do you think it might be? Please be kind, even if your answer is that it was probably a motorcycle, a sound from outside, or that I'm overthinking it. I'm just trying to understand what I heard. I lived in the same apartment for almost 18 years. I grew up there, so in a lot of ways it was home. But even when I was little, before I knew how to explain fear or energy or anything like that, I used to have strange dreams about that place. It was a 3-story apartment with black metal railings, old patterned rugs, and a balcony that always felt a little too quiet. One of the living room walls had been painted a deep wine red years before, and the whole place had this heavy, almost watching kind of feeling. The 3rd floor was the worst. I still don't know how to describe it properly. It wasn't just creepy, it felt occupied, like the air up there had thoughts. My family used to joke that the apartment was haunted, but honestly, I don't think any of us really meant it as a joke. Every one of us experienced something there. For me, things would disappear all the time. Sometimes they were gone forever. Other times they came back in places that made absolutely no sense. One time, I was looking for this striped summer skirt I hadn't seen in ages. My friend came over and helped me search. We emptied my whole wardrobe. I mean, everything came out. Clothes on the bed, drawers open, piles sorted, folded, checked and checked again. The skirt was not there. Later that night, we were getting ready to go out. She had gone home for dinner, and we were FaceTiming while I picked something else to wear. I was still annoyed about the skirt, but I gave up. Then she came back to my apartment so we could have a drink before leaving. While we were talking, I opened my wardrobe one last time, and the skirt just fell straight into my arms. Not from the back, not from some hidden corner. It fell like it had been sitting right there the whole time. I used to hear scratching on doors, knocking, random sounds moving through the apartment. Almost every day I had this intense feeling that someone was watching me. Not once in a while, constantly. I never felt truly alone there. I heard footsteps when nobody else was home. I heard my mom call my name so clearly that I would go downstairs and ask what she wanted, only for her to look at me confused and say she hadn't called me at all. Sometimes she wasn't even in the apartment. I had recurring nightmares for years. One night, I woke up because something felt like it was pushing me deep into the mattress. I was half awake, but I remember trying so hard to fight back. I couldn't move. I felt trapped and violated, like something was touching me and I had no control over my own body. The next morning, I had scratches exactly where I remembered feeling it. I also used to hear tiny, fast footsteps running up and down the stairs. The metal railing would shake like someone was grabbing it while they ran, and I saw shadow figures more than once. One afternoon, I was upstairs in my mom's room singing because the acoustics in there were really good. When I stopped, someone outside the room kept humming the melody back. It sounded like a child. I opened the door slowly, and at the other end of the hallway, a towel hanging on the drying rack was moving by itself. Then I heard small footsteps running downstairs. Another night, my brother came storming into my room, furious, telling me to stop knocking on his door. But I had been asleep the entire time. Once, a friend was visiting. She was in the bathroom, and I was lying in bed. Through the gap in my door, I thought I saw her walk upstairs, so I didn't think much of it. A minute later, she came back into my room and said, "So, if you're here, who did I just see walking upstairs in the bathroom mirror?" She didn't believe in ghosts. She was completely skeptical about anything paranormal, but she was shaken. My ex-boyfriend once cried because he got so scared inside that apartment. Several friends refused to sleep over after visiting. Other people told me they felt uncomfortable there but couldn't explain why. Some of them even started dreaming about the apartment after being there. And even now, years later, I still dream about it. The staircase shows up over and over again. The pale yellow walls, the black railings, the same strange, empty feeling. In my dreams, there are hidden rooms, secret elevators, endless hallways, underground spaces, and doors that lead somewhere they shouldn't. Sometimes I dream that the outside walkway collapses under me and I fall into darkness. There's one nightmare I only had once, but I still remember it so clearly. I was sitting at the bottom of the staircase in complete darkness. The front door was slightly open. My brother told me to wait there while he went upstairs. Then this huge black figure appeared. It was impossibly tall, with glowing red eyes and a giant black hole where its mouth should have been. And it charged straight at me. I woke up drenched in sweat. Another morning, when I was around 15, I woke up, picked up my phone, and found a photo of myself sleeping in my gallery. Both of my arms were visible in the picture, so I know I didn't take it. I still have no explanation for that. My mom had her own experiences too. She has always been unusually sensitive to things she can't explain. When she was very young, she almost died from an infection and spent time in a coma. After that, she always said she perceived things differently. As a child, she apparently dreamed about relatives dying before they passed away. Strange things also seemed to happen around her when she was extremely angry. My dad once mocked her spiritual beliefs, and she got furious. According to both of them, the blinds suddenly slammed shut on their own. My parents have been divorced for more than 15 years, and my dad still tells that story. My mom was deeply unhappy in that apartment. My father was abusive, and there was a lot of pain in that home. One day, when she was overwhelmed, she started chanting words I still can't remember. Later, when she and my father were together, she looked over his shoulder into the hallway and saw a tall man standing at the end of the staircase. He had long black hair, a suit, and an intense stare. Then he disappeared. Another time, she was ironing and saw a small child walk casually around the ironing board before vanishing. She also experienced the same thing I did, waking up unable to move while something pressed her into the bed. And once, she lost a Bluetooth headset. She searched everywhere for it. A year later, she found two identical headsets sitting together at the bottom of the staircase. My brother heard the knocking too. He heard strange noises. He heard people calling his name when nobody had called him. At one point, things felt so heavy that we decided to cleanse the apartment with incense. Every window was open, and there was a strong breeze running through the place. But the smoke refused to leave through the windows. My brother also dealt with sleep paralysis, sleepwalking, night terrors, and constant sleep problems. One of his Muslim friends came over once. When they walked past my sister's room on the 3rd floor, a drinking glass suddenly flew off her desk. It didn't just fall. It had been placed far back on the desk. His friend immediately said, "There's Shaitan living here." He never came back. My sister was the skeptic in the family. She's very science-minded and doesn't consider herself sensitive to anything paranormal. But even she has stories. One night, she woke up because her blanket was pulled off her body. Not gently. It lifted upward first, then was ripped away violently. She also remembers the noises and the constant feeling of being watched. And she says that feeling disappeared completely after she moved out. We fought constantly in that apartment. It always felt soaked in negative emotions, old hurt, and heavy energy. I don't know what was there. I wish I did. So many strange things seemed connected to the bottom of the staircase near the apartment entrance. A very spiritual friend of my mom's once visited and told her she believed there were two presences there, a child and something much darker. I still wonder about it. Did my mom somehow invite something in without realizing it? Was it years of trauma affecting all of us? Or was there actually something living there with us? And can something like that follow you after you leave? Because I still dream about that apartment. It still feels like it has some kind of hold on me. After my ex and I broke up, I wanted to move back into the district where I grew up. Without really planning it, I ended up living just a few blocks from that old apartment. It's still there, and every time I walk past it, I get goosebumps. That same feeling comes back immediately. The feeling I had my whole life. Like something inside still remembers me. Hey there, it's Diego Gomez speaking. You might remember me from the Slice of Strange blog and podcast. Today, I'm going to share a chilling story that's been tucked away in the shadows of Siberia's icy expanse. It's about a small town named Malinkovsky, a place that once bustled not far from Norilsk, but then simply disappeared. No grand headlines, no official reports, just silence. And if you ask the locals in Norilsk, you might hear whispers about government cover-ups and eerie investigations. Or maybe you'll hear nothing at all, because not everyone is eager to talk about it. Let me take you back to 1966. Malinkovsky was founded just a year earlier, in 1965, when the Soviet mining giant Nornickel sought to expand its reach beyond Norilsk in search of valuable metals hidden beneath the Arctic soil. Officially, Nornickel insists that their operations were confined to the Tonkskoye field, where the world's largest deposit of copper-nickel ores lies. They'll tell you Malinkovsky never existed. But I've dug deeper, and today, I want to share with you an interview I did with Dmitry Petrov, the former head of the Norilsk Police Department during those strange times. We sat down in a small, dimly lit room, the air thick with nostalgia and something heavier, an unspoken tension. Dmitry cleared his throat, the creak of his worn leather chair filling the silence. "I hope you found your way all right," I said gently. "That office can be tricky to navigate." "No trouble," he replied, his voice steady but quiet. I leaned in. "You mentioned in your emails that things didn't just quietly disappear. What happened exactly?" Dmitry inhaled slowly, as if bracing himself. "It started when the calls began. Malinkovsky didn't have its own police force yet, just a few officers stationed nearby. We handled the incoming emergencies." "Why no local police?" I asked. "Bureaucracy, mostly," Dmitry said with a faint shrug. "Nornickel built the town, but it was officially just an extension of Norilsk, only about 32 kilometers away." I nodded. "So, the calls were about the town disappearing?" He shook his head. No. The first calls were about the mine. Smoke. People thought there was a fire. What were they mining? A mix. Platinum, copper, nickel. It was chaotic. They set up a camp, then buildings, and before long, a town grew. In the first 6 months, around 500 people moved in. By the end, about 900, Dmitry corrected himself. 900, I echoed. Yes. The calls came early afternoon. The mine, nearly a kilometer outside town, was smoking. No trees around, nothing that should catch fire easily. We sent officers. The fire department from Norilsk was on its way, but the fire truck had to travel those 32 kilometers. We didn't expect much, until... His voice faltered. A heavy silence filled the room. Dmitry's shaky breaths were the only sounds. After nearly 20 seconds, I gently prompted, "Dmitry?" He exhaled slowly, eyes distant. "It's hard to talk about. I keep seeing it." "Take your time," I said softly. He nodded. "That Tuesday started like any other. We didn't have much crime, the usual bar fights on weekends. About an hour after the fire truck left, it went quiet. Too quiet. Our men weren't answering radios. We were getting ready to go, to send more help, when suddenly, the phones rang non-stop. Static-filled calls, voices trapped in smoke and fear. They said they were stuck, screaming, unable to escape. We rushed with more trucks and firefighters, 6 officers, 5 firemen, through a sudden fierce snowstorm that wasn't forecasted. Visibility was almost zero. When we arrived, smoke wrapped the town like a suffocating blanket, thick and low, mingling with the blowing snow. We could barely tell what was burning. "Did the fire rage through the storm?" I asked, captivated. "Yes," Dmitri whispered. But what was strange wasn't just the fire. The smoke hung low, heavy, like it was alive. We thought we heard people, faint screams carried by the howling wind. His hands trembled and his voice grew faint. I know it sounds mad, but it was real. Wanting to ease the tension, I offered a break, some coffee. Dmitri accepted quietly, and the recording paused. Fast forward to 1989, there was another eerie incident. Soviet engineers, led by a man named Mr. Ozakov, drilled 14.4 kilometers beneath Siberia's surface, expecting to find oil. Instead, they broke into a vast cavity with temperatures soaring over 1,000 degrees Celsius. Their sensors were destroyed by intense heat, and through the static, they claimed to hear tortured voices screaming from the depths. This terrifying place became known as the Well to Hell, a name whispered with dread. Back in our conversation, Dmitri thanked my wife for dinner, his voice softer now. "Where were we?" he asked. "You just arrived in town, struggling to see through the smoke and snow, and you mentioned the screams." He nodded slowly. "The firefighters took charge, trying to control the blaze. We helped dig trenches in the snow, sprayed water, searched buildings for survivors. But every building was empty. No one on the streets. A town of nearly 1,000 souls vanished. The screams had stopped. Only the crackle of flames and the whistling wind remained. Could the fire have claimed everyone?" "Unlikely," Dmitri replied. "We'd received so many calls just an hour earlier. We thought maybe they had gathered somewhere safe. Maxim and I searched the streets, knowing the fire's dangers, listening for signs of life. And then, the wind carried whispers, incoherent but unmistakable. We followed them to the town's edge, where the voices turned to singing. Hundreds of voices, some harmonious, some not, singing the same haunting, joyful tune. It was strange and beautiful. I felt relief, but Maxim was wary. "Why are they at the mine? That's where the fire started," he said. "What was the song?" I couldn't understand the words. The melody was joyful yet foreign. We couldn't approach on foot through the blizzard, so I went back for the car to report and plan a rescue. I was chosen to return. He paused, swallowing hard. But when I got there, they were gone. The mine smoked fiercely, the stench of burning flesh and sulfur overwhelming. Even with my respirator, I wanted to vomit. Then, I heard the singing again, louder, ringing in my ears, pounding in my skull. Voices twisted with agony, singing that same tune but filled with torment. I pushed through the smoke, the heat unbearable, the floor sticky beneath my feet. I made it about 25 meters before the singing turned into screams of agony, the words tearing at their throats. I couldn't take it anymore and ran back to the car. Dimitri's hands clenched around his coffee mug, knuckles white. We never found the people. Rumors say the Soviet forces recovered charred, mangled bodies from the mine, but nothing official was ever said. Why was this hidden? We were ordered to keep silent. People disappeared, likely taken by the military. Fear kept us quiet. Roads were sealed, travel restricted. The only exit was the airport, tightly controlled. Anyone involved with Melankovsky was barred from leaving. How did you get out? I snuck to a port 40 miles away and stowed away on a ship. Eventually, I made it here. Thank you for sharing this, Dmitri. Any final thoughts? Don't go to Siberia, he said quietly. I laughed softly. You don't need to tell me twice. After all this, I went to Siberia myself. I managed to enter Norilsk under the guise of an artistic photographer working on an article about the city's brighter side. Melankovsky? There was no town, no ashes beneath the snow, no military camps. Just an empty stretch of frozen earth and the eerie silence of a place lost to time. Yet, if you listen closely on cold, windy nights, perhaps you might still catch the faintest whisper of that haunting song, carried on the Siberian wind. Hey, I want to share with you this story, something that's been weighing heavily on me. It's about diving back into the deep, dark ocean when everything inside you screams not to. Let me take you there. The moment I plunged beneath the surface, the first thing that hit me wasn't the cold or the silence. It was pure, unfiltered fear. You know how sometimes you avoid something so much that even the smallest reminder sets your nerves on edge? That was me. It had been months since I last dove. Hell, I'd even found myself nervous just taking a shower. But despite that knot in my chest, the guilt, the ache, I knew I had to go back. I started swimming, one arm cutting through the water, then the other pulling me forward, inching closer to the submersible bobbing gently in the waves. When I reached it, I grabbed onto the edge and pulled myself up, gasping for breath. Harry was there, his grip firm on my hand as he hauled me out. For a moment, he just stared at me with that look, equal parts irritation and understanding. There, you warm enough now? He asked, trying to mask his frustration that I'd needed to splash around in the cold water before we could start. I just nodded, taking a deep breath through my nose and letting it out slowly. I'm ready. We climbed inside the cramped submersible where the rest of the crew waited. There was Robert, my old captain, his face framed by a gray beard and short, peppered hair, giving him a weathered, boxy look. He sat beside Irene, a short, sturdy woman with dark hair and piercing green eyes. I took my seat next to Robert while Harry settled at the helm and began steering us downwards. Now, before this dive, Robert thought I was crazy. After all, he hadn't seen what took Brett, hadn't witnessed what attacked us down there. But he'd heard enough over the radio to know we should pack up and get far away from that cursed island. Funny thing, though, I wasn't the only one eager to go back down. Shortly after our tense conversation, a couple of men in military uniforms showed up outside our office. They introduced themselves as Lieutenant Harry and Lieutenant Commander Johnson from NOAA. Robert's face twisted with rage when he saw them. He stepped forward, pointing a finger right at Johnson's chest, his voice rising. 2 months! We've been trying to reach you for 2 whole months. What the hell is going on? Anne, trying to calm Robert down, pulled at his arm, but Johnson wiped the spit from his face and responded calmly. We weren't allowed to make contact until we had more information. Before Johnson could finish, Robert shouted again, What information? What happened to the boy you sent to die? Johnson removed his hat, lowered his gaze. What happened to Brett? We just couldn't have known. That weighed on us all. Back inside the submersible, the HOV, it jostled gently with the waves, pulling me from my thoughts. It's about 60 feet long, but inside, where we sit, it's tight. The habitable section is just 15 feet, with a control console at the front, chairs lined up behind it. Ahead, a window framed by twin lights piercing the darkness ahead. I stared out into the black abyss, waiting, half expecting some shadowy shape to glide out and swallow us whole. What's our depth? I finally asked, shaking myself. Robert glanced down and read aloud, 1,400 meters. We were halfway to the trench's entrance. I let out a shaky breath, and Irene glanced over at me, concern etched on her face. You gonna be able to handle this? I gave her a solemn nod, though my heart pounded. Later, Johnson told me bluntly, we need you to go back into the trench. He locked eyes with me, trying to gauge my reaction. When I agreed, his eyes widened in surprise. Thought I'd need more convincing, he joked, a hint of relief in his voice. Robert looked like he wanted to argue, but I cut in. You'll have to pay us well, but yeah, I get it. This isn't just a whim. You're sending some of your guys with us, right? I'm not going down there alone to die. I want to know you're invested in keeping me safe. Johnson nodded, calm but serious. Harry's coming, along with a navigation officer. You'll be in a sub, no toes in the water this time. Robert finally spoke, voice heavy with suspicion. Why? What could you possibly want down there? Johnson's face turned cold, voice low. We're going to blow it up. Irene's voice brought us back as we reached 2,700 meters. Time to get to work, she said. I blinked away the haze, all of us peering out the window at the bubbles rising past. Harry's voice, usually so steady, wavered. Shouldn't we be seeing some by now? They've been all over the archipelago. I figured we'd see them pouring out in swarms. We stared, tension thick in the air. Then Harry nudged me, irritation creeping in. Well, you're the expert. Answer me. I glared, but Robert stood tall. He saw them once. Use your head. There are no experts with something like this. Harry shot a dagger's glance but relented, turning back to the controls. We learned a lot about the logistics of dropping a bomb into a mile-wide ocean trench. The water pressure would absorb most of the blast, gases bubbling to the surface with minimal environmental harm. Still, the threat was serious enough that we needed a smaller bomb, and someone experienced to place it precisely. Then, something bumped the glass. A squid, oddly behaving, bumping again and again. Irene leaned in, squinting. Harry gagged. The creature's back was swollen, pulsing with dozens of small holes, from which wriggled long, red worms with disc-shaped heads. They poked at the glass, then retreated. Another creature passed, a stingray, missing fins, consumed by those same worms. More and more floated past, a horrifying parade. Harry took deep breaths, Irene placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. You okay? He shook his head, then answered, Yeah, that was disgusting. We all agreed. Robert snapped, frustrated. Why can't you just drop the bomb and be done? Why send us down again? Johnson answered, We're not nuking the trench. It's a targeted bombing. We need someone who's been there to pinpoint the exact target. I swallowed hard. What exactly are you looking for? Robert interrupted. He barely went in. I cut him off, eyes wide with the memory. There was a whale. Hundreds of worms inside it, big enough to drag Brett in like a rag doll. And the whale, it was alive. They didn't kill it. The men exchanged glances. Yeah, that could be it, Johnson said quietly. The sub drifted to a stop. We all rose, pressing to the window. Ahead, faint yellow lights glowed. What's our depth? Robert asked, hand on the glass. Irene read the gauge softly. 7,400 meters, nearly as deep as Everest is tall. Is that the bottom? Harry fiddled with controls. Let's find out. He launched a flare, a glowing beacon drifting down toward the dim lights. My stomach twisted as the glow illuminated the ocean floor. There, a field of writhing cysts pulsed softly with sickly yellow light. They looked like giant fly eyes, each mound covered in twitching bubbles. Occasionally, a pustule burst, releasing waves of worms and leaking thick, viscous fluid that clumped slowly into new cysts. "Good God," Robert said, stepping back, pale and queasy. "One nest, but no whale," Harry murmured. What came next chilled us all. A massive, pale black eel-like creature circled the cysts. It was slender, slimy, with long white fins running its length. Its powerful movements displaced the water, jostling our sub. As it turned, its face came into view, a gaping maw lined with rows of sharp teeth, dripping the same sickly yellow liquid. It convulsed, and a round shape moved along its belly like an egg traveling down a snake. When it reached the mouth, the creature vomited a large clump of yellow snot onto the ocean floor, which wriggled and formed a new cyst. "We need to go," Irene said, voice tight. "We can't blow that up. We need missiles or something." Harry nodded and began turning us upward. But then the creature noticed us. Its massive form undulated like a giant serpent as it approached. We sat frozen, terror gripping us. Irene's trembling hand reached out and switched off the lights. After a few heart-stopping seconds, Robert whispered, "Should we fire another flare? Maybe it'll go after it and we can get away." Harry's hand hovered, shaking, before pressing the button. The flare shot out like a dim shooting star and burst into light. Then, just 30 meters ahead, the creature lunged, mouth wide open. Chaos erupted. It slammed into the sub, smashing and latching onto the window like a suction cup. The glass cracked, water seeping in. We were halfway inside its mouth, teeth curving around us, scraping white lines into the glass. Harry fired flares rapidly. 3 landed on the creature, which recoiled and released us, flinging the sub through the water. Harry fought to steady our fragile craft, pushing us away as fast as possible. But speed wasn't our ally. We were trapped in this metal coffin miles beneath the surface. I gripped my chair with white-knuckled strength, heart hammering. Irene frantically scanned the controls for any salvation. We couldn't deploy the bomb yet, not from inside the creature's mouth. It needed to be carefully placed with the sub's arm, and detonating it too close would mean certain death. So, we waited. Silently. We couldn't see our pursuer, but we heard it. The slow, rhythmic swish of its long body moving through the water. Harry kept us moving upward. We watched the depth gauge tick higher. 7,200 meters, 7,150, 7,100. With every meter closer to the surface, our breaths steadied, hope flickering. Then, silence. No more sounds of the creature. Relief washed over us, brief, fragile. But as light filtered down from above, we saw them. Dozens of fish, drifting strangely, floating as if lifeless. The worms had spread. We survived, yes, but we failed. And whatever that thing was, whatever those creatures were, it's only getting worse. Now I'm back on land, sitting at my desk, haunted by everything I've seen. I don't have a happy ending for you. Those things are still out there, lurking in the depths. The ocean isn't safe anymore. Please, if you value your life, stay out of the water. I still remember the way Mira looked at me that night. We lived in a quiet set of apartments just outside town, kind of tucked away near the woods. It was the sort of place that felt peaceful during the day, but at night, once the trees turned black and the streets emptied out, it could feel a little too quiet. Mira was my neighbor, and we had this habit of sneaking out whenever our parents weren't home. Nothing wild, honestly. We'd just walk closer to town, talk, maybe hang around near the sports field for a while, then come back before anyone noticed. That night, Our parents had gone to an outdoor concert near the harbor. Before leaving, I told my little brother we were just going for a short walk, and then Mira and I headed out like we usually did. But not long after we passed the parking lot of our building, Mira slowed down. She looked at me, kind of unsure, and said, "I don't know how to explain it, but I have a really bad feeling." And when she said it, I believed her. She told me she didn't want to go to the sports field that night, even though that was where we normally ended up. And the thing is, both of us have always taken gut feelings seriously. So I said okay, and we decided to walk another way. At first, we tried to laugh it off. When we had to cut through the wooded path, we kept hearing little noises in the bushes, like something moving just out of sight. We joked that we were only scared because Mira had said the words, "bad feeling," and now our brains were turning every leaf into a horror movie. Still, we both turned on our phone flashlights. The closer we got to town, the more relaxed we felt. There were more houses, more streetlights, and it didn't feel quite so isolated anymore. We were walking through a small neighborhood when we saw a white car in the distance. For a second, we panicked and hid behind a low wall, thinking it might be our parents coming back early. But the car turned into another parking area, so we stepped out again. Then, as soon as we started walking, the car made a U-turn. It stopped, only a few meters away from us. Two people got out, a man and a woman. In the dark, they looked older, maybe middle-aged, maybe more. The man seemed to be searching the road for something, walking around and looking down everywhere. But the woman was the one we couldn't stop staring at. She was furious, not just irritated, not just arguing. She was screaming at him with this rage that felt completely out of control. Then she yelled something like, "How are the kids supposed to get home with all this mess?" That sentence made my stomach drop. It was around 1 a.m. Nobody was coming to pick up a bunch of kids at that hour. Not in that quiet neighborhood, not near the woods. Something about it felt wrong in a way I still can't fully explain. Then the woman started tearing through the car, opening things, throwing things around. At one point, she grabbed a cardboard box, threw it onto the ground, and started hitting it over and over. She was taking all her anger out on it, violently, like she couldn't stop herself. Mira and I just stood there for a few seconds, frozen. Then we looked at each other, and without even really saying it, we both knew. We had to go home. So we turned around and walked back fast, almost running. Behind us, we could still hear the woman screaming. We could hear banging too, maybe against the car door, maybe something else. Mira and I kept trying to make sense of it while we hurried back. We told ourselves maybe it was a family argument. Maybe they had lost something. Maybe we were overreacting. But honestly, we were terrified. When we finally got home, we went straight to my little brother. He looked up and said my dad had just texted him. Our parents would be home in 5 minutes. Mira and I just stared at each other. That was the moment. It really hit us. If we had ignored her bad feeling, if we had gone to the sports field like usual, our parents would have come home and found out we were gone. And maybe that was all we avoided. Or maybe we avoided something much worse. I still think about that night. The strange noises in the woods, the car turning around, that woman's rage, the way everything seemed to slow us down and push us back home. Since then, Mira and I made a promise. If one of us feels something is wrong, we listen. No debating it, no trying to be brave for no reason, no worrying about ruining the night. Because sometimes your instinct speaks quietly. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you listen before it has to scream. I grew up in a quiet little town with this enormous old park right in the middle of it. Everyone just called it the Castle Grounds. even though the castle itself was long gone. What stood there instead was an old manor house tucked behind heavy trees and iron fencing. It wasn't falling apart exactly. It still had walls, windows, a roof, all of that. But it had been empty for as long as anyone could remember. When I was young, my nan used to take me walking there. One afternoon, we sat down on a bench facing the manor. I remember it was warm, the kind of summer day where everything feels still. I was staring up at the windows, just letting my eyes wander, when I saw a woman standing behind the glass. She had thick, dark auburn hair, and her clothes looked completely wrong for the weather. She was wearing this long, pale dress, almost like an old nightgown, with ruffles around the sleeves and collar. Then she started to turn. Not like a person turning around on their feet, more like her whole body was slowly rotating in the air. And that was when I understood what I was looking at. She was hanging. The strange thing is, I don't remember feeling scared in the way you'd expect. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I just had this sudden, powerful feeling that I was not supposed to be looking at her. Like I had seen something private, something I had no right to witness. After that, every time I passed that house, I made myself look away from the windows. I was terrified I'd see her again. Honestly, I never liked that park much after that. The trees were ancient, the paths were always too quiet, and the whole place had this heavy feeling to it. Even on bright days, it felt like something was sitting there, waiting. For years, nobody really looked into the history of the manor. It was a small town, and places like that just became part of the background. But about 20 years later, people finally started doing proper research into the estate. That was when they found out that several violent deaths had happened there. When I heard that, I felt shocked, of course. But I also felt this strange relief. It was horrible, but it explained something. It made me feel like maybe I hadn't imagined the heaviness of that place after all. Since then, I don't think I've ever seen another figure as clearly as I saw that woman. But I still sense things in certain places. Some buildings feel wrong to me the second I step inside them. And there's something else that happens sometimes. Every now and then, I get this feeling right before something bad happens. I can't explain it properly. It feels like someone has suddenly grabbed me and pushed me underwater for a few seconds. I can breathe, but only barely. I don't know what's going to happen, and I don't know who it's connected to. But usually within the next day, something does happen. I never really talked to my parents about any of this. We weren't that kind of family. We didn't sit around sharing deep, strange things. So I kept it to myself. Then, about a year ago, someone in our family passed away, and we all came together to remember him. At some point, the conversation turned toward death, and I finally told my mother about the woman I had seen in the manor window. She looked genuinely shaken. Then she told me something I had never heard before. She said that when I was around 2 years old, I told her that her father had died. Not only that, but I pointed to the exact places on my own body where he had been hurt. I was very close to my grandfather when I was little. We were together constantly, and from what everyone says, he absolutely adored me. After I said those things, my mother went to the local priest because she didn't know what to do with it. She wanted guidance, I think. Reassurance, maybe. But she said he was cold about it. Harsh, even. He told her not to look into it, not to encourage it, and that whatever it was, it had nothing to do with God. I still don't know exactly what to make of all of it. I just know what I saw. I know what I felt in that park. And I know that sometimes, even now, certain places carry something with them. Something you can't see right away, but you can feel it. I was around 17, maybe 18, when all of this started. I had gone to visit my mother's side of the family, and in front of their house there was this small, very old pool. For as long as I could remember, it had been hidden under wild bushes and vines, the kind of place you could pass 100 times and never really notice. But just a couple of days before I arrived, the local workers had cleared everything away, and suddenly the pool was visible again. I had heard stories about a pool before, mostly from my mother, but I didn't realize this was the same one. When my mother was in 10th grade, around 16 years old, she had once looked into that pool alone in the afternoon. After that, she supposedly became possessed by something. In our area, people called it a samand, the spirit of a man who had died with anger and resentment still burning inside him. At first, she would act slightly different. Then, over time, the episodes became stronger. She would speak and move in ways people described as masculine, almost like she was becoming someone else entirely. My family first took her to a psychiatrist, and for a while, it seemed to help. But then everything came back worse than before. Eventually, they performed a ritual, and according to everyone, that was what finally calmed things down. The strange part is, I didn't know the pool near the house was that pool. Around the same time, I visited an old dry well on my family's land. It had been abandoned for years. Later, I was told that during some digging work, people had used explosives there, and that supposedly angered the local spirits. The story was that the water veins shifted away after that, leaving the well dry and cursed. A worker had died there after falling inside. A bull had also fallen in once, and apparently a few smaller animals too. But when I went there, I knew none of this. I only learned the stories about a year later. After coming back from that well, I started seeing a child in our bedroom. At first, the child was sitting beside an old wooden trunk. Quiet. Still. Just there. Then every day, or almost every day, it seemed to be a little closer. I remember feeling like it was slowly making its way toward me, inch by inch, without ever actually moving while I watched. Then one day, it was inside me. After that, I became deeply interested in ghost stories, not only reading them, but writing them too. And in my mind, many of those stories came from the child. The child told me things, or at least, I believed it did. It said there had been a curse placed on my mother's family by one of my grandfather's cousins. The story was that this cousin had sacrificed his own son to harm my maternal grandfather. My grandfather was supposedly meant to have a second son after his first daughter, but instead, my mother was born. And the child claimed she should have been part of a twin birth. The child had other strange habits too. It would say odd things, like the grass near our college was haunted. It also used to laugh at certain dogs, saying they smiled too much like people. Rain seemed to bother it badly. One summer, I went to the beach with some friends. The weather had been hot and clear, but suddenly a heavy rain came in, with thick fog rolling over everything. It felt unnatural, at least in the moment. Then I had this vivid feeling that the child jumped out of me and ran straight into the rain. And then it disappeared. For a while, it was gone. Then one random day, without warning, it came back and entered me again. It also told me something about my mother's old ritual. My mother believed they had removed the samand by sacrificing or offering another spirit. But according to the child, that wasn't what really happened. It claimed the exorcist had transferred the curse onto an unknown girl instead, and that this girl was still connected to my mother's family somehow. The child said the exorcist had only managed to keep her controlled. There was another incident too. Once, I accidentally crushed a very tiny skull. I thought it belonged to a bird, but afterward I started feeling haunted by a child and an old woman. In my mind, they seemed like a grandmother and grandson. During that time, the child inside me supposedly stepped in, taught them a lesson, and made them leave me alone. I know all of this sounds strange, and honestly, I'm a man of science. I don't want to blindly believe that every vision or voice or feeling is supernatural. Part of me thinks these were psychotic episodes, or maybe some form of schizophrenia, with the child becoming a character my mind created to explain things I didn't understand. But that's what I'm trying to make sense of, because when it was happening, it didn't feel like imagination. It felt like something was there with me. It all started in my old room, the one I slept in until April of this year, 2026. My house has 3 floors, and back then, my bedroom was on the 3rd floor. The stairs from the 2nd floor came straight up to my room, so it always felt a little separated from the rest of the house. Across from my bedroom, there was another room, and inside that room was a mirror. The strange thing is, that mirror pointed directly toward my bed. The door to that room was almost always open too. Honestly, I never thought much of it. I saw the mirror every day, and it became one of those normal things you stop noticing after a while. Nothing terrible ever happened in that room. I have always moved around a lot in my sleep, so waking up tired was normal for me. I never really felt fully rested anyway. But while I was sleeping in that room, with that mirror facing me, I experienced sleep paralysis for the first time. It wasn't dramatic, but it stayed with me. I remember feeling like there was a dark figure standing beside my bed, just watching me. I couldn't move. I also heard this strange vibration in my ears. It didn't have a rhythm or pattern. It was more like a deep, buzzing pressure, almost like something was going further and further into my ears. Then I finally woke up properly. After that, I couldn't fall asleep again for a while. Still, I brushed it off. I didn't connect it to the mirror. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Then, in April, I moved to a room on the 2nd floor. That's the room I'm in now. This room also has a mirror. It's rectangular, with dark wooden edges. The one upstairs was similar, just thinner. But this mirror is much more noticeable because of the way the room is arranged. It points straight at my bed. Straight at me. For a while, nothing really happened. I slept okay, or at least as okay as I normally do. Like I said, I've never been the kind of person who wakes up feeling completely refreshed. But earlier this week, around Monday or Tuesday, something odd happened. I was in that strange place between being awake and asleep. Not fully dreaming, but not fully conscious either. Maybe around 80% asleep and 20% awake. And I started talking to myself. At first, I thought it was just part of a dream. But later, when I asked my mom's partner about it, he told me he had actually heard me. He said it sounded like I was arguing with someone. He didn't really pay attention to the exact words, but he definitely heard me talking. That honestly unsettled me. It had never happened to me before, at least not that I know of. And then, today, I found out that having a mirror facing your bed is considered a bad thing in feng shui. Some people believe it can drain your energy, disturb your sleep, or even act like a kind of doorway. I don't know exactly what I believe. I love paranormal stories, but I'm also the kind of person who gets scared by them very easily. Part of me wants to move the mirror immediately. Another part of me wants to wait and see if anything else happens, just so I can write it down or tell people about it. But I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's stress. Maybe it's sleep paralysis and an overactive mind. Or maybe that mirror has been facing me for too long. So what do you think? Should I move it, or should I wait and see what happens next? to share something pretty heavy with you today. Something that's been sitting with me for a long time now. It all started the day I sat by my mom's hospital bed, watching that heart monitor tick slower and slower until it finally stopped. I held her hand, Sonia, that's her name, and felt her life slip away with her last soft breath. Tears were streaming down my face, but inside, it was like everything went numb. My mind was flooded with memories, like when she took me and my brothers to that amusement park, the look in her eyes when she saw our faces light up as we realized where we were heading, or the day she finally won custody from Dad and hugged me so tightly the first time I saw her in months. And there were those snowy days when she welcomed me and my friends inside with warm mugs of cocoa, always telling us to leave our boots by the door. I remember breaking down right there, the weight of losing her after her stroke a week ago crushing me. I pressed my hand hard against my temple as a sharp pain started building, my vision blurring for a moment. When I came to, I was somewhere else entirely, a busy little restaurant. I looked around, confusion flooding me. Where am I? Where's Mom? I whispered, my head turning slowly as the headache throbbed stronger. Charlotte, this kind-hearted woman I'd been seeing, was sitting across from me, her hand reaching out to squeeze mine gently. "What do you mean?" she asked, concern flickering in her eyes. "Are you okay? Maybe we should get you to a hospital." We were on our 4th date, just finished bowling and had come here to eat. I forced a shaky smile and said, "No, I'm okay. What were you saying?" She hesitated, biting her lip nervously, then said, "I was asking about your book. It's been almost a month since I've heard from you or seen any new writing. We're starting to worry." Her voice reminded me of John, my publishing manager. I could see him now, sitting at his desk, flipping through my manuscript with a furrowed brow. "All right, I'll look this over," he said. "But please, keep me updated. No more long silences." But back in the hospital room, her heart monitor was silent. I stared down at Mom's frail hand in mine, rubbing my thumb in small circles on her dry, wrinkled skin. Something was off. She was my mother, and she had just died right in front of me. Shouldn't I be crying more? I thought I had, but now, I felt nothing. Pain exploded in my head again, and I pressed my hands hard against my temples. A groan slipped out of me, and then I felt a soft hand on my cheek, gently lifting my face. It wasn't Mom's hand. It was warm and gentle. Charlotte's hazel eyes, framed beneath her soft brown bangs, met mine with a sincere worry that made me briefly smile. But then the smile faded. Why was she being so kind? I had loved her once, hadn't I? Now, during our best date, all I felt was emptiness. A sudden slam snapped me back to reality, the manuscript packet hitting John's desk. "This is sick," he snapped, anger lacing his voice. "The story's too dark. Who's going to read this?" I could barely focus on his words. The sting of his rejection was old, but it still hurt. "You need to rewrite these chapters," he said firmly, "or this book won't see the shelves." Rewrite? I had tried before, but now the fire that once fueled my writing was gone. John's tone shifted, almost cold. "Jesus, you don't even care, do you? You need help." "What?" I muttered. "Do you need help?" Suddenly, I was back in the hospital again. A nurse placed her hand on my shoulder as I looked down at the woman in the bed. Her face was pale, dotted with freckles that reminded me of embers glowing from her fiery red hair, just like mine. She seemed so familiar, like someone I'd seen around town, or maybe at the coffee shop where I worked. "Who was she?" I asked the nurse. Her brow furrowed. "She's your mother. Are you feeling all right? You really need help." I do? You need help. You need help. You need help, she repeated, her voice echoing like a haunting mantra. Help me! I cried out suddenly, and the scene shifted again. I was outside, pressed against the rough bark of a cold tree. The texture was sharp against my skin, tearing my shirt and leaving scratches that burned. My hands clutched the wrist of something gripping my throat. My legs kicked wildly, but it didn't budge. My right eye was crushed painfully by a long tube forced into my skull, and I could only see out of my left eye as I choked on my screams. Its claws bit into my skin, and I felt pure terror. Back at the office, John's voice cut through my panic. I know you worked hard on this book, but we just can't justify continuing with you. The idea was good, but the delivery was a mess. We have to focus on better prospects. Sorry, but we have to let you go. I remembered the first time he said that. I begged, humiliated myself, promised anything. But now, I couldn't even recall what the book was about or why I cared. John's voice shifted again, becoming almost sinister. It was a pleasure to meet you. And then I felt something. Its long, worm-like tongue sliding past my eye, making it roll and misalign painfully. It tugged on my skin and brain, and bile rose in my throat from the sickening sensation. The creature dropped to all fours and stepped back. Its body was covered in thick black fur with gray speckles, and the fur along its spine stood tall and stiff. It had 4 limbs with sharp digits perfect for gripping, and a long, furry tail with a tuft of gray at the end. Its face was hairless, with wrinkled pink skin stretched over a narrow skull ending in a short trunk, from which its tongue retracted. Its beady black eyes stared at me a moment longer before it vanished into the woods. I raised my hand to my eye, crooked now, with a raw, bloody gap where the tongue had slid through. I sighed and stood slowly, feeling hollow and drained. Whatever it took a piece of me. My mind was foggy, memories slipping through my fingers like smoke. I thought writing all this down might help me find clarity, or maybe feel something again. But it hasn't yet. So if you take anything away from this, please, stay out of the woods. There's something there that's not just shadows and trees. It's something darker, something that takes more than you realize. You know, after marrying my wife Susan, we found ourselves in a tight spot financially, all thanks to the wedding. She dreamed of this grand celebration since she was a kid, and, well, despite it being a day to remember, her parents refused to chip in or even show up. So we ended up paying for everything ourselves, which meant pushing our honeymoon back by 6 whole months. Not ideal, but we made it work. When the time finally came for our getaway, we couldn't splurge on anything extravagant. So we picked a cozy bed and breakfast tucked away in the countryside, a peaceful little spot that promised a break from the hustle. We carved out 4 days off after all the overtime I'd banked. Sounds perfect, right? But from the moment we loaded the car and hit the road early that morning, it felt like the trip was cursed. First, we got stuck in what I swear was the worst traffic jam in history. 2 hours of bumper to bumper, inching along. At least the local radio stations kept us company with some interesting tunes. Finally, when we escaped the mess and hit the highway, bam, the back tire blew out. I was so relieved I'd packed the emergency kit and spare tire. Fixing it took its time, and by the time we were back on the road, we were starving. We pulled into the nearest rest stop, grabbed some food, and hoped to still make it to town early enough for some sightseeing before the 4 p.m. check-in. Turns out, no such luck. We called the bed and breakfast owners, and thankfully, they were super understanding, letting us check in any time that night. Susan relaxed a bit, which was good because I was dreading driving in the dark with my terrible eyesight. So she took over the wheel. We debated the route, originally a slow, scenic drive through small towns. But now, with night falling, we opted for a shortcut to get there faster. Dinner done, plan set, we rolled into the night, wondering what else could possibly go wrong. As we drove deeper into the countryside, the radio shifted from pop to country, then to static, then back to country again. It was like the stations were fading away into the wilderness. The sun had set entirely, and the sky was pitch black, not even a moon or stars to guide us. The only light was our headlights, and the glow from the dashboard screen showing the radio channel. The trees on both sides blurred past, and except for the occasional truck, the road was empty. I've always hated long night drives, but at least Susan was there to talk. She started listing all the pastries she wanted to try in the area. Apparently, the bed and breakfast was near a bunch of bakeries. I laughed, imagining us coming back a few pounds heavier. Then, out of nowhere, I saw something moving out of the corner of my eye. At first, I thought it was just dust on my glasses, so I raised my hand to brush it off. But then, my heart nearly stopped when I realized it wasn't dust at all. A ghostly, pale spider was crawling across the dashboard, inching closer to Susan. Now, I know spiders are supposed to be helpful in their own creepy way, but I'm telling you, I'm terrified of them. I held back a scream, knowing a loud noise could cause an accident. Instead, I let out a small whine. "Hey, what's wrong?" Susan asked, glancing over. I just shook my head, pointing at the spider, unable to speak. My hands were trembling, skin prickling with every step it took. Susan saw it, sighed, and without missing a beat, slipped off her sandal while still driving and crushed the spider. She grabbed some napkins I handed her, wrapped up the body, and tossed it out the window. I swear I heard the crunch. It was huge. "I'm so glad I married you," I said with a shaky sigh. "You eat my peppers, so we're even," she joked. We made a good team. I'd gladly eat all the hot peppers in the world if it meant she'd keep spiders away from me. I hoped that was the end of our excitement, but no such luck. After a while, fog started appearing outside, hanging weirdly among the trees. The headlights cut through it, but the rest of the world beyond was swallowed in darkness. The sky was a heavy blanket of clouds, no stars in sight. Susan remarked, "This fog is strange." I looked closer and realized she was right. The fog wasn't moving. It looked almost solid, like thick white threads stretched across the trees and road edges. I was about to ask her to pull over and get a better look when the roof of the car snagged on the strange white strands. Then, horror exploded before my eyes. Hundreds of pale spiders poured down from the threads onto the windshield. Susan screamed, nearly swerving off the road, but managed to steady the wheel and started using the wipers to knock them away. Spiders clung to the side mirrors and windows, their tiny bodies flying in the wind until the wipers swept them away. I was losing my mind, shoving napkins into the AC vents, fearing they'd crawl inside. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. I was shaking all over, barely making sense, probably screaming nonsense. Susan, though freaked out, made a snap decision. Floor it. Her foot slammed the gas pedal, desperate to escape whatever nightmare we'd crashed into. The spider webs became impossible to avoid. Every time we hit a patch, the windshield was smeared with smashed spider guts, making it hard to see. I was dry heaving, curled up with my arms itching like crazy. The road was slick from all the crushed bodies, and Susan was fighting to keep the car straight. I'm so glad we were alone. Otherwise, we might have caused a pileup. I caught myself whispering, "This can't be real," over and over. It was my own voice, but it sounded strange, panicked. Susan's face was pale and sweaty, and she was juggling steering and calming me down. Spider bodies kept getting crushed as we barreled through the web patches. The car groaned and struggled, coated in sticky strands. I wondered if this was some cosmic punishment for all the spiders I'd killed in the past. I promised myself if we survived, I'd never harm another one again. Then, the headlights illuminated pure white, and the road ahead vanished. We couldn't stop. If we did, those things would swarm inside. I was terrified, clutching Susan's arm, praying we'd make it through. The car scraped something tall and thin, a young tree maybe, and the right headlight shattered, but somehow we kept moving. A dark, rumbling growl echoed behind us, like pure rage. I grabbed Susan's shoulder, thinking this might be the end. But then, just like that, we burst through the final patch of webs and onto a perfectly normal, dark highway. We didn't stop to look back. The car was barely holding together, but as long as we kept going, we were safe. The adrenaline crash hit me hard. I started having a panic attack. Felt like a heart attack at first. Susan stayed calm, found a nearby motel, and pulled in carefully, hiding the webs still clinging to the car. She got us a room and gently guided me into the bathroom. I cried in the shower, scrubbing imaginary spiders off my arms until she had to coax me out. She even called the cops, though I didn't notice until I was getting dressed. The flashing lights outside woke the lone other guest at the motel. Neither of us wanted the police involved, but after hearing our story, the dispatcher didn't know who else to send. The motel staff and guest found our spider-covered car fascinating, but kept their distance. The cops went back down the road, found some spider nests and crushed bodies, but nothing like what we described. They kept inspecting our car, trying to make sense of it all. Our honeymoon was over before it began. The experience left such a sour taste, we canceled the rest of the trip, losing just the deposit and the cost of a rental car. We called a family friend to pick up our mess of a car and get it cleaned. I just wanted to sell it and never see it again. On the drive home in the rental, exhausted and shaken, Susan broke the silence with, "Let's do something less terrifying for our honeymoon." I thought about it and suggested, "How about that haunted Navy ship overnight in October we joked about?" We shared a tired laugh. Honestly, after what we'd just been through, ghosts seemed way less scary than a horde of spiders crawling all over us. Hey, I want to share with you a really strange and unsettling experience I had one night. It was late, and I was just heading home after a long, grueling day at work. My car was still in the shop, so I had to rely on the bus to get me back. Luckily, I caught the very last bus of the night. Besides the driver, I was the only passenger on board, quiet, empty, and peaceful. But after working so many overtime shifts that week, exhaustion hit me like a freight train. I promised myself I'd only close my eyes for a moment, just until the next stop. But within seconds, I was completely out cold, drifting into sleep without control. Suddenly, a soft ding above my head jolted me awake. For a moment, I thought it was the bus stopping or some other sound from the vehicle. My eyes fluttered open, and I looked around, still groggy and disoriented, trying to figure out where I was. I should have been on the bus, right? But instead, light spilled in through small windows on the sides, and a strange, rotten smell hit my nose, making me gag a little as my brain slowly registered the scene. I wasn't on a bus at all. I was sitting in an aisle seat on an airplane. An airplane? That didn't make sense. I've never actually been on a plane in my life. I have a passport, sure, but it didn't explain how I ended up here. I don't usually dream, and this felt way too real to be one. Panic began to creep inside me. I turned my head quickly, intending to ask the person next to me what on earth was happening. But then I froze. The man beside me was clearly dead. His skin was pale, his eyes milky and unseeing. My heart started pounding uncontrollably. thumping so loud I was sure the others would hear it. Fear held me frozen. I couldn't move. I glanced past him to the woman sitting by the window, and she looked just as pale and lifeless. My mind stopped working entirely, overwhelmed by the eerie scene. Then, out of nowhere, a pair of flight attendants appeared at the front of the aisle. I hadn't noticed them until they began to speak, their voices breaking the heavy silence with a cheerful tone as they went through the usual safety procedures all flights have. Their energy was so out of place, it caught my attention immediately. "Hello, our darling dead ones. We'll be your flight attendants on this flight. Since this plane has zero chance of crashing, this safety talk might be a little different than usual. But first, let us introduce ourselves, because you'll be spending a lot of time with us. My name is Nettie, and this wonderful lady is..." The taller attendant, a man, gestured towards his female partner with a big smile plastered on his face. The woman wore the same uniform, but with a skirt, and she had this unmistakable look of exhaustion, like she just wanted to be anywhere else. "Bodhi," she said flatly, as if she couldn't care less. Nettie, still full of enthusiasm, continued, "We'll do our best to make you all comfortable on this flight, just ask. We modeled this plane to feel just like the ones you might have been on while you were alive. Comforting, right? We even have those masks that drop down in case of emergencies, but you'll never need to use them. You're all not breathing. But we do let the masks drop for fun." His wide smile never wavered. This guy was clearly made for customer service. "Super fun," Bodhi added in a completely monotone voice. "We have drinks and those little packets of peanuts for you to look at. All such fun. And if you ever need us, just press the button for a little ring-a-ding." "Ring-a-ding," Bodhi echoed with a massive sigh. "We're here to help with anything. Does anyone have any questions so far?" Nettie raised his hand as if he was the one asking the question, the bright smile still on his face. He waited a few seconds, looking out over the silent group. To my horror, some of the dead passengers shuffled stiffly in their seats, their milky eyes staring blankly ahead, and their bodies showing signs of decay. Me and the flight attendants were the only ones who looked alive in that plane. I finally gathered the courage to raise my hand. "Oh, terrific! A question! We've never had one of those," Nettie said happily, his smile growing even brighter when he saw me. I like your presentation, but what if I'm not dead and shouldn't be here?" My voice trembled as I asked. For a moment, his smile faltered. Some of the dead passengers tried to turn their heads toward me, but quickly forgot I was there, staring blankly forward again. Nettie hurried over and crouched down beside my seat so we were eye to eye. His kind expression almost made me forget how terrifying the situation was. I noticed I wasn't wearing my contact lenses, which made everything a little blurry after a few feet. When he got close, I realized something else strange about him. His hair wasn't hair. It was silver feathers sprouting from his head. My mouth dropped open in shock, nearly making me shut down. "You poor little thing. You must have had a sudden death and didn't realize it," Nettie explained gently. I nearly fainted. My heart was still beating. How could I be dead? Did the bus crash while I was asleep? What had happened? How did I get here? Nettie slipped a hand to my wrist with a caring look. "We'll just check your pulse to prove it." His words cut off suddenly as his eyes grew wide, his mouth clamping shut, and I heard an odd humming sound from him. It took me a few seconds to realize he was muffling his own screams. Then, abruptly, he yanked me to my feet and started hauling me down the aisle. His movements were stiff, matching the eerie, jerky motions of the corpses around us. "Yes, sir. You may see the washroom. I'll show you where it is. Let's keep walking this way." Nettie's voice was tense, but he still tried to sound cheerful. The dead eyes of the other passengers watched as I was dragged past them, Nettie narrating our slow, nerve-wracking journey. Walking. Walking. We are still walking. His voice was so strained, it almost sounded like he was singing nervously. When we finally reached the small galley where the attendants prepared meals, Nettie finally released my wrist. Bodhi followed us, wearing a questioning look. She didn't understand why Nettie was dragging a passenger back there. Her feathers were black and longer than Nettie's silver ones. She covered half her face with them, giving her a bit of a goth vibe. Honestly, she looked out of place in her uniform. "What got your feathers all in a ruffle?" she asked, arms crossed. Instead of answering with words, Nettie grabbed my wrist again and pressed it into Bodhi's hand. It took her a long moment to understand what he was trying to show her. When she did, her eyes widened and her feathers puffed up. Unable to accept what she was feeling, she pressed her ear to my chest to hear the frantic heartbeat. "He's alive?" she asked, pulling away. "I know. Has this ever happened before?" Nettie chimed in, glancing between her and me. "Why are you asking me? You've done this job longer," Bodhi replied, shrugging. The whole situation was so strange, I couldn't bring myself to interrupt. Nettie nodded thoughtfully and pulled out a notepad, peeling off a gold sticker to place on Bodhi's uniform. "A gold star observation," he said. This was too weird to be real. I had to be dreaming, or someone was playing the most elaborate prank ever. First, I had to figure out if their feathers were fake. Without warning, I reached out and ran my hands through Nettie's feathers, trying to find the edge of a wig or some kind of headpiece. The silver feathers felt softer and warmer than they looked. Suddenly, a panicked chirping sound made me freeze. I realized it was coming from him. I jerked my hands back, realizing I'd done something really inappropriate and embarrassing. His pale face flushed as he struggled to quiet the chirping. Bodhi gave me a very clear, "Not a cool move, dude," look. "I'm sorry, I didn't think the feathers were real," I stammered. Nettie silently waved it off, signaling it was okay. He still wasn't collected enough to speak. Looking more closely, I noticed details I'd missed before. Their legs were far too skinny for humans to stand upright. Bodhi wore white socks ending at her ankles, but beneath were clawed feet that looked more like a bird's than a person's. Nettie had the same. Their hands had long, bony fingers. Their skin was pale, and their gray eyes almost glittered like silver. These two were definitely not human, as strange as that was to accept. "So, what exactly are you two?" I asked slowly. "Flight attendants," Nettie said cheerfully. "No, I mean, you're not human, right? Are you some kind of bird hybrid? Did you hatch from an egg or something?" At that moment, I realized I needed to focus on the less weird facts first. After figuring out what they were, I could tackle how I got here and what was going on. They looked at each other, clearly never having considered the question before. "I don't know, to be honest. We've just always been doing this." "Do you think we even have parents?" Nettie asked his partner, who simply shrugged. Okay, so I wasn't going to get answers about their origins anytime soon. I had to focus on the bigger question. Why was I on a plane full of dead people? And how did I get here? From the looks of it, neither of them had that answer. Apparently, anyone on this plane was supposed to be dead, aside from each other. "Is there any way to get me home?" "I clearly shouldn't be here," I asked, hoping for a good answer. "Well, this has never happened before, so I wouldn't know. This plane never lands. Since you're alive, I can't really explain the point of this flight or how it works. But maybe we can ask Saudi about this. He's trained all of us and is like a father figure. Getting to him is going to be difficult, though." Nettie tried to stay positive as he spoke, but my bleak outlook seemed to dampen his cheerful vibe. That wasn't a good sign. He mentioned going to see Saudi rather than talking to him directly. Was this someone else trapped on the plane? Or was Saudi in a hard-to-reach spot? I was confused, so Nettie elaborated. "We can move between planes. The catch is, we need a feather from the pilot. He's a bit grumpy most days. I can ask him for help. I don't mind, but it might not turn out great." He sounded nervous, but I clung to any hope I could find. If we needed a feather, then we'd get a feather. I'd crawl on my hands and knees if I had to. It sounded like something we could manage if the pilot was anything like these two. "Please, let's go talk to him. I know he'll listen to reason," I begged. The two exchanged looks. Bodhi shook her head with a worried expression, but Nettie brightened. He was determined to do his best for me. At that moment, I had no idea how far he was willing to go. "You're the passenger, and it's our job to make your flight as pleasant as possible. Let's go talk to the pilot. The cockpit is on the other side of first class. Follow me, mister. Actually, I don't know your name. I know all the names of people who should be aboard, but yours is blanking." "Cooper," I told him quickly. "I don't really like my first name, Devin, so I usually go by my last name." I thought I heard a happy chirp from Nettie as he nodded and took my wrist again. I didn't really need the guidance, but he held my hand just in case. Bodhi sighed in frustration and followed behind us. As we walked, I remembered how terrifying it was being surrounded by the dead. Nettie's cheerfulness helped ease my fears a bit, but every row we passed was a fresh wave of horror. The dead passengers showed clear signs of how they died. Some wore hospital gowns, others had clothes stained with dried blood. The smell wasn't overpowering, but enough to make me feel sick. Each pair of dead eyes stared at us as we passed, as if they wanted something or could sense the life I still had. After what felt like an eternity, we reached a small, empty space beyond first class. I don't know if all planes are set up like this, but the door to the cockpit was closed tight. Nettie stopped in front, but didn't knock just yet. He glanced over his shoulder nervously. "I don't know how he'll react to someone alive on the plane, so try to breathe as little as possible," he warned. Bodhi shoved me into a corner and stood in front, trying to shield me from view. Their actions made me regret ever asking to come here, but it was too late. Nettie knocked politely a few times and asked the pilot to come out to speak with us. Black feathers nearly blocked my sight as I tried to control my breathing. When the door finally opened, I nearly choked on my own fear. A massive creature, far too big to fit comfortably inside the small cockpit, pushed out into the aisle. Its entire body was a black mass of feathers. Two huge clawed hands hung at its sides, and its head stretched up to the ceiling as it looked down at the nervous Nettie. The pilot's face was nothing more than two glowing red eyes locked onto him. "Sir, I hate to bother you in the middle of a flight, but..." Nettie's words were cut off instantly as both of the pilot's huge hands shot out and wrapped around his throat. Nettie choked out a silent plea as the pilot forced his thin body to the ground. His frail legs kicked weakly, trying to break free. I gasped, about to rush forward to help, but Bodhi was stronger than me and held me back. I needed to do something fast before Nettie was killed because of my mistake. His struggle slowed, his face growing pale. Even his feathers began to droop and lose color as the life was being choked out of him. Desperate, I scanned the tiny space for anything I could use to help. The only thing was a dusty, forgotten drink cart. Holding my breath, I darted from behind Bodhi, grabbed a can of soda, and flung it down the aisle into first class. The pilot turned his head toward the noise, and I snuck behind him, grabbing one of the black feathers sticking out from his body. The pilot stepped forward, distracted by the sound, not noticing me pulling a feather out. Once the pilot was in first class, Bodhi scooped up the limp and barely conscious Nettie. We all pressed ourselves as close to the wall as possible, trying to stay out of sight. My heart was pounding, the adrenaline rushing through me, hoping what I did was enough to save Nettie and get me closer to answers about this nightmare flight. You know, I still remember the moment that door creaked open. It wasn't just the sound, it was that smell that hit me first. It was so thick and rotten, like the air itself had given up. I almost doubled over, eyes waterproof uncontrollably. Nettie, his legs so thin and fragile looking, was right there beside me, and together, we took a few hesitant steps forward. My shoe suddenly sank almost up to the laces in something thick and black. Each step felt like wading through tar, heavy and slow. Nettie was struggling too, his slender legs trembling with the effort. Around us, the plane was a nightmare on its own. Black mold spots spread like a plague over every surface. The grime was so thick it felt like the place was already rotting away, falling apart from the inside. I wanted to turn back. I really did. I tugged at Nettie's hand, hoping he'd agree, but when I looked over my shoulder, he gave me this weak, reassuring smile. Despite everything, he was strong enough to keep going, and that gave me the courage to push forward too. Fingers tightly intertwined, we stepped through the doorway and started down the endless aisle stretching across the plane. The passengers we passed were beyond anything I'd ever dreamed up in my darkest nightmares. There were groans and eerie clicks coming from their seats as we moved slowly past. I held my breath, trying desperately not to catch their attention. Some seats were occupied by nearly skeletal remains, their flesh long gone, while others were just sludgy, blackened masses of decay. Red eyes glowed out of the darkness, like tiny embers burning in the gloom. Some of those passengers raised their hands, and as they did, the ooze slid away from their blackened bones. My stomach turned over. I couldn't imagine walking through the entire plane like this. Just as we were clearing the first section and nearing the small divider that separated first class from the rest, a cold, spongy hand landed on my arm. I jumped, muffling a scream that threatened to escape. Looking down, I met those glowing red eyes staring straight back at me. In that instant, my mind went blank. I saw death, not the peaceful kind, but the true, horrifying essence of it. A crushing wave of misery and dark grief washed over me, threatening to drown my very soul. I felt like I'd never recover from that moment. And then, without even realizing what I was doing, I opened my mouth to scream. But Nettie was quick. He swooped in, muffling me and dragging my struggling body into the cramped attendance area. I pushed away from him, slamming against the wall and trying to hide behind the drink cart. He whispered urgently, trying to shush me as my breathing became ragged, stars dancing in my vision. I couldn't do this. I couldn't be there. I wanted to be back in my crappy old car, at my dead-end job, somewhere safe. If I couldn't go there, I thought, I'd rather die than stay on that cursed plane. Just as I felt myself slipping into that terrible abyss, Nettie pulled me back. A warmth blossomed in my chest, chasing the frantic panic away. My breathing steadied, my vision returned. The flight attendant ran a gentle hand through my hair, whispering words of encouragement. Without him, I wouldn't have made it this far. When I'd calmed a little, he gave me a shy smile, relieved to see me better. But then, movement behind him caught my eye, and my heart froze. I barely managed to choke out a warning. Nettie turned his head, eyes narrowing at the dark figure that shambled into the room behind him. It looked black, like the rest of the plane, but its red glowing eyes stared at us through dripping feathers. Its long, thin legs gave it the eerie shape of a flight attendant. Nettie stood, facing the creature as I stayed crouched on the floor, my body trembling with pure fear. But instead of trying to flee, Nettie took a few cautious steps closer. "Seti," he said softly, voice almost a whisper. "Is this where you ended up?" The creature responded with a sudden lash, clamping a set of jagged jaws onto Nettie's shoulders. Amazingly, he didn't flinch. Even as it clawed him, he wrapped his arms around the decaying figure. Then, Just like he did with me, he spoke gently, trying to calm it. From the sounds and the way he spoke, I could tell they had a history, an old connection. I didn't expect it to work, but slowly, the attacks lessened, the dark arms dropping to its side. The teeth lifted from Nettie's bleeding shoulder, the red eyes gazing blankly at him. It was impossible to read what the creature was feeling. "Go," came a low, hoarse whisper, barely more than an intake of breath. Seti had snapped back to awareness, for now. Nettie gave his friend one last hug before taking my outstretched hand. I could see tears in his eyes, not from his wounds, but from something deeper. We pressed forward, desperate to escape before anything else could happen. We walked faster, all those glowing eyes boring into us. Nettie's hand trembled in mine. That crushing darkness began to creep back. I felt countless eyes fixed on my back. A cold sweat broke out all over me, and my breathing grew uneven. Then, a sound. One of the passengers rose from their seat. Their body mostly intact, they slipped into the aisle just a few rows away. That simple act inspired others. Our pace quickened to the fastest we could manage, slogging through the sludge on the floor. Seti followed behind, his red eyes unreadable. With freedom just a few rows away, a hand suddenly reached out to grab mine. I pulled with all my strength, but I was stuck. Nettie's eyes widened in horror, a scream building in his throat. I was about to be dragged into the growing horde. I pulled again, desperate, when an unexpected savior emerged. Seti snapped the arm holding mine. Using his free hand, he tore into his own face, deep gashes bleeding freely. The sight and smell drove the creatures wild. It was my turn to save Nettie now. He screamed, trying to reach his friend. I grabbed the light flight attendant off his feet, dragging him away with one arm around his waist. Dark forms swarmed Seti, biting and tearing at him. For a brief moment, I saw his face looking back at us, a faint hint of a smile through the decay. Then, more creatures piled on, pulling him apart. More came rushing toward us. I managed to get inside a small room with Nettie, slamming the door shut just as bodies thudded against it, trying to break in. For a second, Nettie looked like he wanted to open the door and try to save Seti again. I quickly locked it and pulled him into a tight hug, trying to calm him as he had calmed me. In that dim, cramped room, I held his frail body as the creatures pounded outside. His eyes were wet, his body shaking from stress. I couldn't help anyone," he choked out. I dared to run my hand through his feathers once, then rested my palm gently on his cheek. His silver eyes were wet as he looked up at me, so different from the confident person I'd met earlier. I wanted to blame myself for forcing him into all this. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I shook my head. "You helped me. We're almost there. We can do this. I know we can. Once I get home, you'll be able to come back and save Seti. With more help, right?" A faint smile appeared at my words. Until he could return with reinforcements, Seti would be torn apart again and again. That he couldn't die was almost too much to bear. We needed to move so Nettie could focus on saving another soul. Even with the pounding outside, he seemed calmer now. He bowed his head slightly, silently asking for one more head pat before we pressed on. I ruffled his feathers, wishing us both luck. We approached a small book set into the wall, and Nettie wrote down the location of the next, and hopefully final, plane. The sounds faded as we jumped to it, our hands still tightly clasped. I watched the pilot's feather dissolve into dust. "How are you going to get back?" I asked, surprised I hadn't thought of it before. "I'll take a feather from the pilot here. After you get home, there won't be a rush for one," he replied, his voice less cheerful than before. My stomach nodded. That could take forever, and we had no idea what awaited on this plane. Would it be as dark and twisted as the last? I I couldn't bring myself to voice my fears. Instead, I let him lead me out into a noisy, dimly lit military plane. The roar of the engines drowned out my thoughts. It was a small plane, 6 men strapped in full gear, heads down, eyes closed. I spotted a steel door at the end, and my heart flipped, thinking I'd soon have to jump. Before Nettie acted, he pulled out his small notebook, scribbled something quickly on a piece of paper, folded it in half, and sealed it with a golden star sticker. I reached for it, but he tucked it into my zipped work pocket. Thank goodness for that. He moved to the end of the seats, searching for what we needed. To my surprise, he easily grabbed what looked like a backpack. As if he'd done this before, Nettie helped me strap on the parachute. He didn't want to risk waking the men, so he wrote notes on when to pull the chute. I was terrified, but if I died on the jump, maybe I'd see Nettie again. I wasn't ready to leave, but we had no choice. Suddenly, one of the men lifted his head. Red eyes locked onto us. I hoped they weren't like the others, but I was wrong. This plane showed no signs of rot, but the men were changed. 2 more lifted their heads, and Nettie shoved me toward the door. His arm was grabbed, and the 2 men who weren't strapped in reached for him. I grabbed a rifle from a sleeping soldier and used it like a bat. The gun was rusted, useless otherwise. We broke free amid chaos. A rush of air as Nettie opened the door, but hands grabbed his neck from behind. He fought fiercely, grabbing the front of my shirt, and with surprising strength, pushed me out the door. I screamed, clutching his arm, begging him not to let me go. Soldiers tore at his feathers and skin, deep cuts appearing, yet Nettie smiled at me. I couldn't leave him behind. It would be the same fate as Seti. My pleas were ignored. With one last bright smile, Nettie let me drop out of the plane. I don't remember the fall or pulling the cord. The first thing I recall after falling was waking up in a hospital, in an entirely different country. I'd been missing for a month before they found me in Scotland, tangled in a tree with my parachute. It had malfunctioned, and everyone called it a miracle I was alive. No one could explain how I got there or why I'd been dropped from a plane. I didn't offer answers, and given my injuries, people assumed I'd lost my memory. My parents, who were doing okay financially, though not rich, were baffled and thought I'd been kidnapped for ransom. Why they'd take me across the sea and dump me from a plane was beyond anyone's understanding. My relationship with my parents hadn't been great, but my mother came to bring me home. Flying again so soon felt surreal. This time, I did it in a wheelchair. The fall that should have ended me left me disfigured. My face was scarred, and I lost my left leg below the knee. I could have died, so I wasn't as upset as I thought I'd be. Thankfully, they kept my possessions, including the small note sealed with a golden star sticker that proved it all was real. Neatly written was a time, date, and place set a year after I left the hospital. That year was tough. I learned to walk with a prosthetic leg, though some days the phantom pain was unbearable. I took speech therapy because my torn lip made talking without a lisp almost harder than walking. Maybe it was all in my head. I also learned to drive with my new foot, though I didn't do it much. As the meeting approached, I regretted not getting plastic surgery. On the drive to the airport, I kept touching my scarred lip, wondering if the person I was about to meet would turn and leave once they saw my face. I waited anxiously at the airport spot written on the note. I'd read those words hundreds of times, triple-checking to be sure I was in the right place. Then, I saw him. Someone I thought I'd never see again. His face lit up when our eyes met. He took off running toward me, weaving between people, a duffel bag bouncing against his back. "I knew you were alive," he shouted, excitement plain in his voice. I wrapped him in a hug, hardly believing he was really there, Nettie, on solid ground. He looked more human than ever. His hair was so blonde it was almost white, fluffy and styled like he'd stepped out of the 80s, but somehow it fit him. His silver gray eyes sparkled, and freckles dusted his flushed cheeks. "I'm so happy to see you're safe, I could kiss you," I blurted, then regretted it instantly. "I wouldn't mind," Nettie said with a quiet laugh. When he realized what he'd agreed to, a muffled scream escaped him, and I thought I saw his soul leave his body. His face went pale with embarrassment, too mortified to say anything. I didn't need an explanation. Ducking down, I did exactly what I promised, a gentle kiss. A shocked chirp came from him, and his hair puffed out into feathers for half a second. That moment, after everything, felt like a new beginning. Hey there, I want to share some stories with you. Some are a little spooky, some are strange, and others just stick with you in the quiet moments. Pull up a chair and let me take you through each one like I'm right there with you, sharing these experiences from the heart. So, when I was about 12 or 13, let's call me Jame, I often found myself home alone after school. My folks and my little sisters usually wouldn't be back for another hour or so. Honestly, I didn't mind the solitude at all. It was nice to have the house to myself. I could eat whatever I wanted, blast the TV volume without the usual scolding, and vent about my day to my friends on FaceTime without interruptions. One particular afternoon, I walked in, dropped my bags by the door, and all I wanted was to make a fresh bowl of mac and cheese and maybe let a few tears out. I was just so tired. So, that's exactly what I did. I started boiling some water, just trying to distract myself when suddenly, I heard it. The unmistakable heavy thud of big snow boots stomping around downstairs. My heart skipped a beat. It couldn't be anyone in my family. My dad, who's usually the first home besides me, wouldn't be back for another hour. Even if he'd come early, he'd have texted me, and I would have heard the garage door. Trying to keep calm, I told myself it was probably the washing machine rattling unevenly. So I turned off the stove and grabbed the biggest kitchen knife I could find, just in case, and slowly made my way downstairs. The washing machine and dryer weren't even running. My mind just froze. I stood at the bottom of the stairs for what felt like an eternity, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Then, out of nowhere, the air around me turned icy cold. I felt it. Someone standing just behind me. When that person breathed down my neck, all caution left me. I bolted up the stairs, adrenaline pumping like crazy, hearing footsteps pounding behind me, and heavy breathing that made my skin crawl. At the top, my grip tightened around the knife. I whirled around, ready to defend myself, and there was no one there. I figured whoever it was had slipped back downstairs. I locked myself in the bathroom and messaged my dad, who told me to stay put and keep quiet. When I asked if I should call 911, he said no. There I was, in that bathroom, fighting back tears because my worst nightmare was happening. Then I heard it again, the heavy boots coming up the stairs. My stomach dropped as the footsteps neared the door. I covered my mouth, but my panicked breathing still echoed. I could see the shadow of those boots beneath the door, feel the breath on the other side. Tears streamed down my face, frozen in fear. Suddenly, my dad's garage door opened. Relief flooded me. I heard the intruder dash into my parents' room. My dad searched the whole house, but there was no sign of anyone. No broken windows, doors locked tight. The only thing out of place was the basement. It was a mess, even though my mom had just cleaned it earlier that day. Dad joked it was all in my head, but I know what I heard and felt. Now, rewind to when I was about 8 or 9. My grandma invited my sister and me for a sleepover. It was one of those perfect days. Shopping, soccer in the backyard, chalk drawings on the patio. When bedtime came, I was wiped out and fell asleep in my uncle's old room down the hall, while my sister crashed on the living room couch. Everything was normal until I felt someone's presence in the room. I've always had a knack for sensing energies, knowing when someone else is there. I thought my sister had a nightmare and wanted to talk, so I turned over to reach for her. But it wasn't my sister. Standing in the doorway was a tall man, arms crossed, looking angry and upset. At first, I thought it was Grandpa, but this man was much taller and his face was different. The way he glared at me sent chills down my spine. I got out of bed and walked toward him, but as I approached, I ran right through him, crying and screaming to my grandma. Years later, when I was about 12, Grandma was going through a box of old photos. She paused at one in particular, a young man whose face sparked that old memory. When I asked who it was, she started crying and said it was her dad, who had died young. It hit me hard, realizing that figure in that room was probably my great-grandfather. Fast forward to when I was entering 8th grade, living in a big, single-story house with a sprawling backyard next to a riverbed. There was a huge metal shed out back that looked like it was for fixing semi-trucks. The house had 4 bedrooms, though my brother's room was actually a converted den. Long hallways connected everything, and my mom's room was at the far end of the hallway, the place where most of the strange things happened. At first, it was little stuff. Weird smells like baby powder, misplaced objects, knocking on doors early in the morning. But then, more serious things started. One day, when my uncle was living with us, we were in the living room watching TV on one of those giant old-school sets. His phone was charging on top of the TV, which was cluttered with decorations. Suddenly, the phone lit up like a spotlight and then flew off the TV, like literally flew, not just slipped. We all jumped. Mom rushed in from the kitchen, and my uncle, still shocked, said, "No one touched it. It just lit up and flew off." We tried to shrug it off, but it was just the beginning. Another time, my brother was washing his breakfast plate in the kitchen and felt this overwhelming dread. Then, a sudden gust of wind brushed past him, and something tugged his shirt. He spun around, but no one was there. Freaked out, he told Mom, who's very spiritual and a devout Christian. I remember one morning getting ready for school, tying my shoes on a chair facing the door, when I caught a glimpse of a black hand wrapped around my door frame. I jumped back and saw a face, pitch black, eyes black, wearing an old feathered hat, peering from the corner. I screamed, and it vanished. Mom came running, prayed with me, and tried to calm me down. That night, sharing a room with my older brother, I was scared after what I'd seen. I fell asleep, but woke up paralyzed in the dark. Through the reflection in the mirrored closet doors, I saw a creature crawl out from under the bed, hop onto my brother's bunk, and stare at me with glowing red eyes. It looked like an evil monkey. I couldn't move or scream, but my brother woke up, turned on the light, and the creature disappeared. Mom came in, prayed, and I finally went back to bed. My siblings had their own experiences. My sister dreamed of a body hanging from the bathroom window. My brother saw a noose hanging there, and the lights flickered. Once, he was in the bathroom panicking and asked me to stay awake with him all night. My older sister heard children playing and calling her name in the hallway and inside her room. She hated that house to this day. My older brother was shaken awake by violent shaking, like an earthquake or a train running through the room, but he couldn't move. He prayed, and when he opened his eyes, everything was normal. This happened several times. One night, my sister-in-law and I woke up to the sound of typing on the computer keyboard, even though the computer was off. We checked, but found nothing. Our uncle, who lived with us then, told my parents we had demons in the house after witnessing kids running into rooms that were empty. He searched the house and couldn't find anyone. Mom told a story about my oldest brother sneaking into her room at night, but once she heard door noises and footsteps, then felt someone sit on the bed, only to find no one there, but an impression remained. She prayed, and the impression disappeared. One day, the same brother collapsed suddenly in the kitchen, apparently blacking out. Paramedics came but found no cause. Then, a strange man appeared at our front door. He said he'd lived there 20 years ago and warned that the house was haunted and cursed. He explained the knocking and baby powder smell were from his mother, who had a heart attack there and still knocked to say she was around. He showed us an old photo with a figure wearing a feathered chief's hat, black face and eyes, matching what I'd seen. He warned us to be careful. We moved out and the haunting stopped. Years later, a friend bought the house and had his own terrifying experiences, including feeling a breath on his neck and hearing a deep voice ask, "What are you doing here?" I think Mom's prayers kept us safe. Now, about this shadowy figure I've seen for about 15 years, let's call me Alex. Growing up in a spiritually active home, ghosts and spirits felt normal. But when I was 15, I met a different shadow. A tall man who would pace silently across my bedroom, from the living room door to the bathroom door, leaning against it, watching me with a cold, almost clinical presence. Sometimes he seemed angry, sometimes deadly, never comforting. People would say he was protecting me, but that never felt right. Even now, at 30, I sometimes see him watching. I found stories about the Hat Man connected to trauma and negative emotions. The only thing is, I never saw a hat on him, just that tall, dark figure. And then, there was this time at the park with my 2 kids and our dog. The playground was fenced in, and as we were leaving, I noticed a well-dressed older couple near our car. The woman headed to the bathrooms, and the man walked toward the playground. I glanced back to check the kids, and in less than 2 seconds, the man was suddenly on the swing, laughing and swinging. I commented lightly about how swings don't go as high or squeam like they used to. He replied with a chuckle, agreeing. But just moments later, when I looked again, he was gone. The swing was still moving violently, like he jumped off and vanished. I hurried the kids into the truck, and the couple was nowhere to be found in the park or by their car. It felt like a glitch in reality. Finally, let me share a story about desire, regret, and a dark secret. When I was a kid, I desperately wanted a pair of light-up shoes. I wasn't into video games or flashy toys. Those shoes fascinated me. I tried to save up and begged my parents, but they said no. Why buy new shoes when I had good ones? There was a classmate who had a pair, and I envied them every day. I even teased him a bit, which I regret now. We became friends, and though his dad spoiled him, he was down to earth and shared snacks and toys generously. But he never gave me the shoes. One weekend, when his family was supposed to be away, I planned to sneak into his house and take the shoes. I told my parents I was going to the store and waited for nightfall, heart pounding. I crept to his place, unlocked the door with the key he hid under a frog statue, and slipped inside. The house was dark, but dimly lit by streetlights. I looked for the shoes near the door, but heard a noise, a soft whimper, coming from the basement. Curious and scared, I went down the creaky wooden stairs into the cold basement with cobweb-covered exposed ceilings. Shelves packed with tools lined the walls. Between the clutter, I saw a man strapped to a chair, tears and blood on his face and hands, missing fingernails. Then, another figure appeared. It was the father, the kind man I knew, but now cruel and monstrous. He tortured the man, demanding names of people connected to illegal videos. The captive sobbed, and the father's face twisted into a horrible beast. The man was torn apart before my eyes. I was frozen in terror, sobbing, wishing I could disappear. Then, a hand touched my shoulder. The father's human face returned, bloodied but calm. He asked what I was doing there, and I broke down, confessing everything. He laughed, called me adorable, and promised not to tell if I kept quiet. He cleaned up, disguised himself, and brought me home, claiming I got lost. Months passed, and though my friend wanted to hang out, I couldn't face his house. Before he moved away, he gave me a box with a new pair of light-up shoes. I thanked him but hid them away, never touching them again. Those shoes became a symbol of a lesson learned, a reminder of the darkness hidden beneath appearances and the value of choosing kindness over desire. Thanks for listening. I hope sharing these stories brings some comfort, or at least a little thrill. Sometimes, the shadows we see aren't just in the dark. They're inside us too, shaping who we are. Hey, I want to share with you a story that's pretty personal and, honestly, a little strange. It's about how I went from being a total skeptic about anything paranormal to someone who genuinely believes there's more out there than what we can see. Now, I wasn't the type to mock or belittle people who believed in ghosts or spirits. I actually loved hearing ghost stories, especially the ones that felt real. You know, where people saw or heard things or had a physical experience. But the ones about people getting hurt or crazy supernatural stuff, I always thought those were a bit far-fetched. Still, I always kept a bit of doubt, a grain of salt with every tale. But then, as I experienced more strange things myself, my view started to shift. Not enough to believe in all the wild stories, but enough to take these encounters seriously. Let me tell you about the moments that led me down this path. The first odd thing I remember happened when I was about 6 years old. I was at my babysitter's house, and one day I was walking down the hallway. The bathroom door was wide open, so I peeked inside. Everything looked normal. I turned to keep walking when I suddenly heard a noise. I went back to the bathroom and saw that one of the drawers was now open. It freaked me out, so I ran back to the living room. I didn't understand it then, but that was the first time something unexplainable happened to me. Fast forward to when I was 11. My family and I lived in an apartment, and I had this constant feeling that someone else was there with us. During the day, with everything going on, school, family, TV, I could ignore it. But at night, when the house went quiet and the distractions faded, the feeling returned stronger. It was like there was a person in a white robe wandering the halls. I couldn't shake it. One cold November night, I was home alone, and it got so intense that I stayed on the porch for 2 hours, waiting for my family to come back. From that porch, I looked inside the window and saw the curtains shifting, like something passed by. I'm not sure if it was just my imagination, but it really felt real. Then, more recently, after my grandpa passed away, my family went to Mexico for the funeral, and I stayed back because of college. Those 2 weeks alone were tough. I was paranoid, constantly feeling a man walking through the rooms at night. I'd hear doors creaking open or closing, which would send chills down my spine. But when morning came and the house filled with normal sounds again, I checked every room and found nothing out of place. Still, the feeling lingered. Now, here's the story that truly changed me from skeptic to believer. In 2020, I took a year off school due to a transfer mishap and got a janitor job. It was a chill gig, cleaning 4 clinics with a small crew. The clinics were in small towns, each 30 to 40 minutes apart. The problem was, my coworkers often didn't show up, so sometimes I cleaned all 4 clinics by myself. At one clinic, Clinic C, which was near a creepy alley in a quiet town where everything shuts down at night, I kept hearing this dripping noise. I went to check the sink, looked under it for leaks, but found nothing. I stayed a while trying to pinpoint the sound, but it disappeared whenever I left the room. It was unnerving. Then, on my second to last day at Clinic D, the biggest one with both clinical and dental services, I had the most unsettling experience. There were stories from nurses about hearing a woman scream. One time, I closed a restroom door and it screamed loudly, so I assumed that was the noise they heard. There was also a silver tray that kept falling, which I thought explained some clattering sounds. But that night changed everything. My coworker and I were waiting in the large lobby for the last person to finish mopping. The lobby connected to the dental area through a glass door, giving a clear view down a vertical hall leading to patient rooms, a lab, and the dental area. Most lights were off, and the floor was wet. My coworker asked me something, and as I answered, I glanced down the hall and saw a pair of legs walk past a wall, heading toward the lab or dental door. I called the mopping coworker, thinking she might have forgotten and was about to walk on the wet floor, which we all knew was a no-go. But she answered from behind me, still mopping the entrance. I walked down a dry hallway connected to the same hall and saw the legs again, but no footprints on the floor. The legs wore sneakers and black scrubs like nurses, but when I told my coworkers, they saw and heard nothing. The building was empty. I told my mom about it that night, and she suggested maybe someone brought a spirit in with them, good or bad, and it got attached to the place. Her words helped me calm down, and I pretended it didn't affect me. But deep down, I knew what I saw was real. I realized the noises and sightings the nurses talked about probably came from that spirit. That experience sealed it for me. I was no longer just a skeptic. Looking back, I'm grateful for these experiences, even the scary ones. They taught me there's more to this world than meets the eye, and sometimes, the unseen is closer than we think. You know, I never thought I'd find myself telling a story like this, but here I am, and I just want you to listen closely, because it's not something I can just brush off. So, it all started when I was just so damn exhausted. I mean, my body was aching, my eyes felt raw, and sleep was this elusive thing that wouldn't come no matter how badly I needed it. I sighed deeply, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on me, and said to myself, I'll go back to that alley tomorrow. She'll turn up. She has to. That thought was both a comfort and a torment. I tried not to dwell on the image of her, scared, lost, wandering the cold streets, searching for me, wondering why I hadn't found her yet. And that, my friend, kept me wide awake longer than I wanted. To distract myself, I started scrolling through old photos. It was bittersweet, really. Seeing her running wild and free across the fields of my childhood home brought back a flood of memories. God, I miss those days. I kept scrolling, letting nostalgia wash over me, until I landed on the most recent picture, the one with her and the other dogs. I smiled softly, ready to put the phone down, but then something caught my eye. There was this pattern in the grass. At first, I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but the longer I stared, the clearer it became. The lawn wasn't just uneven. It bulged in lines that formed a circle right around the dogs, and running through that circle were patches of bare, disturbed ground, like the earth had been torn up and laid out deliberately. You ever seen those optical illusions online where the caption says, "The longer you look, the stranger it gets"? That's exactly what I felt staring at this picture. Every time my eyes drifted, I noticed new, unsettling details. 2 birds hung dead from the trees, their feet bound with thin, stringy rope, swaying just slightly in the breeze. The brick walls behind the dogs were carved with strange, almost ritualistic drawings, hidden in plain sight. Between the dogs, half buried in the grass, was something red and glistening, wet, fresh, and deeply wrong. And then, the worst of all, Shelby's eyes. They weren't the warm brown I knew. They were yellow. Glowing, unnatural yellow. Just as my heart started pounding faster, a knock at the door shattered the quiet. It was sharp and close, like someone was right there. I almost dropped my phone. The knock came again, louder this time, and my whole body started shaking, the same way my front door used to tremble when someone pounded on it furiously. Something was inside my house, knocking on my bedroom door. I swallowed hard and slowly got out of bed, every nerve screaming at me to run, to hide. I was already reaching for my phone to call 911 when I heard it. A bark. From the other side of the door. I couldn't help myself. I flung the door open and stepped into the living room, eyes straining to make out the figure in the shadows. There, crouched in the corner, was something that looked like a dog. Or maybe, what used to be my dog. "Shelby?" I whispered, my voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. It answered in a voice that was almost, but not quite, hers. "Shelby?" The sound was high-pitched, strained, like it was squeezing the words out through cracked, dry lips. I froze, heart pounding so loud I was sure it would give me away. Then it stood up, on its hind legs, and started moving toward me. And that's when I saw it, for what it really was. It was like something had stolen Shelby's skin and crudely stretched it over a twisted frame. It didn't fit right. Some parts sagged, hanging loose and torn, revealing glistening blood beneath. Other parts were pulled tight, cracking and oozing dark fluid. Thin, sinewy appendages dangled from its limbs, twitching in the dim light. Its mouth hung open unnaturally wide, and inside, I could see another face, watching me with something cold and alien. Beneath the skin, its body writhed and pulsed, as if something desperate was trying to break free. This thing was massive, towering over me at least 7 feet tall. It lowered its face to mine and sniffed over and over, like it was trying to find something. Through Shelby's gaping mouth, I saw a dark, wet mass stretching out, like 100 crawling fingers reaching along the inside of her throat toward me. Panic surged, and I stumbled back, slamming my bedroom door shut. I locked it, though. It didn't even sound like it was trying to get in. It just kept whispering her name over and over, a haunting chant that filled the room. I didn't hesitate. I flung open my window and climbed out into the cold night air, heart hammering in my chest. The last thing I saw before I hit the ground was that terrible snout, pushing under the doorframe, sniffing desperately for me. Now, I'm sitting at my friend's house. I ran to the nearest gas station, called her, and she came straight over without asking too many questions. I told her only that something was in my house and I needed to get out. She didn't pry, which I'm grateful for. I'm typing this on her laptop because I need to remember all of it, even the parts that don't make sense, because I know what I saw. I know something took Shelby from me, something that wore her skin but wasn't her, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to go back home again. Hey, I want to share something pretty personal and honestly still a little unsettling. It's about the old apartment my wife and I used to live in. It was haunted, without a doubt, and in the end, it forced us to move out. I remember it all so vividly, and I want to tell you exactly how it unfolded. So, right after we moved in, which was a big change for us because we both worked the night shift, meaning we slept during the day, something strange happened. We were lying in bed, the house quiet except for the hum of the city outside, and suddenly, I heard this soft, clear voice of a child whispering, "Mommy, Mommy, Mommy," coming from my wife's side of the bed. At first, I thought it was our stepson trying to get our attention, so I rolled over to see what he wanted. But then, just as I turned, there it was. A shadow, the shape of a kid, crouched on all fours right over my wife. It was dark and blurry, like something out of a nightmare, but when I blinked and rubbed my eyes, it was gone, vanished like mist. The apartment itself was actually the bottom floor of a house divided into two separate apartments, top and bottom. I had checked both before moving in, and I chose the bottom because it was bigger and had a basement. I thought it was a good choice. But then, about a year later, one night when I was coming home from work, I saw something that stopped me dead in my tracks. I looked up at the house and saw a pale face staring out from the attic window. It was so clear and chilling. Now, the upstairs apartment did have tenants, but I knew for sure that the landlord had bolted the attic shut. I'd asked when I was checking out the upstairs unit. So, there was no way anyone could have been up there. There were lots of other little things, footsteps echoing when no one else was home, shadowy figures flickering out of the corner of my eye, and that constant, creeping feeling of being watched, like something was always lurking just beyond the edge of sight. But things got worse when my wife got pregnant. The atmosphere around her seemed to thicken with something dark and restless. As her belly grew, she'd sometimes wake up with scratches across her skin, deep enough to hurt, but with no explanation. And there was this one night she swore an unseen force knocked her right off her feet, just like that. But the real breaking point came after our son was born. We started finding scratches on him, little marks that couldn't have been from his own tiny nails. After the first time, we made sure he wore mittens to bed, because babies' fingernails are sharp enough to cut themselves sometimes, and we always dressed him in onesies to protect his skin. But the scratches kept appearing, and that was it for us. We could handle the strange things happening to us, but not to our baby. So before his first birthday, we packed up our things and moved into a house we bought ourselves. That new place is haunted too, but not in a harmful way, more like it's alive with memories, and that's a whole other story for another time. Before we left, we felt we had to warn whoever would move into the apartment after us, but we didn't want to come across as crazy or scare off potential renters, because the landlord was a good person who treated us well. So, we did something subtle. There was this section of wood paneling in the basement that could be pulled off to reach the water main. I figured any curious tenant would eventually pry it open. So I wrote a note addressed to the next tenants, explaining what we had experienced and warning them about what they might encounter. I taped it inside the panel where it would be found, but kept it discreet. Maybe some will think I was an ass for not telling them outright, but honestly, it felt like the right balance. We didn't want to cause needless fear, but we also wanted to pass on the warning. That old apartment left its mark on us, and sharing this story is a way for me to make sense of it all. Thanks for listening.